Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Lucy. I step outside my apartment building, and the sensory assault of New York City hits me all at once. Horns blare from yellow cabs weaving through traffic like thread through fabric. Street vendors call out their morning specials. The scent of fresh bagels mingles with exhaust fumes in that uniquely New York perfume that somehow feels like home. "Morning, Miss Jacobs." The doorman tips his hat. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" If you call sensory overload beautiful, then yes. I adjust my tote bag, filled with extra aprons and recipe notes. But I wouldn't have it any other way. The city pulses around me as I join the river of commuters flowing along the sidewalk. My heart flutters with that familiar mix of excitement and dread that accompanies each workday. The excitement comes from knowing my hands will soon be deep in pastry dough. The anxiety from wondering if today will be the day someone realizes I don't belong. A street performer plays saxophone on the corner, the melody floating above the city noise. It reminds me of Sunday afternoons at Grandma's apartment in Queens, music drifting from the old record player while we bake together. "Pastry is patience, Lucy girl," I can still hear her saying, her hands guiding my small ones as we folded butter into dough. "You can't rush flakiness." I smile at the memory as I wait for the crosswalk signal. Grandma's kitchen was nothing fancy, just a tiny space with worn countertops and an oven that ran hot on one side. But in that kitchen, I learned magic, how flour and butter transform into golden, crisp layers, how sugar caramelizes at exactly the right moment, how a pinch of salt makes sweetness sing. My phone buzzes with a text from my boss. "Don't forget, we need the chamber's order by 2 p.m. My stomach tightens. The chamber's order, 24 individual tarts for some finance executive's birthday. Raspberry with gold leaf. Because regular raspberries aren't fancy enough. I pick up my pace, dodging a group of tourists who've stopped abruptly to consult their maps. The truth is, I can make those tarts with my eyes closed. I can pipe meringue crowns that stand up to humidity and temper chocolate to a perfect shine. My hands know what to do. It's my head that gets in the way. A couple exits a sleek patisserie ahead, carrying a signature blue box tied with ribbon. I recognize the logo, one of those places with 3-word French names and $15 macarons, the kind of place where pastry chefs train in Paris and customers don't blink at spending a day's wages on dessert. And here I am, community college culinary program and YouTube tutorials. Grandma's handed down recipes adapted for professional kitchens. When I walk into those high-end bakeries, I still feel like the girl from Queens with flour-dusted sneakers, not belonging among the polished marble counters. "Watch it." Someone bumps my shoulder, jolting me from my thoughts. "Sorry," I mutter, though it wasn't my fault. My phone rings in my pocket. Unknown number. Normally, I'd let it go to voicemail, but something makes me answer. "Hello? Lucy Jacobs speaking." "Lucy, Olivia Blackwood here. Do you have a moment?" My step falters. Olivia Blackwood? The chef whose meals appear in glossy magazines. I've only met her once, at a catering showcase last month, where she praised my chocolate opera cake. "Yes, of course. How can I help you?" I'll cut right to it. I'm in a bind. The pastry chef for the Breckenridge wedding just backed out. Noah and Jackie's wedding is in 3 weeks, and I need someone exceptional. Your name came to mind. The Breckenridge wedding? Everyone in the industry has been talking about it. Noah Breckenridge, a big-shot lawyer, marrying Jackie Rogers, a chef from Charlotte who is cousins with Celia St. Pierre. Their marriage started off being fake, according to the papers, and now it's the real deal. They fell in love. You want me to cater the Breckenridge wedding? My voice sounds strange, distant. The dessert spread, yes. 500 guests. I loved your work at that showcase. Your sense of balance between innovative and classic is exactly what Jackie wants. My heart pounds against my ribs like it's trying to escape. This is the kind of opportunity that changes careers. The kind that takes someone from kitchen staff to executive pastry chef. The kind never offered to people like me. I know it's short notice, but I need your proposal by the end of the week. Full dessert course plus wedding cake. Are you interested? Mrs. Blackwood, yes, absolutely yes. My voice lifts with excitement I can't contain. I'd be honored to create the dessert menu for the Breckenridge wedding. Excellent. The satisfaction in her tone sends a thrill through me. My assistant will email you all the details this afternoon. I'll need that proposal by Friday, so clear your schedule. Consider it done. I'm nodding even though she can't see me. Thank you for this opportunity. I won't disappoint you. I know talent when I see it, Lucy. Make me proud. The call ends, and I stand frozen on the sidewalk while New York continues its relentless pace around me. A businessman in a tailored suit sidesteps me with an annoyed glance. A delivery cyclist swerves past, bell dinging. None of them know that my world just tilted on its axis. Olivia Blackwood knows my name. Olivia Blackwood, whose restaurant has a Michelin star, whose cookbooks sit dog-eared on my shelf, thinks I have talent. I press my hand against my chest, feeling my heart hammer beneath my palm. This is real. This is happening. The Breckenridge wedding will have society columnists, celebrity chefs, and food critics in attendance. People who could change the trajectory of my career with a single Instagram post or a mentioned name in an article. I start walking again, faster now, fueled by adrenaline and possibility. In my mind, I'm already sketching desserts, delicate petit fours with edible gold leaf, chocolate sculptures that reflect the couple's story, a wedding cake with architectural precision that still manages to look effortless. I imagine the guests taking their first bites, eyes widening with pleasure. Someone asking, "Who made this?" and hearing my name whispered in response. I picture Noah and Jackie Breckenridge themselves requesting to meet the pastry chef. Excuse me. I nearly collide with a woman pushing a stroller. Sorry, so sorry. My thoughts race ahead to where this could lead. My own patisserie, perhaps. Not one of those cookie-cutter corporate places, but something uniquely mine. A small shop with a glass front where passers-by can watch me work. Lucy's? No. Jacob's. Simple, elegant lettering above the door. Lines out the door on Saturday mornings. Write-ups in food magazines. People traveling across the city just to try my signature desserts. I could finally prove that a girl from Queens, who learned to bake in her grandmother's kitchen, belongs in the upper echelons of New York's culinary world. My phone buzzes again. This time it's my current boss wondering where I am. Reality crashes back. I'm still blocks from work, and I have 24 raspberry tarts to make before 2. As I pick up my pace, doubt creeps in like cold air through a cracked window. The Breckenridge wedding isn't just any event. It's 500 guests. The social event of the season. What if I'm not ready? What if my desserts look amateur next to the caliber of Olivia's cuisine? What if I choke under pressure and ruin the biggest opportunity of my career? Stop it, I mutter to myself, earning a curious glance from a woman walking her dog. You've got this. Olivia wouldn't have contacted you otherwise. I straighten my shoulders and dodge a guy on his phone who nearly walks right into me. I am good at what I do. Damn good. My hands know dough. Know how to coax the perfect texture from butter and flour. I understand the chemistry of sugar and heat, the architecture of cake layers, the balance of flavors that makes a dessert memorable. This is what I was born to do. Still, the pressure settles on my shoulders like a heavy coat. 500 guests, society columnists, Instagram influencers, with their phones ready to document every success or failure. Olivia Blackwood's reputation on the line alongside my own. The weight of expectation feels suddenly massive, like I'm carrying a 3-tier wedding cake up a flight of stairs and heels. I reach the back entrance of the restaurant where I work, pausing with my hand on the door. Take a deep breath. This is what I've worked for. All those late nights practicing techniques, all those early mornings testing recipes, the disappointment in my father's eyes when I chose culinary school over business, the skepticism of classmates who came from restaurant families while I came from nowhere special. Everything has led to this moment, this chance to prove myself.
Chapter 2. Joey. I flip through the papers one last time, ensuring each document aligns with the strategy I've mapped out. The glass walls of the conference room offer a panoramic view of Manhattan, a reminder of how far I've come. In 30 minutes, I'll pitch to one of the city's most influential real estate developers. Another win to add to my already impressive portfolio. "You got this, Holloway," I mutter, adjusting my custom-tailored suit jacket. The polished mahogany table reflects the recessed lighting above, creating an atmosphere of understated power. Just how I like it. My fingers tap against the smooth surface before landing on something out of place, a cream-colored envelope with gold filigree. Noah's wedding invitation. I pick it up, running my thumb over the embossed lettering. "Mr. and Mrs. Breckenridge cordially invite you to celebrate the marriage of their son, Noah Breckenridge, to Jackie Rogers. 3 weeks. The event of the season according to every legal and social circle in New York. Noah, my colleague and drinking buddy since law school, landing Jackie Rogers for real this time. After starting their relationship off with a fake marriage contract, it's pleasing to see them actually fall in love in the end." My phone vibrates. A text from Penny's nanny. "She's asking when you'll be home tonight. Promise to save you the middle piece of pizza." A smile breaks through my professional mask. 4 years old and already knows the middle piece holds the perfect cheese-to-crust ratio. That's my girl. I quickly type back. "Tell Princess Penny I'll be home for bedtime story, and that middle piece better have extra pepperoni." Setting my phone down, I catch my reflection in the glass wall. To anyone passing by, I'm the picture of success. Senior partner at 30, closet full of bespoke suits, penthouse with a view that makes tourists weep. Joey Holloway, legal shark with the bite to match his bark. What they don't see is the custody battle paperwork buried under client briefs in my office. The motion filed yesterday by Raylan's attorneys requesting psychological evaluations. The calendar on my phone marking days since Penny last stayed overnight at my place. "Damn," I whisper, leaning back in the ergonomic chair. The wedding invitation mocks me now. Noah getting his happily ever after while I'm fighting to keep mine from disintegrating completely. Last night was number, 5? 6? In a row without proper sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Raylan's dismissive smirk in the courtroom, heard her lawyer's insinuations about my workaholic tendencies and inability to provide stability. I shuffle through a different stack of papers, the ones I worked on until 3 a.m. Evidence of every school function I've attended, documentation of Penny's medical appointments where Raylan was conspicuously absent, photos of our daddy-daughter days. A sharp contrast to the photos my investigator provided. Raylan stumbling out of clubs at 4 a.m. while Penny was home with whatever nanny hadn't quit that week. Screenshots of social media posts where she complained about mommy duties interfering with her social life. "Mr. Holloway?" My assistant appears at the door. They're ready for you in the main conference room. I organize the papers into a neat pile. I'll be right there. She hesitates. Also, your ex-wife's attorney called again. They want to move the hearing up to next Tuesday. My jaw tightens. Of course they do. Because preparation time is overrated. Should I confirm? No. Tell them we stick to the original date unless they want to explain to Judge Michaels why they're rushing a decision that affects a child's well-being. As she leaves, I stand and button my jacket, slipping into the persona my clients expect: confident, unflappable, commanding. But beneath it all, I'm calculating hours until I can go home to Penny, counting days until the next hearing, measuring chances of keeping my daughter in my life. The wedding invitation slides back onto my desk. Right now, I have 2 battles to fight: landing this client and gathering every scrap of evidence to show I'm the parent Penny deserves. I adjust my tie, staring at the reflection in the glass wall. The designer suit, the Swiss watch, the polished Oxfords, all carefully curated pieces of the Joey Holloway image. But today they feel like costume pieces in a high-stakes performance where the audience is the family court system, and the prize is my daughter's future. "They're waiting, Mr. Holloway," my assistant's voice breaks through my thoughts. On my way. I gather my materials, including an innocuous family photo I strategically placed on top, Penny and me at Central Park last fall. Her curls catching the autumn light, my expression one of paternal devotion. The kind of photo that says, "See? Perfect father material." Walking down the corridor, I nod at colleagues who part like the Red Sea. Their respect isn't just for my legal prowess anymore. Since the custody battle began, there's been a shift in how they look at me, a mixture of curiosity and assessment. Everyone loves watching the high-flying bachelor adapt to single fatherhood. "Joey," a voice calls from behind. I turn to see Roger Dawkins, senior partner and unofficial kingmaker at the firm. His silver hair and tailored appearance are as much a part of the office as the marble floors. "Heard you've got the Peterson development pitch today. Big fish." His eyes crinkle at the corners. "Also heard about the custody situation. Nasty business." My spine stiffens. I'm handling it. "No doubt. But appearances matter in family court. Judge Michaels is traditional. He straightens my already straight tie. Might help to show a more settled side. The bachelor pad and late nights at Tribeca bars don't paint the picture family courts prefer." I resist the urge to tell him where he can shove his unsolicited advice. "I appreciate the concern, Roger, but I've got Penny's best interests covered." Of course. Just friendly advice from someone who's been through the ringer." He claps my shoulder. "Hey, ran into Noah Breckenridge at the Yale Club last week. You going to the wedding?" The mention of Noah momentarily pulls me from my strategic mindset. "Wouldn't miss it." Good. Family connections, community ties, all that plays well in custody cases. With another shoulder clap that feels like being branded with expectations, Roger continues down the hallway. His words follow me into the elevator. Family connections, community ties, traditional values. The unspoken checklist of what makes a fit parent in the eyes of family court judges who were appointed when disco was still popular. I glance at my watch. 3 hours until this pitch wraps. Then 2 client calls, 1 depositions prep, and if I'm lucky, I'll make it home just in time to see Penny before she falls asleep. The mental calculation is automatic now. Hours spent advancing my career versus hours spent being the father court evaluators expect. The elevator doors open to the executive floor where our most important clients are entertained. Marble floors, original art, and views that justify our astronomical billing rates. "They're all set up in boardroom A, Mr. Holloway," the receptionist says with a practiced smile. "Can I get you anything before you go in?" "I'm good, thanks. What I need can't be brought on a silver tray. I need Judge Michaels to see through Raylan's performance as a concerned mother. I need the court evaluator to notice how Penny's eyes light up when I enter a room versus how she shrinks when her mother raises her voice. I need time to slow down so I don't miss another bedtime story. Before entering the boardroom, I pull out my phone and look at my background. Penny in her unicorn pajamas, green eyes sparkling with mischief. This is what I'm fighting for. Not just custody on paper, but the right to be there for her consistently, to protect her from Raylan's mood swings and neglect. I pocket the phone, squaring my shoulders. Today I need to be flawless. The brilliant attorney, the dedicated father, the pillar of stability. No distractions, no mistakes, no ammunition for Raylan's legal team to use against me. "Mr. Holloway, we're ready when you are," calls a voice from within the boardroom. I push open the door, client-winning smile firmly in place. "Gentlemen, ladies, thank you for your time today." The performance begins, and I cannot afford to miss a single cue.
Chapter 3. Lucy. I glance up from the intricate sugar work I'm placing atop a miniature eclair and catch a glimpse of the ballroom through the kitchen's swinging doors. Crystal chandeliers hang from ceilings so high they might as well touch heaven. Fresh flowers, not the kind you grab at a grocery store, but the kind that probably cost an arm and a leg and a kidney, cascade down marble columns. Everything gleams with wealth and perfection. "Jacobs, focus!" Olivia Blackwood's voice snaps me back to reality. "Those eclairs won't garnish themselves." "Got it, chef." I return to my station, fingers slightly trembling. The kitchen bustles with controlled chaos. Pots clang, knives chop, and orders fly across the room in kitchen shorthand. 3 other chefs maneuver around me, each focused on their section of the reception menu. We've been prepping since dawn, but now that the ceremony has finished, the real pressure begins. A timer dings and I dash to the industrial oven, pulling out trays of petit fours that need to cool before I can glaze them. The kitchen smells like heaven. Vanilla, chocolate, and caramelized sugar mingling with the savory scents from the main courses. The fact that Jackie's a chef herself adds another layer of pressure. She'd know if something wasn't right, and so would Olivia, who I'm trying to impress above everyone else. I take a deep breath and return to my workstation. My dessert spread is my vision come to life, a modern take on classic French pastries with subtle nods to Jackie's North Carolina roots. Mini bourbon pecan tarts sit next to lavender macarons. Chocolate eclairs filled with salted caramel cream are arranged beside delicate lemon meringue tartlets. "These look incredible, Lucy," says Dina, pausing briefly at my station. Her eyes widen at my chocolate spheres with passion fruit centers. "Seriously, you outdid yourself." Pride warms my chest. "Thanks." I carefully arrange a dark chocolate ganache quenelle beside a gold-dusted shortbread cookie. Each plate is a tiny work of art. I imagine the guests' faces when they taste my creations, the small gasp of pleasure, the slight widening of the eyes, the inevitable question, who made these? This could be it, my big break. If these desserts impress the right people, maybe investors for my future bakery won't seem so far-fetched anymore. A small space in the arts district, nothing fancy, just enough room for me to create and share my passion with the world. 5 minutes until the first dessert course goes out, Olivia calls, and reality crashes back in. I glance around at the other chefs. They move with such confidence, such ease. Marco trained in Italy. Dina has a culinary degree from a fancy school in New York. Even Javier, the youngest among us, grew up cooking in his family's renowned restaurant. I wipe my damp palms on my apron. What if my desserts aren't good enough? What if these people, with their designer clothes and refined palates, can taste my imposter syndrome in every bite? "You okay over there?" Javier asks, noticing my momentary freeze. I force a smile. "Yeah, just making sure everything's perfect." The double doors swing open as servers enter to collect the first round of desserts. Through the gap, I catch another glimpse of the reception. Women in dresses that probably cost more than my car. Men in tailored suits that actually fit them. Champagne flowing like water. Not my world. Never been my world. I slipped between the servers with a tray of chocolate petit gâteau, needing to see the reception with my own eyes. The grand ballroom stretches before me like something from a fairy tale, but with price tags that would make Cinderella's fairy godmother faint. The crowd buzzes with conversation, ice cubes tinkling against crystal as guests gesture with champagne flutes that probably cost more than my monthly rent. "Easy with those," I mutter to a server who tilts his tray a bit too much. "The gold leaf will slide." He corrects his posture with a quick nod. I scan the room, noting the reactions as my desserts make their debut. A woman in an emerald gown takes a bite of my bourbon pecan tart and closes her eyes for just a moment longer than necessary. The corners of her mouth turn up slightly, and something in my chest unclenches. A silver-haired man in a tuxedo that fits him like a second skin examines one of my lavender macarons before popping it into his mouth. His eyebrows lift in surprise, and he reaches for another. That's right, I think. Have seconds. Have thirds. These people might be dripping in diamonds, but my desserts are the real stars tonight. "Those are going fast," a voice says behind me, and I turn to find Olivia observing the room with me. Her chef's whites are still pristine despite the chaos of the kitchen. Meanwhile, I've got a smudge of chocolate on my sleeve that I've been trying to ignore for the past hour. "That's a good sign, right?" I ask, trying to keep the neediness from my voice. My fingers twist the edge of my apron, a nervous habit I can't seem to break when I'm waiting for validation. She gives me a smile. "It's exactly what should happen when you serve quality. Now get back in there and keep it coming." My friends are here, the St. Pierres. My husband's cousin and his wife. And the women are chefs too. If you impress them, then it's a sign you've got real talent. I nod, but linger a moment longer, mentally cataloging faces. The woman by the ice sculpture, her Instagram bio says she's a food critic for Boston Magazine. The man near the champagne fountain is a local restaurant investor I've researched. And that group by the window includes the wedding planner who orchestrated this entire affair. These are the people who could change everything for me. If they notice my work, if they ask about the pastry chef, if they remember my name. A server passes by with my chocolate spheres, and I reach out to straighten one that's slightly askew on the tray. Perfection matters. These people expect it. They breathe it. They pay thousands for it. "Is that the chef?" I hear someone ask, and my spine straightens automatically, as if someone yanked an invisible string attached to the top of my head. I turn to see a woman in a cream-colored dress pointing toward me. Her diamond bracelet catches the light as she gestures. Her friend leans in, whispers something behind a manicured hand. They're looking at my desserts, then back at me with curious eyes. I smooth down my chef's coat, feeling suddenly aware of every wrinkle, and consider approaching them, mentally rehearsing my introduction. "Hi, I'm Lucy Jacobs, the pastry chef for tonight's event. I specialize in reimagined classics with, no, too formal. I created tonight's dessert menu, focusing on, damn it, that sounds pretentious." The moment passes when they're drawn into another conversation, with a man in an expensive suit. But the possibility lingers in the air like the scent of vanilla. They noticed. They wondered. Next time, I won't hesitate. Next time, I'll be ready to step into the spotlight I've been working toward since I first picked up a whisk. Back in the kitchen, I pipe delicate rosettes onto my final dessert course, a white chocolate mousse with raspberry coulis. My hands move with precision, even as my mind races with what-ifs and could-bes. "Your plating is impeccable," Olivia says, appearing at my elbow to inspect my work. Clean lines, consistent portions. She picks up a completed plate, examining it from different angles. "This is exactly what I want from my team tonight. Nice job, chef." The praise sends warmth through me, but I know better than to get comfortable. In this kitchen, one perfect service doesn't guarantee a second chance if you mess up the next one. Thank you, Chef. I steady my breathing, channeling my jitters into focus. Jackie specifically asked who made the bourbon pecan tarts. Olivia adds, I told her it was you. My piping falters for just a fraction of a second before I recover. What did she say? She said they reminded her of home, but better. Olivia moves on to inspect another station, tossing over her shoulder. Don't let it go to your head. Too late. The comment nestles in my chest like a small warm bird. Better than home. There's no higher praise for comfort food reimagined. I glance up at the clock. 2 more hours of service. 2 more hours to make impressions, to be noticed, to lay groundwork for my future. I roll my shoulders back, ignore the ache in my feet, and reach for the next dessert plate. Every perfect bite is a business card. Every satisfied murmur is networking. Every empty plate returned to the kitchen is a potential investor for my own place someday. I'm not just serving dessert tonight. I'm serving my dreams, one meticulously crafted pastry at a time.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4. Joey. I swirl the amber liquid in my glass, watching the light dance through the whiskey as Noah and Jackie share their first dance. These weddings always hit different when you're watching your best friend start the journey you've already crashed and burned on. Noah looks genuinely happy, though, the lucky bastard. They look good together, someone comments from beside me. I nod, not really wanting conversation. They do. The dance floor fills with other couples as the song changes, and I down my drink, signaling the bartender for another. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out, hoping it's about Penny, but it's just a work email that can wait until Monday. Penny should be in bed by now. I wonder if Raylan bothered with her bedtime routine or if she pawned it off to the nanny. Does she even read Penny her unicorn book anymore? Does she tuck the stuffed animals in the right order? The familiar knot of worry tightens in my chest. A server passes with a tray of those little puff pastry things that melt in your mouth. I grab 2, popping one whole. The buttery crust gives way to something savory and rich that pairs perfectly with my whiskey. God damn, I mutter, savoring the second one more slowly. The kitchen staff has been bringing out hit after hit all night. Olivia Blackwood's running the show. Jackie introduced her earlier as a good friend. Everything coming out of those kitchen doors is phenomenal. I snag another glass from a passing server. This one's some champagne cocktail thing with a floating berry. Not usually my style, but it's surprisingly good. The alcohol is definitely hitting me now, a pleasant buzz softening the edges of the reception hall. Another round of appetizers appears. Tiny tarts with something that tastes like caramelized onions and blue cheese. They're so good I want to find whoever made them and offer them a job cooking exclusively for me. My thoughts drift back to Penny. Is she wearing the pajamas I bought her? The glittery unicorn ones she insisted on? Or did Raylan shove them to the back of the drawer because they're tacky? My ex-wife has a way of undoing everything I do for our daughter, like it's some kind of competitive sport. I check my watch. It's only 8:30, but I've had enough. Noah and Jackie are wrapped up in each other and their 200 closest friends. They won't miss me if I duck out now. The hallway outside the ballroom is blissfully quiet. I step into the waiting elevator and lean against the back wall, closing my eyes briefly. Just as the doors begin to slide closed, a hand shoots between them. The doors reopen to reveal a black woman in chef whites, slightly out of breath. Her curly hair is pulled back from her face, with a few escaped coils framing warm brown eyes. Something about her is immediately magnetic. "Sorry," she says, stepping in. "Didn't want to wait for the next one." "No problem." I straighten up, suddenly aware of how I'm taking up the whole elevator. She pushes the button for the lobby. I notice her hands, strong, capable hands, with short, practical nails. Chef's hands. As she turns, I catch a glimpse of her name embroidered on her jacket. Lucy. "You're working with Olivia Blackwood?" I ask, attempting conversation that isn't slurred. She nods, a small smile lifting the corner of her mouth. "I am for the night." The food tonight was incredible. I'm struck by how inadequate the word incredible is. Those little puff pastry things and the caramelized onion tarts. Amazing. Her smile widens, transforming her whole face. There's something genuine about it that cuts through my whiskey fog. "Thank you. The gougères were a last-minute addition, actually. I'm glad they worked out." "If that was last minute, I can't imagine what your planned stuff is like. I'm normally smoother than this, but the alcohol has loosened my tongue. Seriously, everything was perfect." She tucks a stray curl behind her ear, looking pleased but a little embarrassed by the praise. "That's very kind. Thank you." The elevator lurches suddenly, throwing us both sideways. I catch myself against the wall while Lucy stumbles, her shoulder bumping into mine. "What the hell?" I reach for the control panel as the lights flicker once, twice. Lucy's eyes go wide. Did we just... The elevator isn't moving. The digital floor indicator freezes between numbers, and the gentle hum of machinery falls silent. A heavy stillness settles around us. I jab at the lobby button, then press it again harder. Nothing. I mash several floors in succession, growing increasingly frustrated when none of them light up. "This isn't happening," Lucy mutters, more to herself than to me. "This can't be happening." I try the door open button, holding it down while peering at the seam between the doors. Not even a flicker of movement. Damn. I slam my palm against the panel, which accomplishes nothing except making my hand sting. We're stuck. Lucy steps forward, pushing past me to try the buttons herself, as if her touch might magically fix what mine couldn't. Her chef's coat brushes against my suit, and I catch a whiff of vanilla and something else cinnamon, maybe. No, no, no. She presses the buttons in rapid succession, her movements becoming more frantic. I can't be stuck in here. I'm in the middle of service. There's a croquembouche tower that needs assembly and the chocolate work for the petit fours and... Hey, take it easy. I place my hand on her shoulder without thinking. The contact seems to startle her. Let me try the emergency button. I press the red button marked with a bell icon, holding it down for several seconds. A tinny voice crackles through the small speaker. Building security, is there an emergency? Yeah, we're stuck in the elevator. Between floors. My words come out a touch slurred, and I realize the whiskey is still very much in my system. Great timing. Which elevator are you in, sir? How should I know? The one by the ballroom? Lucy shoots me a look, stepping closer to the speaker. We're in the service elevator adjacent to the east hallway of the ballroom level. The one that connects to the kitchen service area. I raise an eyebrow, impressed by her specificity. Thank you, ma'am. How many people are in the elevator? 2, we answer in unison. We'll contact maintenance right away. Please remain calm. This shouldn't take too long to resolve. Lucy paces the small space, 3 steps in one direction before turning. They don't understand. I can't be here. The dessert course is in 20 minutes. 20 minutes! She pulls out her phone, furiously typing what I assume is a text to her team. I bang on the doors with the side of my fist, more out of frustration than any real hope it'll help. The solid thud echoes in our small metal box. Hello? Anybody out there? We're stuck in here! No response. Just the sound of Lucy's quickening breaths behind me. I turn to find her staring at her phone, a look of panic washing over her face. No signal. Of course there's no signal. She holds the phone up higher, moving it around the elevator as if searching for bars. This can't be happening to me. Not tonight. With my back against the wall, I slide down to sit on the floor, loosening my tie. The alcohol in my system makes the situation seem almost comical. Of all the people to get trapped with, it could be worse. Much worse. I watch Lucy continue her pacing, the curve of her hips visible even under the boxy chef's coat. Her face is contorted with frustration, making those brown eyes even more striking. There's a smudge of what looks like chocolate on her wrist that she hasn't noticed. They said it won't be long, I offer, trying to sound reassuring, even though I'm not feeling particularly optimistic myself. That's what they always say, she snaps, then immediately looks apologetic. Sorry, it's just... This is a big night, I can't mess it up. Believe me, I get it. I gesture to the space beside me on the floor. We might as well get comfortable. It could be a few minutes. Or an hour. Who knows with building maintenance these days? Lucy glances at the spot, hesitating. Those brown eyes of hers dart between me and the floor like she's weighing her options. Unless you'd rather stand for however long we're in here. I raise an eyebrow, challenging her. She sighs, finally relenting, and sinks down beside me, careful to leave appropriate space between us. I notice she tucks her legs to the side, probably to avoid getting her chef pants dirty. Some night, huh? I say, leaning my head back against the wall. The cool surface feels good against my slightly buzzed head. Being trapped in an elevator is a whole experience. But being trapped with someone who looks like Lucy? Those curves, that mouth that seems to naturally pout even when she's not trying, could definitely be worse. Much worse.
Chapter 5. Lucy. The elevator hums a monotonous tone, the only sound apart from Joey's aggressive finger jabbing at the emergency button. I check my phone for the 20th time in 5 minutes. Still no signal. Just perfect. This is ridiculous, Joey mutters, running a hand through his perfectly styled dark hair. Even in crisis mode, the man looks like he just stepped off a GQ cover. I have the Reynolds contract review in the morning. I try not to roll my eyes. Of course, that would be his concern, not the fact that we're suspended in a metal box between the 8th and 9th floors of the hotel. I'm sure someone's noticed by now, I offer, though my voice sounds less confident than intended. Joey shoots me a look, his green eyes practically glowing with irritation. It's been 40 minutes. The wedding reception is in full swing. People are drunk, dancing. Nobody's looking for the pastry chef or the groom's lawyer friend. Well, at least the cake got delivered before. I gesture vaguely at our predicament. Joey sighs dramatically, loosening his tie and leaning against the wall. The elevator isn't small, but his tall frame somehow makes the space feel more confined. So tell me more. You're a pastry chef? He asks the question like he's interviewing me for a job I don't want. I am, I smooth down my chef's jacket, suddenly aware of the chocolate smudge on my wrist. I scrub it off, hoping he doesn't notice. Just filling in tonight, though. Noah mentions something about one of the chefs being a last-minute save. He crosses his arms, biceps straining against the expensive fabric of his suit. You work with Olivia regularly? Not really, no. This is my first gig with her. I'm trying to start my own bakery, but for now I take gigs where I can get them. Joey nods, his expression softening just slightly. Entrepreneurial spirit. Admirable. Before I can respond, the elevator jolts, and I stumble forward. Joey's hand shoots out to steady me, his grip firm against my arm. For a split second, something passes between us, a flash of awareness that makes my skin warm beneath his touch. You okay? He asks, releasing me almost immediately. Fine, thanks. I step back, putting distance between us. Do you think they know we're stuck? They better. He checks his Rolex, frowning. Noah will notice eventually, I hope. I slide down the wall to sit on the floor, giving up any pretense of professionalism. My feet are killing me after standing in the kitchen for 12 hours. Joey raises an eyebrow but follows suit after a moment, his long legs stretching out in front of him. So you're friends with Noah? I ask, attempting small talk to distract myself from the claustrophobia creeping in. For years. We got close in law school. He was smarter, I was more ruthless. Made a good team. A ghost of a smile plays on his lips. I'm about to respond when a muffled voice comes through the speaker. Hello? Anyone in there? The voice crackles through the ancient intercom system. Joey lunges forward. Yes, Joey Holloway and... He looks at me, momentarily blanking. Lucy Jacobs, I supply. We've been stuck for nearly an hour, Joey continues, his authoritative tone returning. What the hell is going on? Mr. Holloway, it's Rodriguez from security. We're aware of the situation. Maintenance is working on it, but the system is old, might take a bit longer. Joey mutters something under his breath that sounds distinctly unprintable. Suddenly, another voice comes through. This one sounds like it's right outside the closed elevator doors. Lucy, you in there? Yes, I'm in here, I say, scrambling to my feet. Olivia, I'm so sorry. I was heading downstairs to grab those flowers you mentioned. I didn't know. Honey, don't blame yourself for this. Stuff happens. We've been picking up on the desserts, but I can't lie. Those other chefs don't have the same magic you do. A warmth flurries in my chest despite everything. Sit tight. I'm telling Noah about this. If the groom pesters the staff, maybe they'll work faster. Good idea, Olivia, Joey grumbles out. Thank you. A few moments later, there are strong knocks on the elevator doors. Noah's voice comes through. Joey, you in there, man? Noah? Joey asks. He rubs at his eyes. Thank God, get us out of here. Working on it? How's it going in there? I let out an incredulous scoff. How's it going? I'm trapped in a metal box that's not moving. How do you think it's going? Lucy, right? Olivia's pastry chef? We've got maintenance working on it. Should be about an hour. An hour? My mouth falls open. I can't breathe in here for an hour. Oh my God, we're going to suffocate. Yes, you can, Noah replies. You're absolutely going to be fine. I promise. The elevator has ventilation. You have plenty of air. Easy for you to say from out there, Joey says angrily. It's hot as balls in here. My shirt is already soaked through. Joey, take off your jacket and sit down, Noah commands. Lucy, are you sitting? No, I say. Sit down, both of you, on the floor, now. On this floor, in my good pants? I glance at him strangely. He didn't mind sitting a while ago, but then again, he started pacing like a rabid animal once he realized help wasn't coming quickly. And he has refused to sit ever since. Jesus Christ. Yes, on the floor in your clothes. Just do it. Unless you'd prefer to pass out standing up when you hyperventilate. Joey and I share a look. Then we slide down to the floor, on opposite sides of each other. Joey wets his lip, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Fine, Joey finally says. We're on the floor, happy, ecstatic. Lucy, take 3 deep breaths. Right now. I follow Noah's words as best as I can. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. I close my eyes, hoping that'll help. Good. Again. Another breath. One more, Noah says, and I do it. You two are going to be fine, but you're stuck together for at least an hour, so you might as well make the most of it. By doing what exactly? Joey asks. I don't know. Talk to each other. Joey, Lucy makes the best pastries in New York. Lucy, Joey once argued a case before the state Supreme Court while violently hungover and still won. Impressive, I say, meeting his gaze. Tell her about that corporate merger you worked on in Tokyo, Noah suggests. The one with the karaoke bar? Joey laughs. Oh man, that was a mess. I still get emails from that CEO asking me to sing Total Eclipse of the Heart with him if I'm ever back in Tokyo. See? You've got stories. Share them. Get to know each other. I've got to get back to my wedding reception before Jackie thinks I've made a run for it, which, for the record, I absolutely would not do. That woman is the best damn thing that's ever happened to me. Noah, I call out, scared of being left alone again. Don't leave. I'm not leaving you stranded. I'll check in every 15 minutes. But seriously, you two talk. It'll make the time go faster. Joey knows about contract law, and Lucy can tell you why French butter is superior to American. You've got plenty to discuss. Fine, Joey sighs, loosening his tie. But you owe me big time, Breckenridge. Like name your firstborn after me, big. Noah says something, but I've already drowned him out. Tears form in my eyes, which I wipe away frantically. I've made it this far. No reason to have Joey see how weak I truly am. So, Joey says after a moment of silence, follows Noah's departure. He's running his thumb over his watch, an absent-minded gesture that draws my attention to his hands. They're nice hands, strong, with clean nails and a light dusting of dark hair. French butter, huh? I laugh despite myself. That's what you latched onto? Well, I figure we can save the deep existential crisis talk for hour 2 of captivity. His mouth quirks up at one corner. Though I am curious why French butter is superior. Higher fat content, I reply automatically. American butter is only required to have 80% fat. French has 82% minimum. Those 2 percentage points make all the difference in pastry. Joey nods like I've just explained a complex legal principle he finds fascinating. So it's all about the fat content. It's about the richness, the mouthfeel, the way it makes a croissant shatter into a million buttery flakes. I'm gesturing with my hands now, unable to contain my enthusiasm. Baking is chemistry and physics and art all rolled into one. You really love what you do. It's not a question. I do. I tug at a loose thread on my chef pants. Most days, anyway. Days when I'm not trapped in elevators. Joey stretches his long legs out, his expensive shoes nearly touching my worn kitchen clogs. I get having passion for your work. It's what gets me through the 70-hour weeks. 70 hours? And here I was complaining about my 50-hour kitchen shifts. It's different. He shrugs. I'm not on my feet the whole time, just slowly killing my spine in ergonomic chairs while reviewing contracts worth more than some countries' GDPs. There's something refreshingly self-aware about how he says it. Not bragging, just stating facts. So how does one become a high-powered attorney who argues Supreme Court cases hungover? I ask. He laughs, a deep sound that resonates in the small space. By being too stubborn to admit defeat and too competitive to lose. Also, lots of coffee and a borderline unhealthy work ethic. Sounds familiar? Replace coffee with sugar and we're basically the same person. Somehow I doubt that, he says, but there's no malice in it. Just observation. Though I do have a massive sweet tooth. It's my one weakness. Only one? Must be nice. Oh, I have plenty. Just ask my ex-wife. His tone shifts slightly, a hardness entering his voice that wasn't there before. I consider steering away from the topic, but curiosity wins out. Bad divorce? Messy. We're still fighting over custody of our daughter. His jaw tightens. Penny, she's 4. I'm sorry, I say, meaning it. That must be tough. Yeah, well, he looks away. That's why I was so pissed about being stuck here. I'm supposed to figure out ways to get full custody of her. Can't afford to miss a minute. Something warm unfurls in my chest at his words. Beneath the expensive suit and alpha male exterior, there's a dad who misses his kid. Tell me about her, I say softly. Penny. His entire face transforms. The hard lines soften, and his eyes light up in a way that makes my heart skip. She's incredible, smart as a whip, loves dinosaurs and ballet, which is a weird combination until you see her pirouetting around the living room with a T-Rex toy. I smile. Sounds like she keeps you on your toes. Every day. She asked me last week why the moon doesn't fall down. Not just a simple gravity question, no. She wanted specifics on orbital mechanics. I had to Google it while pretending I totally knew the answer all along. And did you pull it off? Hell no. She called my bluff instantly, said, Daddy, you don't know, do you? Kids have built-in lie detectors. I laugh, picturing this powerful man being taken down a peg by a 6-year-old. She sounds wonderful. She is. His expression turns wistful. She'd love your cakes. She has a sweet tooth worse than mine. Well, if we ever make it out of here alive, I'll have to bake something special for her. The offer comes out before I can think better of it. She'd like that. His gaze meets mine, lingering longer than necessary. So what about you? What's your story, Lucy Jacobs? Beyond French butter superiority. Not much of a story to tell. Small-town girl moves to the big city to pursue culinary dreams. Currently stuck in elevator hell. There's always more to it than that. He shifts, leaning forward slightly. What made you want to become a pastry chef? The question catches me off guard, not because it's particularly invasive, but because people rarely ask about the why behind my career choice. They usually just want to know if I can make them a birthday cake for cheap. My grandmother, I say, a smile tugging at my lips. She taught me to bake when I was little, not measuring cups and teaspoons. She did it all by feel. A pinch of this, a handful of that. She'd say baking was about love, not precision. And yet, you just gave me a lecture on exact butterfat percentages, Joey points out, smirking. I contain multitudes, I shoot back. Scientific precision and grandmotherly intuition. An impressive combination, he says. And I can tell he means it. You know what? This Joey guy isn't half bad. I'm starting to like him a bit.
Chapter 6. Joey. I've never been claustrophobic before, but 3 hours trapped in this overheated metal box is testing my limits. The emergency lights cast an amber glow across the elevator, making everything look like we're inside a damn toaster oven, which, considering the temperature, isn't far off. So then I told the head chef his soufflé looked like something my grandmother would have thrown out, Lucy says, laughing as she finishes her story. I can't help but smile at the way her eyes light up when she talks about food. She's sitting cross-legged on the floor opposite me, her jacket long discarded, leaving her in a simple black tank top that clings to her curves. Her hair is piled on top of her head now, little curly tendrils escaping around her face. You didn't actually say that to his face, did you? Hell yes, I did. She grins, wiping a bead of sweat from her temple. What was he gonna do? My soufflé was perfect. Remind me never to cross you in the kitchen, I say, loosening another button on my shirt. Wise decision. So you were telling me about your daughter? My chest tightens the way it always does when I think about Penny. She's everything. 4 years old and already runs my entire life. As she should. Her mother's fighting me for full custody. The words taste bitter coming out. Raylan barely paid attention to Penny when we were married. Now suddenly, she's Mother of the Year. That sounds rough. Lucy's voice softens. No judgment, just understanding. Raylan comes from money. Old money. I run a hand through my hair, feeling it stick to my forehead with sweat. Her family acts like they're American royalty, or some things. When we were married, she was more interested in social events than spending time with our daughter. And now? Now she's remarrying. Some French count or whatever he is. Suddenly a kid makes a great accessory. I clench my jaw, feeling that familiar anger rising. She left Penny with nannies for the first 3 years of her life, but now she wants to play happy family with her new fiancé. Lucy shifts, stretching her legs out in front of her. My eyes follow the movement. I force my gaze back to her face. And how's Penny handling all this? She asks. She cries when she has to go to Raylan's. I swallow hard. Last time Raylan got pissed because Penny spilled juice on some fancy couch, called her clumsy and made her sit in the corner for an hour. That's awful. Lucy's expression darkens. She's 4. For God's sake. Exactly. I lean my head back against the elevator wall. Raylan's never dealt with the messy parts of parenting. She wants a perfect little doll she can dress up, not a real kid who makes mistakes. And the courts? Still undecided. Her family has connections, money. I've got a good legal team, but I shrug, letting the sentence hang. But it's not just about the legal case, Lucy finishes for me. It's about your daughter's happiness. I look at her, really look at her. In the dim light, with her clothes rumpled and her makeup long faded, she's beautiful in a way that catches me off guard. Not the polished beauty I'm used to dealing with, but something real. That's exactly it, I say quietly. Everyone's talking about custody schedules and psychological evaluations, but I just want Penny to be happy, to feel safe. Lucy slides over to sit beside me, her shoulder touching mine. Small contact sends electricity through my overheated skin. For what it's worth, she says, you sound like a great dad. I turn to look at her, our faces closer than I realized. A drop of sweat trails down her neck, disappearing beneath her tank top. I fight the urge to follow its path with my finger. How'd we go from arguing about which emergency button to press to this? I ask, my voice rougher than I intended. She smiles and it transforms her entire face. Survival bonding? Or maybe being trapped in a hotbox just makes people honest. I stare at the elevator ceiling, the textured metal panels that have become an all-too-familiar sight over the past 3 hours. Noah and Jackie's wedding flashes through my mind the reception we're both missing because of this damned elevator. You know what's ironic? I say, breaking our momentary silence. Noah and Jackie were supposed to be a fake marriage. Lucy nods. I heard. Now look at them. Disgustingly adorable and totally in love, I say, rolling my eyes. We both laugh and it feels good. A moment of lightness in this sweatbox. You know, I say, the idea forming as I speak. Maybe that's what I need to win this custody battle. A fake wife. I wave my hand in a grand gesture. Present the courts with a perfect family unit. Look, Your Honor, I'm stable. I have a loving partner. We eat wholesome dinners together and do puzzles before bedtime. Lucy snorts, because judges never see through that. Better than showing up solo while Raylan parades around with Count What's-His-Face. I loosen my tie completely, pulling it off and stuffing it in my pocket. The system's rigged anyway. 2 parents always look better than one. I wouldn't mind, Lucy says casually, examining her nails. Wouldn't mind what? I ask, only half listening as I roll up my sleeves. Helping you, you know, with a fake marriage thing. My hands freeze mid-roll. Are you serious? Why not? She shrugs like she's offering to water my plants while I'm away. Noah and Jackie started fake and look at them now. Yeah, but they seem pretty happy. I study her face for signs she's joking. Find none. Lucy, this isn't like borrowing sugar. We're talking about pretending to be in a relationship. For a court case. For Penny, she corrects me. From what you've told me, she deserves better than your ex. The mention of Penny's name hits me right in the chest. Everything I do, every motion I file, every lawyer I hire, it's all for her. For those green eyes that look exactly like mine. For the way she laughs when I spin her around. For her ridiculous obsession with putting glitter on everything. I hesitate trying to find the right words. After Raylan, I'm not looking for anything real. Did I ask for real? Lucy raises an eyebrow. I'm not exactly in the market for a relationship either. My last boyfriend thought my career was cute until it started taking up too much of my time. That sounds like a bad move. It was. She nods firmly. Just like what your ex is doing to Penny sounds like a bad move. Or would it be a surprising move? Either way. Despite everything, I laugh. You've got away with words. Part of my charm. She bumps her shoulder against mine. Look, I'm not saying we should rush into anything, but if you need someone to play happy family in front of a judge, I make a mean homemade pizza with unicorn sprinkles that would win Penny over in a heartbeat. You'd really do that? I search her face, not understanding why a virtual stranger would offer something so significant. Why? Because no child should be used as an accessory. No child deserves suffering. Her expression hardens slightly. And because I've seen what happens when kids end up with the wrong parent. There's a story there, something personal and painful, but I don't push. Instead, I find myself considering it. This outlandish plan that shouldn't make any sense, but somehow does in the heat of this elevator. I'd need to think about it, I say finally. It's not just about convincing a judge. Penny would be involved. Of course. Lucy nods solemnly. I wouldn't expect anything less. Just know the offer's on the table. The elevator lurches suddenly, and we both grab for the walls. The lights flicker, teasing us with the possibility of freedom. Think they finally remembered we exist? Lucy asks, standing up. I follow suit, gathering our discarded jackets. About damn time. But my mind isn't on the elevator anymore. It's racing ahead, playing out scenarios where Lucy meets Penny, where we sit across from a family court judge, where Raylan's face turns sour when she realizes she's not the only one who can present a picture-perfect family. It's crazy. It's possibly life-altering. Might just work.
Chapter 7. Lucy. The elevator gives a sudden lurch, and I grab the handrail along the wall to steady myself. Light floods in as the doors finally slide open, revealing 3 men in maintenance uniforms and hotel security blazers. "You folks all right in there?" one of them asks, concern etched across his sweaty face. "Just peachy," Joey answers before I can speak, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Nothing like a personal sauna to round out the night. I step out first, my legs wobbly after sitting for so long. The cool air of the hallway hits my face, and I realize how stifling it had been in that metal box. An hour and a half of my life I'll never get back. "Sorry about that, ma'am, sir. Electrical issue with the main circuit. Should be fully operational now." The maintenance guy sounds rehearsed, like he's given this speech before. Joey steps out behind me. Being trapped in close quarters with him had made me forget just how imposing he is. All 6 foot something of expensive suit and confidence. "I need to get back to the kitchen," I say. My pastry display was supposed to be the centerpiece of tonight's gala. Now I'm a little ashamed to show my face in the kitchen, even though none of this was my fault, just my luck. "Wait." Joey's hand brushes my arm, sending an unexpected jolt through me. He reaches into his suit jacket and pulls out a sleek business card, holding it between 2 fingers. "We survived a near-death experience together. I think that warrants staying in touch." I take the card, noting the raised lettering and fancy embossing. Joey Holloway, attorney at law, followed by an address in Midtown that probably costs more per square foot than my entire apartment. I have one too. I dig into my chef's coat pocket, grateful that I remembered to tuck a few cards in there before leaving this morning. My cards are simple, cream-colored stock with "Lucy Jacobs, pastry chef" in elegant font. Nothing as fancy as his, but they get the job done. His fingers brush mine as he takes it, and for a brief moment, I wonder if he'll just throw it away the minute I'm gone. I gesture vaguely toward the kitchen. "Go," he says with a nod, slipping my card into his pocket. "Thanks for keeping me sane in there." I hurry down the hallway, my kitchen clogs squeaking against the marble floor. My mind races with excuses and apologies as I push through the swinging doors into the kitchen, bracing for Olivia's wrath. But instead of anger, I'm met with the usual controlled chaos of post-event cleanup. Olivia spots me from across the kitchen and makes her way over, wiping her hands on her apron. "Lucy, there you are." "Olivia, I am so sorry. They finally got me out of that elevator." She wipes down the counters. "I'm glad. It must have been agony in there." I wring my hands, searching for the right words to say. "I'm so sorry. This should have never happened. I should have been able to help. I should have..." My voice catches as the anxiety that's been building since I got trapped in that damn elevator threatens to spill over. She waves away my words with a dismissive flick of her wrist. "Don't worry about it. These things happen." "But the dessert table?" I persist, my stomach still in knots, thinking about all the finishing touches I wasn't there to oversee. "Was a massive hit, thanks to your recipes." She smiles wide. "Everyone raved about those little chocolate domes with the raspberry centers. Jackie asked for your contact information for future events, said she'd never tasted anything like them." Relief washes over me like a cool wave, my shoulders finally dropping from where they've been tensed up by my ears. "Really? You're not just saying that?" "Would I lie to spare your feelings?" Olivia asks with a raised eyebrow, crossing her arms over her chest. "No." I laugh, the tension finally breaking. "You definitely would not. You tell me exactly how I screwed up and make me practice it 50 more times. Exactly. You did a fantastic job tonight, Lucy. Clean up what you need to and then head out. It's late and you've had enough excitement for one evening." I thank her and move to my station, where I quickly pack up my specialized tools and wipe down surfaces until they gleam. The other chefs nod or wave as I work, a few giving me curious looks. No doubt they've heard about the elevator incident. I keep my head down, not ready to share my unexpected encounter with the ridiculously handsome Joey Holloway just yet. I pushed through the service exit at the back of the kitchen, my footsteps echoing in the deserted hallway. The thought of getting into another elevator makes my chest tighten, so I head for the stairwell door instead. Stairs it is, I mutter to myself, shoving the door open with my hip while juggling my purse and knife roll. The staircase is eerily quiet compared to the bustling kitchen I just left. My clogs clunk against each step as I make my way down, the sound bouncing off the concrete walls. After the night I've had, my legs protest at the first few flights, but I push through. My thoughts drift back to Joey Holloway as I continue my descent. The way he looked at me when he talked about his daughter, the panic in his voice when he mentioned the custody battle, and then that ridiculous proposition. A fake wife, I whisper, shaking my head as my footsteps continue their steady rhythm. It's absurd. The kind of thing that happens in movies, not real life, not my life anyway. I barely have time to date, let alone pretend to be married to some filthy rich lawyer I met in an elevator. But then I think about little Penny, 4 years old with curly dark hair and a love for unicorns. A child caught in the middle of adult problems. Joey's voice echoes in my head. The courts favor mothers, and I'm a single dad with unpredictable hours. I meant what I said up there. I really would help him if I could. There was something so raw, so genuine about the way he talked about fighting for his daughter. None of the alpha male bravado was there when he mentioned Penny, just pure love and desperation. But am I just being naive? I don't know this man. For all I know, he could be feeding me a line, hoping to get, what? My help with some elaborate scheme, a one-night stand? Though the look of surprise on his face when I agreed to help suggested he wasn't exactly planning for me to say yes. What would it even entail? Being someone's fake wife, showing up to court hearings, meeting with lawyers, living together to make it look genuine? The thought makes my stomach flip in a way that isn't entirely unpleasant. You're being ridiculous, Lucy, I chide myself, voice bouncing off the walls. He was just venting. He's not actually going to call you. And yet, I keep seeing those intense green eyes, the way they locked onto mine when he handed me his card, the warmth of his fingers as they brushed against mine. I reach the ground floor, pushing through the stairwell door into the hotel's opulent lobby. The space is mostly empty at this hour, just a few late-night guests milling about. My clogs squeak against the polished marble as I cross to the main entrance. Outside, the night air hits my face, cool and refreshing after the stuffy stairwell. I take a deep breath, filling my lungs with city air. Not exactly fresh, but it feels good anyway. I flag down a cab, sliding into the back seat with a grateful sigh. Where to? The driver asks, meeting my eyes in the rearview mirror. I give him my address, then lean back against the worn leather seat. As we pull away from the curb, I can't help but glance up at the towering hotel behind us. My hand unconsciously drifts to my pocket, where his business card sits. Joey Holloway, attorney at law. I've officially lost my mind. I've agreed to pose as the wife of a man I met 2 hours ago, all because he talked about his daughter with such genuine emotion that it broke through my usual defenses. You are in way over your head, I whisper to myself as the cab weaves through late-night traffic. But even as I think it, I can't bring myself to regret offering to help. If there's one thing I understand, it's that children deserve to be with parents who love them that much. The cab stops at a red light, and I pull out Joey's card, running my thumb over the embossed lettering. Will he actually call? And if he does, am I really prepared to step into the role of instant wife and stepmother? You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Joey. I paced the length of my penthouse living room, checking my watch for the 5th time in 10 minutes. The elevator should ping any moment now. Raylan is never on time, a constant source of friction during our marriage, but she knows better than to be late with Penny. Not with our custody arrangement still hanging in the balance. The Manhattan skyline stretches beyond my floor-to-ceiling windows, all gleaming glass and sharp edges, not unlike the knife-edge tension I'm walking. Every minute my daughter spends with Raylan feels like gambling with something infinitely precious. The elevator finally announces its arrival with a soft chime. I straighten my shoulders and put on my best smile, the one reserved exclusively for my little girl. Daddy! Penny's voice reaches me before the doors fully open. She barrels toward me, dark curls bouncing, her small, sparkly backpack nearly slipping off her shoulders. I drop to one knee and catch her, lifting her into the air as she wraps her arms around my neck. Her familiar weight against my chest loosens something that's been tight inside me all weekend. There's my princess. I breathe in the scent of her shampoo, something fruity that Raylan insists on, mixed with that indefinable smell that is purely Penny. Over her shoulder, I catch Raylan's eye. She stands in the elevator doorway, manicured fingers tapping against her designer purse, clearly impatient to leave. Her brown hair is swept into some complicated updo, makeup perfect as always. The massive diamond on her left hand catches the light, deliberately positioned to be noticed. She ate lunch about an hour ago. Raylan's tone is clipped. Her things are all in her bag. Thanks for bringing her up. My words are polite, but cold, a practiced formality. Raylan waves dismissively, already stepping back into the elevator. I've got an appointment. Call if there's anything important. The doors close before I can respond, not that I plan to. I turn my full attention back to Penny, setting her down on the marble floor of the entryway. That's when I notice her expression doesn't match her excited greeting. Her small face is solemn, those green eyes so like mine, downcast. Hey, what's going on, kiddo? Didn't have fun at Mom's? I brush a wayward curl from her forehead. Penny shrugs, clutching the unicorn charm dangling from her backpack. Mommy was busy. I lead her to the couch, sitting beside her as she climbs up. Busy with what, sweetheart? With Derek. She pronounces the name with careful precision, clearly having heard it many times. Mommy said he's gonna be my new daddy. Her chin quivers slightly. But I told Mommy I already have a daddy. Something volcanic erupts in my chest, but I keep my expression neutral. That was very smart of you to say. You're absolutely right. Mommy got mad when I said that. Penny picks at a sequin on her shirt. She said I was being difficult. Then she told Miss Elena to take me to my room. Miss Elena, the new nanny. Because of Raylan's insufferable attitude, her nannies never stay for too long. It's unstable, and it only hurts Penny in the end. My jaw clenches so hard my teeth might crack. Did you spend a lot of time with Miss Elena this weekend? Penny nods, her curls bobbing. Almost the whole time. She's nice, but she doesn't know how to play unicorns right. Mommy and Derek had dinner parties and brunches and went shopping. Her small shoulders slump. Miss Elena had to give me breakfast and lunch and dinner, and bedtime stories. Mommy was too tired. The fury building inside me could level city blocks. I've suspected this kind of neglect, but hearing it from Penny herself makes me want to call my lawyer immediately. Raylan's always been self-centered, but pushing our daughter aside for her shiny new fiancé? I make a mental note to document every word of this conversation the moment Penny's asleep. Instead of showing my rage, I give Penny a smile. Well, since Mommy's house wasn't much fun, what if we make our house extra fun tonight? Her eyes brighten slightly. How? I tap my chin, pretending to think hard. I seem to remember a little girl who loves pizza with extra cheese. That's me. A small smile appears. And this little girl, she might also love unicorn ice cream. Penny bounces on the couch. With rainbow sprinkles? Is there any other way to eat it? I wink at her. And I also heard that a certain new glitter unicorn playset might have appeared in the toy store. Her entire face transforms, eyes widening. The Sparkle Kingdom one, with the rainbow slide. That very one. And you know what else? I lower my voice to a whisper. It might already be hiding in your bedroom. Really? She leaps up, practically vibrating with excitement. Go see for yourself. I barely finish the sentence before she's racing down the hallway toward her room. Her delighted shriek tells me she's found the elaborate unicorn castle I had delivered yesterday. Soon enough, she's dragging her castle out of her bedroom into the living room to play with it. I settle onto the plush living room rug beside Penny as she arranges tiny unicorn figurines in their glittery castle. Her small fingers move with careful precision, each mythical creature positioned just so. The concentrated furrow of her brow reminds me of myself when I'm deep in case preparation. This one is the queen, she informs me solemnly, holding up a purple unicorn with a silver mane. She's in charge of everyone. Very important job, I agree, watching her face light up as she demonstrates how the tiny elevator in the castle works. While Penny chatters about her unicorn kingdom's social hierarchy, my mind drifts to the custody situation. Hearing about the parade of nannies and Raylan's constant absence cuts deeper than I expected. I'd suspected as much, but confirmation from Penny's innocent reports makes my blood boil. The scenario plays in my head like one of my closing arguments. Raylan, chronically absent, pawning our daughter off on hired help while she parades around with her new fiancé. Meanwhile, Penny, sweet, sensitive Penny, notices everything, feels everything. Kids always do. Daddy, watch! Penny sends a unicorn sliding down the rainbow ramp, its tiny hooves catching on the glitter-infused plastic. The toy tumbles dramatically, and Penny erupts in giggles that momentarily push back the darkness gathering in my thoughts. I need to get full custody. Not this every other weekend nonsense that Raylan's expensive divorce attorney negotiated. Every day Penny spends in that emotional wasteland is damaging her. I see it in the way her shoulders relax when she's here. How her smile reaches her eyes again after a few hours in my home. But the courts are still stuck in the dark ages when it comes to custody battles. Mothers get preference unless you can prove serious neglect or abuse. Emotional neglect is harder to document, harder to prove even when it's written all over my daughter's face. Can the unicorns have some pizza when it gets here? Penny asks, breaking into my thoughts. Absolutely. Unicorns love pizza. Common knowledge? I wink at her and she beams back. As she returns to her play, my mind drifts to Lucy. Lucy Jacobs with her quick wit and warm eyes. Lucy, who panicked in that hotel elevator, but still managed to keep me grounded while the maintenance team took forever to save us. Lucy, who understood immediately why Penny in this custody situation mattered so much to me. The fake marriage idea had started as a joke, a ridiculous solution tossed out between two strangers stuck in a broken elevator. But what if it wasn't ridiculous? What if it could work? Judges love stability. A married father with a loving spouse versus a socialite mother who can't be bothered to have dinner with her own daughter. It could tip the scales. Lucy had mentioned her own difficult childhood, how she'd have given anything for a father who actually showed up. She'd get it. She'd understand what's at stake. Is it crazy? Absolutely. Is it desperate? Without question. But watching Penny arrange her unicorn kingdom, seeing the shadows of sadness that shouldn't exist in any 4-year-old's eyes, I'd do anything. Anything to protect her. I pull out my phone while Penny is distracted by her new toys and type a message to Lucy. Need to discuss our elevator conversation further, not as crazy as it sounded. Can you come by my penthouse tomorrow? Address below. It's important. My finger hovers over the send button. This is insane. I'm a high-powered attorney, for Christ's sake. I deal in facts and precedents, not desperate schemes. But then Penny looks up at me, those green eyes so full of trust, and I hit send before I can talk myself out of it. The reply comes faster than I expected. This about the M-word plan? Sure, I can stop by after my shift ends at 3. Address received. Should I bring cake? Feels like a cake conversation. I can't help but smile. Even in a text message, her personality comes through. Cake never hurts a negotiation. See you at 3. I put my phone away as Penny tugs my sleeve. Daddy, the pizza's gonna be here soon. The unicorns need to wash their hooves before dinner. Can't argue with unicorn hygiene, I say, following her lead into this moment of pure childhood magic, even as plans and strategies for tomorrow's meeting with Lucy begin to take shape in my mind.
Chapter 9. Lucy. I grip the bakery box tighter as the elevator climbs to the penthouse floor. My stomach does somersaults that have nothing to do with the elevator's smooth ascent and everything to do with what I'm about to do. Who agrees to a fake marriage with a man they met trapped in an elevator less than a week ago? Apparently, I do. The elevator dings. The doors slide open, and there he is. Joey stands in the middle of his living room, green eyes intense as they lock on mine. My heart does that stupid flutter thing again. You came. His voice carries surprise, like he half expected me to bail. I said I would. I lift the bakery box, and I brought cake. His lips twitch into that half smile that's been haunting my dreams. Bribing your way into my good graces with sugar? Is it working? Depends on what kind of cake. He steps back, allowing me into his domain. The penthouse is stunning. All clean lines, big windows, and tasteful modern furniture. But there's something off about it. For all its perfection, it lacks warmth. No photos on walls, no clutter of daily life. It's a showpiece, not a home. Chocolate, 2 slices. I set the box on the kitchen island's marble countertop. 1 regular for you, and 1 with extra sprinkles for Penny. Something softens in his expression at the mention of his daughter. You remembered she likes sprinkles. Hard to forget when you mentioned it 3 times during our elevator escapade. I open the box, revealing my handiwork. The slices sit nestled in their paper doilies. 1 classic chocolate with ganache, the other the same, but erupting with a rainbow of sprinkles. Thank you. She'll love this. Joey runs a hand through his dark hair. She's in her room playing. I thought it might be good for you 2 to meet properly before we proceed. The word proceed hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Speaking of which, Joey moves to a sleek desk in the corner of the living room and returns with a leather portfolio. I've drafted some paperwork for us to go over. Paperwork? Already? Lucy, I don't do anything halfway. He spreads several documents on the counter, careful to avoid the cake box. If we're doing this, we need to protect both of us. You really think Raylan is neglecting Penny? I ask, the real reason for this charade suddenly front and center. Joey's jaw tightens. I know she is. This last weekend when Raylan dropped Penny off, she was wearing the same clothes from 2 days before. Her hair hadn't been brushed, and there were these. He swallows hard. these little bruises on her arms. She said she fell, but you don't believe her. Penny's never been a clumsy kid. His knuckles turn white against the counter. And Raylan's been leaving her with a rotation of nannies while she parties with her fiancé. Penny told me she's scared of the new ladies who don't know how to make her food right. My heart twists. That poor baby. I need full custody, now. My lawyer says our chances improve significantly if I'm in a stable marriage. Show the court I can provide a complete family unit. And that's where I come in. I look down at the papers, legal jargon swimming before my eyes. Yes? He slides closer, his cologne, something expensive and subtle, filling my senses. This outlines everything, the terms of our arrangement, the financial compensation. Financial compensation? I blink at him. Of course. I'm not expecting you to do this for free, Lucy. The thought of being paid to help a child makes me uncomfortable. Let's just focus on the legal aspects first. Joey nods, respecting my deflection. For the next 20 minutes, he walks me through each document, translating dense legalese into plain English. There's a prenuptial agreement, confidentiality clauses, and terms for how we'll present ourselves in public. The thoroughness is both impressive and intimidating. So basically, we pretend to be madly in love, get married at the courthouse this week, and then convince a family court judge you deserve full custody of Penny, I summarize, trying to wrap my head around it all. Exactly. Joey looks at me intently. I know it's a lot to ask. If you want to back out, I don't. The firmness in my voice surprises even me. I want to help. No child should feel scared or neglected. Something passes between us. An understanding, maybe even respect. Daddy, a small voice interrupts our moment. We both turn to see a tiny figure standing in the hallway entrance. Penny Holloway is even more adorable in person than in the photos Joey showed me during our elevator confessional. Her dark curls are wild around her face, and her green eyes, mirror images of her father's, stare at me with unabashed curiosity. Hi there, I say, crouching down to Penny's eye level. Her curls bounce as she tilts her head, studying me with the unfiltered curiosity only a 4-year-old possesses. I'm Lucy. She clutches a stuffed unicorn with a sparkly horn against her chest, using it as a shield against this stranger in her home. One small foot twists against the floor. Joey steps forward, his hand coming to rest gently on his daughter's shoulder. Penny, this is my good friend Lucy. She's really nice, and she might be coming to live with us soon. Penny's eyes widen at this, darting from her father to me and back again. Like a sleepover? Something like that, Joey says, his voice softening in a way I've never heard before. But for a long time. I reach for the bakery box on the counter. I heard from a very reliable source that you like sprinkles. A little unicorn told me. I wink at her and open the box, revealing the slice of chocolate cake, practically buried under a mountain of rainbow sprinkles. Penny's entire face lights up, her earlier hesitation vanishing. For me? She steps closer, unicorn still clutched in one hand. All for you. I made it special. You made it? Her eyes grow impossibly wider. Like with magic? I laugh, the sound bubbling up naturally. Well, baker's magic. I make cakes and cookies and all sorts of yummy things. Joey moves to get a plate from a cabinet. Lucy is an amazing pastry chef. That means she makes the best desserts in the whole city. Penny approaches the counter, standing on tiptoes to get a better look at her treat. It's pretty, sparkly like Twinkle. She holds up her unicorn for my inspection. Twinkle is a very beautiful unicorn, I say solemnly. Does she like cake too? Penny giggles, the sound pure and sweet. No, silly. Unicorns eat rainbow grass and magic berries. Of course. How could I forget? I press my hand to my forehead dramatically, earning another giggle. Joey sets a small plate on the counter and transfers the cake slice onto it. His movements are careful, making sure not to dislodge a single sprinkle. There's something about watching this tall, powerful man being so gentle with something as simple as a slice of cake that makes my heart squeeze. "Can I eat it on the couch?" Penny asks, already reaching for the plate. Joey hesitates, and I can see the battle between wanting to say yes and worrying about the inevitable sprinkle explosion on his pristine furniture. "How about at the table?" I suggest. "And then maybe your dad and I can join you with our boring grown-up cake." This compromise seems acceptable to Penny, who nods solemnly and allows Joey to help her into a chair at the dining table. He places her plate carefully in front of her, adding a small fork that looks tiny in his hand. When Penny takes her first bite, her eyes close in bliss. "It's the bestest cake ever." "Thank you," I say, genuinely touched by her enthusiasm. Joey and I share a look over Penny's head. Something unspoken passes between us. In that moment, I see beyond the billionaire lawyer with the crisp suit and commanding presence. I see a father who would do anything to protect his daughter. Penny chatters between bites, telling me about her preschool and her favorite games and how Twinkle the unicorn sometimes has nightmares and needs extra cuddles. Each word, each animated gesture cements my decision. This child is precious. She deserves stability and love and someone who brushes her hair and makes sure she has clean clothes. She deserves a father who cuts her cake carefully to preserve every sprinkle. While Penny finishes her dessert, occasionally offering Twinkle an imaginary bite, I return to the kitchen island where the documents still wait. I pick up the pen Joey had set out earlier and start signing my name on the indicated lines. Lucy Jacobs, soon to be Lucy Holloway, at least on paper. Joey notices what I'm doing and approaches, his voice low. "You're sure about this?" I look over at Penny, who's now creating a story with her fork and Twinkle on the tabletop, complete with different voices for each character. "I'm sure," I say, continuing to sign. "She needs you, and you need help convincing a judge of that. It's only temporary, right?" Something flickers across Joey's face, something I can't quite identify, before he nods. "Right. Temporary."
Chapter 10. Joey. "Do you, Joseph Holloway, take Lucy Jacobs to be your lawfully wedded wife?" The judge's voice echoes in the small courthouse chamber, bouncing off wood-paneled walls that have witnessed thousands of unions before ours. Except those were probably real. This one's about as authentic as the Rolex knockoff sold on street corners. "I do." The words come out smoother than expected. The judge shifts his attention to Lucy, who stands beside me in a simple white dress that hugs her curves in all the right places. Nothing extravagant, we agreed. This shouldn't look suspicious, but damn if she doesn't make it look like high fashion. "And do you, Lucy Jacobs, take Joseph Holloway to be your lawfully wedded husband?" Lucy's eyes meet mine, a flicker of nervousness dancing across her features. "I do." The whole thing feels surreal, like I'm watching someone else's life play out, instead of living my own. A month ago, I'd never met this woman. Now we're legally binding ourselves together to fool a custody evaluator. If my law partners could see me now, they'd question my sanity. Hell, I'm questioning it myself. By the power vested in me by the state of New York, I now pronounce you husband and wife. The judge adjusts his glasses, his expression unchanging. He's probably seen it all in his years on the bench. "You may kiss the bride." This part we didn't rehearse. Lucy looks up at me, her warm brown eyes widening slightly. We've discussed boundaries, parameters, expectations, all the contractual elements of our arrangement, but but somehow overlooked this most traditional moment. I lean down, one hand gently touching her waist. Our witness, my assistant Marissa, watches with professional detachment, ready to sign the marriage certificate. This kiss needs to look believable, natural, like we've done it a million times before. My lips touch Lucy's and everything short-circuits. Her lips are soft, full, and taste faintly of cherry from her lip balm. What starts as a perfunctory contact transforms into something electric. I feel her inhale sharply against my mouth, her body tensing, then softening. My hand instinctively tightens on her waist. 3 seconds. That's all we agreed on. But I'm counting Mississippi style now, drawing it out. When we break apart, Lucy's eyes remain closed for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. When they open, there's a question there I'm not ready to answer. "Congratulations," the judge says, already gathering his papers ready for the next case. Marissa steps forward with the documents. All business. "Signatures here and here, please." I sign my name with practiced efficiency, then pass the pen to Lucy. Our fingers brush and that same electric current runs through me. Interesting. Very interesting. "That's it?" Lucy asks, handing the pen back to Marissa. "That's it. You're officially married." Marissa's tone carries no hint of judgment, though she knows exactly why we're doing this. Best assistant I've ever had. Discreet to a fault. "Thank you for expediting the process," I tell the judge, who nods curtly in response. Outside, the morning air hits us with a bracing chill. Lucy pulls her light jacket tighter around her shoulders. "So we did it," she says, her voice betraying a mix of relief and disbelief. "We did it, Mrs. Holloway." The name rolls off my tongue with unexpected satisfaction. Lucy rolls her eyes, but there's a hint of a smile. That's going to take some getting used to. My black Bentley idles at the curb, Calvin standing at attention beside the rear door. When he spots us, he opens it with practiced precision. "Congratulations, sir, ma'am." His face remains professionally neutral, but there's warmth in his eyes. He's been with me long enough to know the score, but he'll play along without question. Penny's face appears in the window, her green eyes so like mine, lighting up when she spots us. The car door swings open wider, and she nearly tumbles out in her excitement. "Daddy! Lucy!" She's wearing her favorite unicorn headband, a tiara, and what appears to be multiple strands of plastic beads. My princess never does anything halfway. I scoop her up, spinning her around once before setting her back on her feet. "Hey, Penny, were you good for Calvin?" "The best," Calvin confirms with a slight smile. "She taught me all about unicorn classifications." "There are different kinds?" Lucy asks, crouching down to Penny's level. Penny nods solemnly. "The sparkly ones live in the clouds, and the rainbow ones live in forests, and the special rare ones live in the ocean." "I had no idea," Lucy says, with such genuine interest that Penny beams. "That's fascinating." The three of us enter the back of the car. "Hey, I was thinking," I say, helping Penny buckle her seatbelt in the back of the Bentley. "How would my two favorite girls feel about brunch? And maybe some ice cream after?" Penny's eyes widen to comic proportions. "Ice cream for breakfast?" "After brunch," I clarify, though I'd honestly give her ice cream for breakfast, lunch, and dinner if it meant seeing her this happy. That's not too wild, right? "That sounds lovely," Lucy says, sliding into the car beside Penny. Calvin closes the door behind us before circling around to the driver's seat. The leather interior smells faintly of the cleaner he uses after Penny's visits, somehow managing to erase any evidence of sticky fingers or crushed goldfish crackers. "Daddy, can I get sprinkles?" Penny leans forward in her seat, practically vibrating with excitement. "And chocolate sauce? And cherries?" "You can get the works, Princess." I catch Calvin's eye in the rearview mirror. "Bellamy's, please." "Yes, sir." Calvin navigates into the morning traffic with practiced ease. Lucy sits beside Penny, helping her adjust a bead necklace that's gotten twisted. The sight of them together creates a strange warmth in my chest, one I'm not ready to examine too closely. This arrangement is mutually beneficial, nothing more. The fact that Lucy has already formed such a natural bond with my daughter is just convenient. "Did you and Lucy have a princess wedding?" Penny asks, looking between us. "With a big cake and dancing?" "It was a small ceremony, sweetheart," I answer, trying to navigate this new territory carefully. We've prepared Penny for Lucy moving in, explaining that Lucy is Daddy's special friend who's going to live with us for a while. The specifics of our marriage arrangement aren't exactly 4-year-old appropriate. "But we can have cake at brunch," Lucy adds smoothly. "I bet Bellamy's has something delicious." "Not as good as yours," Penny says with absolute conviction. "Lucy makes the best cakes in the universe, Daddy." I believe it. I reach across to take Lucy's hand, bridging the space between us. Her fingers are warm, strong from years of kneading dough and wielding pastry bags. "Actually, Lucy, I've been thinking. I know some of the top pastry chefs in the city. I'd like to introduce you to them, maybe help open some doors for your career." Her surprise is evident, those expressive eyes widening slightly. "You don't have to do that. Consider it a thank you. For everything. For agreeing to this madness. For being so good with Penny. For making this charade feel less like a business transaction. And more like something real. That would be amazing." The genuine excitement in her voice makes something tighten in my chest. She deserves this break, and I have the connections to make it happen. It's simple math. Good. I lift her hand to my lips and press a kiss against her knuckles. It's unnecessary. Calvin knows the truth, and Penny's too young to question the authenticity of our relationship. There's no audience here, no one to perform for. Yet I want to. That's the troubling part. Lucy's eyes meet mine, questioning. I just smile, still holding her hand as we drive through the city streets. The morning light catches in her curls, highlighting shades of amber I hadn't noticed before. She's beautiful in an effortless way that makes me wonder how I didn't see it immediately when we first met, trapped in that elevator. "So," Penny announces, breaking the moment. "I'm thinking strawberry ice cream, or maybe chocolate, or maybe both." "I think both sounds perfect," I say, reluctantly letting go of Lucy's hand to tap Penny's nose. "A perfect celebration for our new family." The word family lingers in the air. It's part of the script, the narrative we've created, but it feels less like a line and more like a possibility. Dangerous territory for a man who's built his life on calculated decisions and clear boundaries. And yet as we pull up to the restaurant, I find myself not wanting to examine those boundaries too closely. Not today. Today I'm taking my girls to brunch.
Chapter 11. Lucy. The crystal chandeliers of Flavor Fusion cast a warm glow across the marble floors as I arranged the final macaron on my display. Perfect symmetry, vibrant colors, and the scent of vanilla and sugar wafting through the air. My contribution to tonight's fundraiser for underprivileged children. These pistachio rose macarons are divine, Lucy. An elderly woman in pearls the size of quail eggs takes a delicate bite, her eyes closing in appreciation. Simply divine. Thank you. My hands smooth down the front of my black cocktail dress, the nicest thing in my closet, though it pales next to the designer gowns floating through the room. The rose water is imported from Morocco. I didn't actually know that until Joey had it delivered to my kitchen last week. Only the best from my fake wife's creations, he'd said with a wink that still makes my stomach flip when I think about it. A group of children from the benefiting community center drift over to my table, their eyes wide at the array of desserts. A little girl with braids points at my signature chocolate hazelnut tart. "Can I really have one?" She looks up at me like I'm offering her the moon. I bend down to her level. "Absolutely. That's why I made them. Tell me what you think." Her face lights up as she takes a bite, chocolate smearing across her chin. This right here is why I bake. Why I spent 12 hours yesterday perfecting these recipes. This pure, unfiltered joy. Across the room, Joey catches my eye and raises his champagne flute in a silent toast. His custom Tom Ford suit makes him look like he stepped out of a magazine, and for a brief moment, I feel a surge of pride. If only my former classmates from culinary school could see me now. "Mrs. Holloway, your vanilla bean, panna cotta, pairs beautifully with the sauternes." A silver-haired man in a tuxedo nods approvingly. "Lucy, please." The title still feels foreign on my tongue, a designer label I'm wearing on borrowed time. I reach for a glass of water, needing something to do with my hands, when I catch a snippet of conversation from two women in sequin gowns by the cocktail bar. So sudden, don't you think? Not even an engagement announcement. Convenient timing with the custody battle. Wonder what she's really after. My fingers tighten around the glass. Their eyes flick to me, then quickly away. Smiles too practiced and perfect. I've seen that look before. Another couple passes by, their whispers barely audible. "Can't believe Joey Holloway married." My body burns. I focus intensely on rearranging my already perfect display of petit fours, trying to look busy, professional, like I belong here among Manhattan's elite. But the weight of the diamond on my finger suddenly feels heavier, more conspicuous. What if they know? What if they can tell this marriage is as artificial as the sugar flowers on my cakes? Joey and I might have our arrangement, but these people, they have instincts honed by generations of detecting who truly belongs and who's just pretending. I glance at Joey again, confidently working the room, shaking hands, laughing at all the right moments. This is his world. I'm just visiting. Your Queen Amon is spectacular. Olivia appears beside me, resplendent in a red jumpsuit that somehow makes her look both powerful and approachable. I've been watching people come back for seconds and thirds. "Thanks for inviting me, Olivia. This is an amazing opportunity." "Are you kidding? After those wedding desserts, I had to have you here." She leans against my table, casually breaking a twill cookie in half. Though I see some of my guests are being their usual charming selves. I feel my shoulders tense. "You noticed that?" "I notice everything in my restaurant." Olivia's dark eyes scan the room, including when the Manhattan matrons start circling like sharks who smell fresh blood. A nervous laugh escapes me. "That obvious, huh?" "Only to someone who's been through it." She turns to face me fully. "When I opened this place, they gave me 6 months. Said a black woman couldn't possibly understand fine dining well enough to succeed in this neighborhood." Olivia gestures around the packed, immaculate space. A few years later, they're all fighting for reservations. I fiddle with a stray raspberry on my display. "It's different, though. You earned your place. I just married into mine." "Did you?" Olivia raises an eyebrow. "Because those desserts weren't made by Joey's last name." Olivia leans closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "You think I don't recognize that deer in headlights look? Please." She rolls her eyes. "I perfected it years ago when Leo and I signed our own marriage contract." I nearly dropped the chocolate-dipped strawberry in my hand. "You and Leo are—" "We were a mutually beneficial arrangement at first, yes." Olivia finishes with a wry smile. "He needed a wife to appease his board of directors. Apparently, being an unmarried CEO made them uncomfortable about the company's stability. I needed capital for this place." She gestures around the restaurant. "We made it work, even when the whole world was expecting us to fail. We fell in love, and now we have a son together." I absorb her words. feeling a small flame of confidence flicker within me. Thank you for telling me this. I thought I was the only one who felt like an imposter. Welcome to being a woman in spaces built by old money. Olivia pats my arm. Now excuse me while I go save my husband from talking semiconductors all night. Remember, you belong here because of what you create, not who you married. As she glides away, I take a deep breath and turn back to my dessert display with renewed purpose. The next hour passes in a blur of compliments and satisfied sighs as Manhattan's elite devour my creations. I focus on each person's reaction, the closed eyes of pleasure, the surprise at unexpected flavor combinations, the children's unfiltered delight. This is the best thing I've ever tasted, says a woman in a designer dress I could never afford, pointing to my cardamom-spiced chocolate cake. Are you opening your own patisserie soon? I'd be first in line. The validation feels like warm honey spreading through my chest. I straighten my shoulders slightly. I'm exploring several options at the moment. Yet even as I serve dessert after dessert, receiving praise from people who probably spend more on breakfast than I used to make in a week, the whispers continue at the edges of my awareness. Bet she can't believe her luck. Wonder how long before he trades up. Always had a thing for exotic women. My hands remain steady, but my mind races. I'm Lucy Jacobs, professional pastry chef who's worked so hard for years. Not just Joey Holloway's convenient wife. Not an accessory or a solution to a problem. So why does part of me still feel like I'm playing dress-up in someone else's life? I glance across the room where Joey stands, commanding attention without effort. His green eyes catch mine, and he gives me that smile, the one that seems to exist just for me, that makes my skin warm, despite everything complicated between us. I need to talk to him, not just about the event or Penny's schedule, or whose turn it is to use the master bathroom. Really talk about how it feels to have strangers dissect my worth based on my proximity to his wealth. About how, even with Olivia's encouragement, I'm struggling to separate Lucy the chef from Lucy the Holloway. As the crowd begins to thin and the event winds down, I make a mental note. Tonight, after we get home, I'll tell him. About the whispers. About my fears. About how desperately I want to be seen for myself in this glittering world he inhabits so effortlessly. Because if this arrangement is going to work, really work, we need more than legal documents and shared space. We need honesty, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it exposes the parts of me that feel inadequate standing next to someone like him. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Joey. I sink into the plush cushions of the chaise lounge in my master bedroom, loosening my bow tie with one hand while balancing a crystal flute of champagne in the other. The city lights twinkle through the windows, painting Manhattan in a golden glow 40 floors below. Lucy sits cross-legged on my king-sized bed, still in her black cocktail dress from the fundraiser, though she's kicked off her heels somewhere near the door. To Olivia's Flavor Fusion, I raise my glass, and to the chef who stole the whole damn show tonight. Lucy's smile doesn't quite reach her eyes as she takes a small sip. Your friends certainly know how to throw a party. They're not my friends, more like professional acquaintances with excellent tax write-offs. The champagne fizzes on my tongue, some rare vintage my assistant ordered that costs a kidney. I'd kill for a beer right now, but tonight calls for celebration. Lucy runs her finger around the rim of her glass, creating a faint musical note. Some woman in the red dress, I think her name was Becky, asked if I was your charity project. Screw Becky. I set my glass down harder than intended. She's been trying to set me up with her daughter since law school. She wasn't the only one. I counted at least 3 women who looked at me like I was something they found on the bottom of their Louboutins. I move to the bed, sliding next to Lucy. Her perfume mingles with the scent of champagne. Those people wouldn't know talent if it smacked them in the face. You saw how they devoured your desserts. And then asked if I learned to bake on YouTube. I laughed despite myself. God, they're the worst. Lucy's shoulders slump slightly. She stares into her champagne like it holds the answers to questions she hasn't asked yet. The golden liquid catches the light from my bedside lamp, reflecting tiny stars across her face. Joey, I just don't know if I fit into your world. Her voice drops almost to a whisper. These people have vacation homes in countries I can't pronounce. They debate wine vintages like they're discussing the weather. Meanwhile, I'm still excited when I find a 20 in my coat pocket. My chest tightens. I take her glass, setting it alongside mine on the nightstand, and grasp both her hands. Look at me. She raises those brown eyes to mine, vulnerability etched across her features. You think I give a damn about any of those people? They're empty. They talk about nothing but money, status, and other people's failures. I squeeze her hands. You've got more talent in your pinky finger than that entire room combined. And you're actually interesting. When was the last time you heard Carlton talk about anything besides his golf handicap or his newest sports car? A small laugh escapes her. The Bentley or the Aston Martin? Exactly. Boring. I brush a curl from her face. You know what I heard tonight? I heard you discussing social justice with the mayor. I saw you explain to a 5-star chef exactly why your cardamom rose dessert paired perfectly with that pretentious coffee they were serving. I panicked and made that up on the spot. And he nodded, like you just revealed the secrets of the universe. I run my thumb across her knuckles. Do you know how rare that is? To be real in a room full of fakes? Lucy shifts, her dress rustling against the Egyptian cotton duvet. I just worry that the novelty will wear off, and then everyone will see through the fake marriage we got ourselves into. The moonlight catches her profile, highlighting the strength in her jawline. This woman who stood in a kitchen for 12 hours perfecting desserts that made hardened food critics moan aloud, doubting herself because of a bunch of trust fund jerks. When I was in that elevator with you, I wasn't Joseph Holloway, attorney at law with his name on a building. I was just a guy having a panic attack who didn't even know how to help his kid. I lean closer. You were the one who knew what to do. You're the one who connects with Penny in ways I'm still figuring out. Penny sleeps peacefully in her bedroom, surrounded by her army of stuffed unicorns after spending the evening with Mrs. Rodriguez from the floor below us. These people. I make a dismissive gesture toward the window and the city beyond. They perform wealth. You create something real, something that makes people happy. Don't ever think you don't measure up. I brush my thumb over Lucy's wrist, feeling her pulse quicken beneath my touch. The champagne buzzes pleasantly through my system, not enough to impair judgment, but just enough to blur the sharp edges of restraint I usually maintain. Our arrangement does have an expiration date, Lucy says, her voice soft but matter-of-fact. 6 months, and then we go our separate ways. You get full custody of Penny, I get my bakery, and we both move on with our lives. The clinical way she lays it out hits me harder than expected. 6 months. A business transaction with a ticking clock. That's what we agreed to when we signed those marriage documents at City Hall 2 weeks ago. No friends, no family, or pathetic attempts at vows we didn't mean. But something's changed since that day. Is that what you want? I ask, studying her face. The warm brown of her eyes reveals nothing, but the slight tension in her jaw tells me she's not as detached as she's pretending to be. It's what we agreed to. She pulls her hands away from mine, smoothing non-existent wrinkles from her dress. And it's logical. You don't need me once the custody battle is over. Need. The word sticks in my throat. I haven't needed anyone since my parents died when I was 22. I built my law firm from the ground up and created a life that works perfectly well without dependence on others. But the thought of Lucy walking away in 6 months leaves an unexpected hollowness in my chest. What if I want you to stay? The words escape before I can analyze them, filter them through my usual careful consideration. Lucy's eyes widen slightly. Joey, you're just... Don't tell me what I'm feeling. I move closer, the mattress dipping beneath our combined weight. I know the difference between appreciation for your help and whatever this is. Her perfume envelops me, the scent that now clings to my pillows, my towels, my life. We barely know each other, she protests, but she doesn't move away. I know that you sing off-key to Beyoncé when you think no one's listening. I know you stress bake at 3 in the morning when you can't sleep. I know you're the only person who can get Penny to eat vegetables by turning them into unicorn food. I reach out, tucking a wayward curl behind her ear. I know enough. Her skin is warm under my fingertips. I let my hand linger, tracing down to the curve of her jaw. Lucy remains still, her breathing shallow, but she doesn't pull away. Instead, she leans almost imperceptibly into my touch. That slight movement breaks something loose in me. I lean forward, giving her every opportunity to back away, to enforce the boundaries of our arrangement. She doesn't. Our lips meet, and the champagne suddenly tastes infinitely better on her mouth than it did in my glass. Her lips are soft, yielding at first, then responding with increasing urgency. My hand slides to the back of her neck, fingers threading through her curls. Everything about this moment feels inevitable, as though all our careful rules and logical agreements were just temporary barriers to this. The kiss deepens. Lucy's hand finds my chest, resting over my heart, which pounds embarrassingly hard beneath my dress shirt. The controlled, composed attorney who intimidates opposing counsel into settlements is nowhere to be found. There's just me, a man kissing a woman who's managed to crack through my defenses in record time. Pull back just enough to gauge her reaction. Her eyes remain closed for a beat longer than necessary, her lips slightly parted. Tell me to stop, I whisper, though it might kill me if she does. Instead, she grabs my loosened bow tie, pulling me back to her. Don't you dare! The remaining restraint dissolves. I kiss her again, harder, my hands sliding down her sides, feeling the curve of her waist through the silky fabric of her dress. The champagne emboldens me, but it's not driving this. It's just removing the hesitation that might have held me back. And now that Lucy has given me this inch, I'm taking the full mile.
Chapter 13. Lucy. Joey's fingers trace the zipper along the back of my cocktail dress, the cool metal sliding down with deliberate slowness. You've been driving me crazy all night, he murmurs against my neck, his breath warm and intoxicating. Walking around at that event, pretending you weren't mine. The irony of his words hits me. I'm not his. This marriage is a carefully constructed illusion. Paperwork, convenience, mutual benefit. Nothing more. Yet here we are. His hand slipped the dress from my shoulders, the black fabric pooling around my waist. The penthouse air kisses my skin, raising goosebumps across my exposed flesh. Joey's green eyes darken as they drink me in, and something primal twists inside me. We shouldn't be doing this, I whisper, even as my body arches toward his touch. Tell me to stop. His fingers hover just above the lace of my bra, waiting, challenging. I should. I absolutely should. This complicates everything. Our arrangement was clear. Fake marriage, separate lives, mutual benefits. Sex wasn't part of the deal. Sex meant feelings, and feelings meant mess. But I don't tell him to stop. Instead, I reach for the buttons of his shirt, my fingers trembling slightly as I expose the tanned skin of his chest inch by inch. That's what I thought, he says, a victorious smile playing on his lips. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 14. Joey. The morning light filters through my penthouse windows as I roll out of bed, feeling like I'm walking on air. My muscles ache in all the right places, places I didn't even know could feel this good. Memories of last night with Lucy float through my mind, her skin against mine, her breathless laughter, the way her eyes locked with mine in that moment of perfect connection. Fake marriage. Right, that's what this is supposed to be. I chuckle to myself as I step into the shower, letting the hot water cascade down my back. Whatever this arrangement started as, it's morphing into something else entirely, something I haven't felt since, well, maybe ever. Once I finish showering, I'm in the middle of dressing myself when I hear a small voice calling for me. Daddy! Penny's voice rings through the penthouse as I'm knotting my tie. Lucy made star pancakes with chocolate chips. My 4-year-old tornado bursts into my bedroom, green eyes wide with excitement, dark curls bouncing with each step. There's a smudge of chocolate at the corner of her mouth and pure joy radiating from her face. Did she now? I scoop her up, pressing my forehead against hers. And did you say thank you like the polite little monster you are? Uh-huh. And she said I can help make cookies later if... She leans in close. If I eat all my veggies at dinner? Sounds like a fair trade. I carry her toward the kitchen where the smell of coffee and pancakes makes my stomach growl. Where's Lucy now? Getting dressed, she said. Grown-ups shouldn't have breakfast in their pajamas when they have important stuff to do. Lucy emerges from the guest room just as we enter the kitchen. She's wearing simple black pants and a deep blue blouse that makes her skin glow. Her curly hair is pulled back in a neat bun, showcasing the elegant curve of her neck, the same neck I spent considerable time exploring last night. Morning. Her voice carries a hint of shyness, but her eyes meet mine with unmistakable heat. Morning. I set Penny down, using every ounce of restraint not to cross the kitchen and kiss Lucy senseless. I hear there were star pancakes. Penny was very specific about the acceptable pancake shapes. Lucy slides a mug of coffee across the counter to me. Apparently, circles are boring. Circles are boring, Penny confirms, climbing onto her booster seat. I take a sip of the coffee, prepared exactly how I like it, and watch Lucy move around my kitchen with easy confidence. She belongs here, I realize with startling clarity. Not as my fake wife, not as part of some elaborate custody scheme, but here. With us. I've got that charity dinner tonight, Lucy reminds me, packing Penny's lunch with practiced efficiency. But I should be home by 8. Home. Such a simple word, yet it hasn't felt true until now. I'll have Penny in bed by then. My fingers brush against hers as I take the lunchbox. Maybe we could open that bottle of Cabernet after. The smile she gives me sends warmth straight to my core. I finish my coffee in a few quick gulps, savoring the rich flavor as Lucy wrangles Penny into finishing her breakfast. The domesticity of this moment, something I'd never thought I'd crave, feels as comfortable as my favorite suit. Penny, we need to get you dressed for school. What's the theme today? Unicorns or space explorers? I run my hand over her wild curls, making a mental note to schedule a hair appointment soon. Dinosaurs! She bounds from her chair, leaving a half-eaten star pancake behind. Miss Georgia is bringing real fossils! Lucy laughs, the sound musical in the morning quiet. I packed her dinosaur shirt in her backpack yesterday. The green one with the T-Rex. You remembered! The words come out softer than intended, laced with genuine appreciation. Her eyes meet mine. Of course I did. With Penny racing toward her bedroom, I have a precious moment alone with Lucy. I step closer, drawn to her like gravity. Last night was... I trail off, searching for the right words. I know. She reaches up, straightening my already straight tie, her fingers lingering against my chest. Me too. I lean down, capturing her lips in a kiss that starts gentle but quickly deepens. Her body melts against mine, and I'm half tempted to call in late to the office when... Daddy, I can't find my dinosaur socks! Lucy breaks away, clearing her throat. Duty calls. This isn't over, I promise, stealing one more quick kiss before heading to Penny's room. After helping Penny into her dinosaur attire, complete with the missing socks that were, predictably, at the bottom of her toy chest, I return to my bedroom to finish getting ready. Usually, I throw on whatever designer suit is at the front of my closet, but today feels different. I stand before the walk-in closet, considering options with unusual care. The navy Armani feels too understated, the charcoal Hugo Boss too severe. My fingers land on a slate blue Tom Ford that Lucy had commented on once, saying it brought out the green in my eyes. The suit it is. I select a crisp white shirt, and then pause at my tie collection. The red power tie I typically wear to court seems wrong for today. Instead, I choose a subtly patterned silk in shades of blue and green. Cufflinks, the platinum ones my father gave me when I made partner. In the bathroom, I spend extra time on my grooming routine. Electric razor for a perfect stubble. Hair product worked through my dark strands for that deliberate tousled look. A splash of the cologne Lucy had leaned in to smell more deeply last night. Wow, Daddy looks fancy, Penny declares from the doorway, her dinosaur backpack already strapped on. I wink at her in the mirror. Daddy's always fancy, kiddo. Extra fancy, she insists, pronouncing extra with dramatic emphasis. In the kitchen, Lucy is packing her own bag, sliding in containers of what looks like pastry samples. She's mentioned experimenting with new recipes for the shop, something with lavender and honey that's been giving her trouble. I should be at the shop by 9, she says, checking her watch. Andre's letting me use the test kitchen before we open. Your boss seems decent. I grab my briefcase while helping Penny into her little jean jacket. He is. Started as a dishwasher like me, worked his way up. Now he owns 3 pastry shops and is expanding, She zips her bag with finality. He gets it, you know? The hunger. The way she says it, not literal hunger, but that drive, that need to create something meaningful, resonates with me. It's what pushed me through law school, through 80-hour weeks as an associate. You're going to own your own place someday, I tell her. Not as comfort, but as fact. The Lucy Jacobs Bakery with lines around the block. Her smile is worth every word. First things first, mastering this lavender honey tart before Andre thinks he made a mistake promoting me. We move together toward the door, a synchronized dance of morning departure. Penny between us, swinging our hands and chattering about dinosaur facts. I'll drop her at preschool, I say as we reach the lobby. Calvin has the car waiting. Lucy nods, then crouches to Penny's level. Have the best day with the fossils, okay? Tell me everything. I will! Penny throws her arms around Lucy's neck in a fierce hug. When Lucy straightens, I notice a moment of hesitation. This is still new. These public goodbyes. I make the decision for both of us, leaning in to kiss her cheek, lingering just enough to make my intentions clear. Good luck with the tarts, I murmur against her ear. Text me when you're heading to the charity thing tonight. Her fingers squeeze mine briefly. You clean up nice, Holloway. Really nice. With that, she's off, striding toward the subway entrance with purpose, her curls catching the morning sunlight. I watch her go, feeling a strange lightness in my chest. Daddy, you're smiling all big, Penny observes as I guide her toward the waiting town car. Am I? I ask, not bothering to deny it. Huh? Like when I got an A on my alphabet test. I buckle her into her booster seat, thinking about how accurate her comparison is. Pride. That's what this feeling is, pride in having Lucy in our lives, and being the man who gets to kiss her goodbye in the morning. Ready? Yes, Daddy, Penny says, swinging her feet. Calvin, dutiful as ever, drops Penny off at her preschool and then drops me off at the firm. He sends me a respectful nod before driving off, leaving me to enter my office building with my head held high. Lucy has a special effect on me. The law firm buzzes with its usual Monday energy as I stride through the glass doors. Even with 2 complex cases demanding my attention, I can't wipe the stupid grin off my face. Someone had a good weekend, remarks James, my senior partner, falling into step beside me. You could say that. Must be that new wife of yours, Lucy, right? The entire office is dying to meet her at the holiday party next month. Pride swells in my chest before I can check it. She's something else. I've gathered, James says, his tone shifting slightly, though I've been hearing some strange things. I stop cold, turning to face him. What things? James hesitates, glancing around the busy corridor. Let's take this to your office. The glass door to my corner office barely closes before I'm rounding on him. Spill it, James, now. Look, I wouldn't mention it, but since she's your wife, there's talk going around that Lucy's been less than faithful in previous relationships, that she's got a pattern of attaching herself to wealthy men. Ice forms in my stomach. Where did you hear that? Melissa's cousin apparently knows her from culinary school. Says Lucy had a reputation for dating instructors, getting preferential treatment. He shifts uncomfortably. And then there's the rumor about her boyfriend in Paris. Some restaurant owner who bankrolled her education before she left him high and dry. Nonsense. The word comes out sharp enough to make James flinch. Hey, I'm just the messenger. Though Raylan did seem pretty convinced when she was telling everyone at Charles's birthday drinks on Friday. Raylan? Heat surges through my veins, replacing the ice with fury. My ex-wife, Raylan? She said she was just concerned for you and Penny. That's enough. My knuckles turn white against the desk I'm gripping. None of it's true. Lucy is the most genuine person I've ever met. I wouldn't believe anything coming out of Raylan's mouth. James raises his hands in surrender. For what it's worth, I thought it had seemed out of character from what you've told me about her. Raylan did seem motivated. After he leaves, I slam my fist against my desk, sending papers flying. The thought of Lucy hearing these rumors of her warm, confident smile dimming because of Raylan's vicious lies makes me want to tear down walls. If Raylan keeps around with Lucy and I'll make her pay. I'll make her regret even thinking badly about Lucy when I'm done with her.
Chapter 15. Lucy. I pipe a delicate rosette onto the corner of a chocolate ganache tart, my wrist flicking with practiced precision. The kitchen at Delice Patisserie hums with the rhythmic sound of whisks against metal bowls and the gentle hiss of the industrial oven. The scent of warm sugar and melted chocolate wraps around me like a familiar embrace. This is my domain, where measuring cups are my weapons and pastry bags are extensions of my fingers. Pass me the gold dust, would you? I don't look up as I complete the final decorative flourish. Andre grunts in acknowledgement, but doesn't move from his spot against the counter, his attention fixated on his phone. His thumb scrolls up and down, up and down. As the head chef and owner, he should be prepping for the lunch rush, but lately, he's been more interested in his social media than soufflés. I grab the gold dust myself, carefully tapping it over the tart to create a subtle shimmer. These need to go in the display case before noon. Andre's eyes remain glued to his screen, the blue light reflecting off his glasses. Lucy, you're trending. What? The gold dust slips in my fingers, sending a cloud of glittering particles across the counter. Trending where? He turns his phone toward me. Everywhere. Your billionaire husband is quite the headline maker. My stomach knots. The article headline reads, Holloway airs mystery bride, gold digger, or undercover agent? What the hell is that supposed to mean? I wipe my hands on my apron, leaving golden smudges on the white fabric as I step closer. There's more. Andre swipes to another article. Sources claim Holloway Jacobs' marriage, a cover for offshore business dealings. He looks up at me, eyebrows raised. Are you laundering money through pastries, Lucy? That's ridiculous. Heat shoots across my body as I scan the article. Words like suspicious timing and convenient arrangement jump out at me. There's even a blurry photo of Joey and me entering his building, my face half turned away but recognizable enough. Andre swipes again. This one says you're his former nanny who blackmailed him into marriage. He chuckles. And this one suggests you're actually related to him, and it's all a publicity stunt for some reality show. My hands tremble as I grab a cloth to wipe up the spilled gold dust. People will believe anything. The price of marrying into the big leagues, I guess. Andre sets his phone down and leans closer. His cologne, too strong for a kitchen environment, invading my space. For what it's worth, I don't believe any of it. Thanks, I mutter, moving to the sink to wash my hands. I mean, I know you. He follows, stopping unnervingly close behind me. You're not calculating enough to be a gold digger. I shut off the water and turn to face him, finding myself cornered between his body and the sink. Excuse me? It's a compliment. His eyes travel down to my flour-dusted shirt. You're too authentic. That's what I've always liked about you. I step sideways, but he mirrors the movement, blocking my path. Andre, I need to finish those pastries. You know, I was thinking. His fingers brush against my arm. With your newfound fame, we could rebrand the bakery. Feature you more prominently. Desserts by Lucy Holloway has a nice ring to it. My name is still Lucy Jacobs professionally. I correct him, discomfort prickling along my spine. We could do a photo shoot. Just you, surrounded by your creations. His hand slides up to my shoulder. I know some photographers who owe me favors. I duck under his arm. I'm not interested in being the face of anything. Don't be modest. Andre follows me back to my workstation. You've got the talent, the looks, and now the connections. We'd be stupid not to capitalize on it. Capitalize on what exactly? The fact that tabloids are making up lies about my marriage? I grab a piping bag, squeezing it too hard as I work on another tart. Your marriage is your business. Andre's voice drops an octave as he approaches again. Our business could be something separate. When I look up, his face is inches from mine. His hand reaches out to tuck a loose curl behind my ear, lingering against my cheek. I jerk away. What the hell are you doing? Just being friendly. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. Now that you've had a taste of the high life, I thought maybe you'd see things differently between us. There is no us, Andre. I work for you. That's it. Come on, Lucy. He steps closer again. Your billionaire husband won't know. And honestly, given how fast you two got married, I doubt it's the love match of the century. My blood boils as I set down the piping bag with deliberate care. You don't know anything about my relationship. I know opportunity when I see it. His hand reaches for my waist. And I think we both could benefit from a little collaboration. I slap his hand away, fury replacing embarrassment. That's it. I'm done. Done with what? This. I untie my apron with such force the strings snap, flinging it onto my station. The rosettes I'd so carefully piped look like smashed flowers now, but I don't care. Lucy, don't be dramatic. Andre's voice follows me as I march toward the back room. Dramatic? You just sexually harassed me and suggested I cheat on my husband. I grab my bag from my locker, hands trembling with rage. I'm not being dramatic. I'm quitting. You can't quit, Andre laughs. But there's an edge to it. You need this job. I spin to face him. Not anymore, I don't. What are you going to do? Bake cookies in your billionaire husband's penthouse kitchen? His smirk makes my skin crawl. You'll be back. Once the novelty wears off and he trades you in for the next shiny thing. My colleagues have stopped working, pretending not to listen while obviously catching every word. I feel their eyes on me, some sympathetic, others judgmental. In this moment, I realize how quickly perspectives shift. Yesterday, I was just Lucy. Now I'm Holloway's wife. I'd rather be unemployed than work another minute with you. I push past him, bumping his shoulder hard enough to make him step back. Good luck finding another pastry position when I tell everyone how you tried to leverage your new connections to take over my business. The kitchen doors swing shut behind me, cutting off his threats. The front of the bakery is busy with the lunch crowd, customers peering into glass cases at desserts I'd crafted with love just hours ago. None of them notice as I slip out the side door into the alley. The cold air hits my face, and I realize I've left my jacket behind. Too bad. I'm not going back for it. I storm, out onto the sidewalk, my chef clogs clacking against the pavement. New York bustles around me, indifferent to my personal crisis. Yellow cabs honk, pedestrians shoulder past, food carts pump steam into the already gray sky. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I ignore it. It's probably Andre texting some half-assed apology that's really just another attempt to manipulate me into coming back. Or worse, it could be more notifications about those articles. I wander downtown, no destination in mind. Each street corner I pass offers another decision I'm not ready to make. Where am I going? What am I doing? The weight of my sudden unemployment presses down on my shoulders, making each step heavier than the last. A woman passing by does a double take at me, then whispers something to her companion. They both turn to stare. Are they recognizing me from those articles? Or am I just being paranoid now? I duck my head and walk faster. My phone buzzes again and again. A string of notifications that won't stop. With a frustrated groan, I pull it out. 5 missed calls from Joey, 12 text messages, and about 30 notifications from social media apps I rarely use. I swipe them all away without reading them. Madison Square Park appears ahead of me. I gravitate toward it, seeking some green space amidst the concrete and chaos. Finding an empty bench, I collapse onto it, the adrenaline of my dramatic exit finally draining away. What have I done? I whisper to the pigeons gathering hopefully at my feet. I just quit my job. Reality crashes over me. I had a good position at that bakery. Despite Andre being a creep, the pay was decent, and I'd built a reputation there. Now I'm jobless, and apparently infamous. I pull my phone out again, this time opening one of the news sites. The headlines make me sick. Holloway's gold-digging bride, the calculated rise of Lucy Jacobs. From flower to power, how a baker seduced NYC's most eligible bachelor. Sources close to Lucy Jacobs reveal she always had a plan. My throat tightens. What sources? I don't have sources. I have friends. At least I thought I did. A couple walks by, the woman doing that not-so-subtle pointing thing with her chin toward me. I hear her whisper, "That's her." I hunch forward, elbows on my knees, staring at the ground. Yesterday, I was just Lucy Jacobs, pastry chef. Today, I'm a tabloid headline, a suspected gold digger, a scheming nobody who somehow trapped Joey Holloway. My life is officially ruined. I say to no one, watching a pigeon peck at a discarded hot dog bun. No job, no reputation, and apparently no privacy. The bench feels cold beneath me. Or maybe that's just the chill of reality setting in. Everything has changed, and not for the better. I'm a hashtag now, a trending topic, a punchline.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 16. Joey. The afternoon sun streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my penthouse, casting long shadows across the Italian marble floors. From 40 stories up, the city looks like a toy model. Tiny cars crawling along miniature streets, ant-sized people going about their insignificant lives. Up here, everything feels distant, controlled. I pace across my living room, phone in hand, glancing occasionally at my watch. Penny won't be done with preschool for another 2 hours. The silence in the penthouse feels oppressive rather than peaceful. My daughter's absence always leaves this place feeling too damn big, too empty. My fingers hover over Raylan's contact. I shouldn't call her. Every interaction with my ex-wife is like playing with fire while doused in gasoline. But these rumors about Lucy and me have started affecting my professional life. and I need to know if my suspicions are correct. I hit dial before I can talk myself out of it. The phone rings 3 times before she picks up. Joey? Her voice drips with fake surprise. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Cut the nonsense, Raylan. I stop at the window, staring out at the skyline. Have you been spreading rumors about me and Lucy? Excuse me? She laughs, the sound like glass breaking. That would be beneath me. In case you've forgotten, I'm engaged to Derek now. Why would I care about your little fling with the baker girl? My jaw tightens. The way she says, baker girl, with such dismissive contempt makes my blood boil. Lucy is more genuine than anyone in Raylan's social circle could ever hope to be. First, she's a pastry chef, not a baker girl. Second, I find it interesting that you know who I'm dating when I haven't mentioned Lucy to you. Silence. I've caught her in her own trap. Everyone knows, Joey. It's not exactly a state secret. Her recovery is quick, but not quick enough. I move toward my kitchen, running my hand along the cool granite countertop. James told me something interesting today. Oh, James? Your senior partner. What would he have to say that concerns me? The slight edge in her voice tells me I'm on the right track. He mentioned he was at some party last weekend. Said you were there looking stunning as always. I add that last part because flattery has always been Raylan's weakness. He also mentioned that you spent a considerable amount of time telling anyone who would listen about how I'm dating an opportunistic gold digger who's using my daughter to secure her position. Me. The silence that follows is deafening. That's ridiculous. James must have misheard. James doesn't mishear things, Raylan. It's why he's the best litigator in the state. I open the refrigerator not because I'm hungry, but because I need something to do with my hands. You were there with Derek, wearing that red Valentino dress you think makes you look slimmer. You had 3 gin martinis and then started talking trash about Lucy to Margaret Peterson, who then told her husband, who then told James. And now, coincidentally, false rumors about Lucy are spreading like wildfire. Another long pause. I can practically hear the gears turning in her head, searching for a plausible denial. So what if I did? Her voice shifts from defense to attack. That woman is beneath you, Joey. She works in a kitchen, for God's sake. That woman has more class in her little finger than you've acquired with all your family's money. I slam the refrigerator door shut. And more importantly, Penny adores her. Please, Penny's 4. She adores anyone who gives her sugar. I grip the phone tighter, counting to 3 in my head. Listen carefully, Raylan, because I'm only going to say this once. Stay away from me. Stay away from Lucy. Stop spreading your poisonous nonsense to our mutual acquaintances. Or what? She laughs again, but there's uncertainty there now. Or I'll have my lawyer revisit our custody agreement. I've been documenting how many times you've pawned Penny off on your nanny when she's supposed to be with you. Oh, go away, Joey. Her voice turns ice cold. You think you're so clever with your threats and your documentation? You forget who my father plays golf with. You forget who signs the paychecks at half the firms in this city. I clench my jaw so hard I'm surprised my teeth don't crack. Is that a threat? It's a reality check. The smug satisfaction in her voice makes me want to throw my phone through the window. When this custody battle is over, I'll have Penny full-time, and you'll be lucky if I let you see her on Christmas. My vision blurs at the edges. No way in hell is that happening. We'll see, won't we? Judges tend to favor mothers, especially when the father is shacking up with some nobody who can barely afford her rent. You've never even wanted Penny. She's just another accessory to you, like your Birkin bags. And yet, I'll still win. Her voice is sickly sweet now, because unlike your little pastry chef, I know how the world really works. The sound of the front door opening distracts me. Lucy's home, hours earlier than she should be. Something's wrong. We're done here, I tell Raylan, not giving her a chance to respond before ending the call. Lucy stands in the entryway. Her face is streaked with mascara, eyes red and puffy. My heart drops into my stomach. Lucy? I cross the room in 4 large strides. What happened? I thought you were going to the charity gala tonight. She shakes her head, lips trembling as she tries to form words. I'm not. I quit my job. You what? I gently guide her to the sofa, kneeling in front of her as she sinks into the cushions. Talk to me. What happened? She looks down at her hands, which are twisting in her lap. Andre, Her voice breaks. He tried to make me cheat on you. Said you'd never know. He made me so uncomfortable, Joey, and I just stormed out of there without thinking twice about it. White-hot rage floods my system. That piece of trash did what? He tried to touch me. Lucy's voice is barely above a whisper. I pushed him away and told him I quit. Just walked out, left everything. My knives, my recipes, everything. I sit beside her, pulling her into my chest. She feels small against me, fragile in a way that Lucy's stubborn, determined Lucy never seems. I'll make him regret it, I promise. Already cycling through the ways I could destroy Andre Dupont's career and life. He'll never work in this city again. Lucy pulls back slightly, eyes meeting mine. It's not just that. A tear slides down her cheek. On the way home, I checked my phone. The rumors, they're everywhere. Instagram, Twitter, people saying I'm with you for your money, that I'm just trying to trap you. My conversation with Raylan comes rushing back, fueling my anger. That's Raylan's doing. I just confirmed it. Lucy wipes at her tears, smudging more mascara across her cheek. I reach out and gently clean it with my thumb. Everyone's talking about it, she continues. People I've worked with for years are posting these horrible things, saying I slept my way into getting dessert features in food magazines. That I'm only doing charity events to try to social climb. I pull her closer, feeling her tears soak through my shirt. I won't let them get away with this. I just wanted to make beautiful desserts, she says against my chest. I never asked for any of this attention. I stroke her hair, thinking of all the ways Raylan has tried to destroy what matters to me. First, threatening my time with Penny, now attacking Lucy. I'll protect you, I promise, my voice low and certain. Both of you, no matter what it takes. Lucy's body shakes with silent sobs, and I hold her tighter, my mind racing with plans. I may have been powerless to stop Raylan's games before, but that ends now. No one hurts my family and gets away with it.
Chapter 17. Lucy. The ballroom of the Carrington Hotel glitters with crystal chandeliers and the polished smiles of Manhattan's elite. I smooth down the front of my midnight blue gown, a floor-length number with a tasteful slit that Joey insisted on buying for me, despite my protests. The fabric feels like liquid silk against my skin, expensive in a way that still makes me uncomfortable. Maybe I should have offered to stay in with Penny and her babysitter tonight. I'm not sure I can handle all these stares and comments about my appearance. Lucy Holloway, you look absolutely stunning tonight. An older woman whose name I should probably remember touches my arm. Joey has been keeping you all to himself. I barely see you at these functions. I offer my practiced smile. Thank you. I've been busy with a new dessert line I'm developing. Oh, how charming. A working wife. She says it like I've taken up knitting as a cute hobby, not like I'm a professional pastry chef with actual career ambitions. Joey appears at my side, sliding his arm around my waist with practiced ease. The warmth of his palm against the small of my back shouldn't feel as comforting as it does. Mrs. Patterson, I see you found my wife. His voice carries that confident resonance that seems to command every room he enters. I hope you don't mind if I steal her away. The Johnsons were just asking about her famous lemon tart. Of course, of course. Mrs. Patterson waves us off with a conspiratorial wink. Don't keep her hidden away too long, Joey. Joey guides me across the room, leaning close to my ear. You have that look on your face. What look? The one that says you're calculating how many dinner rolls you can fit in your purse before anyone notices. A laugh escapes me despite myself. They're good rolls, and it would be criminal to let them go to waste. His hand tightens slightly on my waist. You okay? You've been quiet tonight. I'm fine. The lie comes automatically. Just a little tired. We navigate through clusters of conversations, stopping to exchange pleasantries. I feel eyes on me, appraising, judging, as we make our rounds. A group of women near the bar stop talking when we approach, their silence more damning than words. I know what they've been saying. The rumors have been circulating for weeks now. Gold digger, opportunist, home wrecker. Raylan's handiwork, spreading through social circles like poison. According to her version of events, I seduced Joey while he was still married. Plotted to steal him away, maybe even got pregnant on purpose to trap him. Never mind the fact that I'm not pregnant at all. Lucy, darling, that dress is gorgeous on you. Jennifer Atwood, one of Joey's colleagues' wives, approaches with air kisses. Though I imagine anything would look good with your figure. You must work out constantly. Just the kitchen workout? Lifting heavy pots and kneading dough? She looks disappointed at my mundane answer. How practical. I was just telling Amanda that you and Joey must have had such a whirlwind romance. So quick after his divorce was finalized. There it is. The subtle dig, the fishing for gossip. Sometimes when you just know. I recite the line Joey and I agreed upon, forcing warmth into my voice. Yes. Though Raylan was just devastated, poor thing. She told us at lunch last week that she never saw it coming. My stomach twists. I know this is all fake. This marriage, this life, this persona I'm playing. But the whispers and sidelong glances are real, and they cut deeper than I want to admit. Joey's hand finds mine, squeezing gently. If you'll excuse us, Jennifer. I promised my wife a dance. He leads me to the dance floor, pulling me into his arms. The familiar scent of his cologne wraps around me, comforting me for a brief moment. Don't let them get to you, he murmurs. I'm not. Lying to your fake husband? That's grounds for a fake divorce. I crack a smile despite myself. It's just weird, being hated by people who don't even know me. They're not worth your time. His thumb traces circles on my back. You know the truth. Yes, I know the truth. That this is a business arrangement, that in a few months, we'll part ways with a clean break and a custody agreement that favors Joey. That none of this, the touches, the glances, the way he looks at me sometimes when he thinks I don't notice, is real. We sway to the music, my cheek nearly resting against his chest. For a moment, I let myself pretend. The illusion shatters when I hear a familiar laugh cut through the ambient noise. Joey's body tenses against mine, and I pull back to see his jaw tighten, eyes fixed on something, someone, over my shoulder. What is it? I turn to follow his gaze. And there, making a grand entrance by the main doors, stands Raylan Morales in a skin-tight red dress. Her arm is hooked through a tall man's elbow. Derek, I presume. The fiancé she's been flaunting on social media. Damn, Joey whispers, pulling me closer instinctively. What the hell is she doing here? My heart hammers against my ribs as Raylan's eyes lock with mine across the room, her red lips curving into a predatory smile, that makes my stomach drop. She whispers something to Derek, and then they're moving toward us with deliberate, unhurried steps, like sharks that know their prey can't escape. Joey's arm tightens around my waist. "Don't let her get to you," he murmurs, but I feel the tension in his body. "Too late," I whisper back, plastering on a smile that feels brittle enough to shatter. They reach us just as the music changes. Raylan's perfume, something expensive and cloying, envelops us before she speaks. "Joey, darling, what a coincidence." Her voice drips with honey-coated venom. "I had no idea you'd be here tonight." She turns her attention to me, eyes dragging from my hair to my toes. "And, Lucy, is it? That dress is certainly ambitious." Derek, a tall man with slick-back hair and a perpetually bored expression, offers a perfunctory nod. "Raylan," Joey's voice is cold steel. "I wasn't aware you were on the guest list." She laughs, the sound like breaking glass. "Oh, you know how it is. The Carringtons adore me, but I'm being rude." She places a manicured hand on Derek's arm. "This is Derek Wainwright. He's a count, you know, of a small European country. Derek, this is Joey and his new situation." I feel myself shrinking under her gaze, becoming smaller with each perfectly aimed barb. My dress, the one Joey picked out, the one I felt beautiful in minutes ago, now feels like a child playing dress-up in her mother's clothes. "How's Penny?" she asks, her tone shifting to something that might sound like concern to anyone who doesn't know better. She keeps asking about her real home when I have her. Poor thing seems so confused about this arrangement. Joey's jaw tightens. "Penny's doing great. Thriving, actually. She loved the cookies Lucy baked with her last weekend." Yes, I heard about the baking thing." Raylan's eyes narrow slightly. "Though I worry about all that sugar. Her pediatrician mentioned watching her diet." My throat constricts. The pediatrician never said anything of the sort during our visits. "Strange," Joey says, voice deadly quiet. "Dr. Reynolds told me just last week how impressed she was with Penny's development." Raylan leans in, lowering her voice to a mock whisper. "Lucy, are you finding it difficult, stepping into someone else's family? It must be so hard pretending to be a mother when you have no experience." The words hit like a physical blow. I've never claimed to be Penny's mother. I'd never tried to replace Raylan, but I've grown to love that little girl with her curious questions and infectious giggles. "That's enough." Joey's voice cuts through the air like a blade. "Lucy isn't pretending anything. She's being exactly who she is, kind, patient, and genuinely caring about our daughter's well-being." "Our daughter," Raylan emphasizes, eyes flashing. "Let's not forget who carried her for 9 months. And let's not forget who left her crying in her crib while you were out partying." Joey's words are quiet but devastating. Raylan's face twists for a moment before she composes herself. "You always did have a flair for drama, Joey. Everyone knows you're just trying to take Penny from me. You and your lawyers made sure I looked like the villain." "You did that all on your own." Joey turns to me, his expression softening. "Ready to go, sweetheart? I think we've had enough socializing for one night." I nod, grateful for the escape. Raylan grabs Joey's arm before we can move. "You think you've won, don't you? Playing house with your little baker?" Her voice breaks slightly. "After everything we built together?" For a split second, I see genuine pain in her eyes, or an excellent performance of it, and doubt creeps in. Maybe there's more to their story than Joey has told me. "Raylan," Derek finally speaks, looking uncomfortable. "Let's get a drink." She ignores him. "Does she know Joey? Does she know everything?" Joey gently removes her hand from his arm. "Derek, take her home. She's making a scene." He turns to Raylan, voice low. "Stay away from my family. both Lucy and Penny. We walk away, my legs feeling unsteady beneath me. The weight of Raylan's words presses down on my shoulders. Pretending. Someone else's family. Does she know everything? In the car, Joey's knuckles are white against the steering wheel. I stare out the window, the city lights blurring through unshed tears. "I'm sorry about that," he finally says. What did she mean? About me not knowing everything? Joey exhales slowly. Raylan has her own version of our marriage. None of it matters now. But it does matter. It matters because this isn't real. Me and Joey. And everything Raylan said about me being an imposter hits too close to the truth. Joey pulls over to the side of the road, putting the car in park. I watch as he pulls out his phone, typing furiously. "What are you doing?" "Texting my legal team. I need to get full custody of my daughter as soon as possible. That woman has caused enough damage to our lives." I swallow thickly. Right. As my thoughts threaten to consume me, I can feel the anger radiating off of Joey in waves. I know that he wants nothing to do with Raylan. He stood up for me back there against her. He cares about me at the very least. And yet, I still feel like a stranger in this life, playing a role that will never truly be mine.
Chapter 18. Joey. I watch the soft pink light of dawn filter through the blinds, casting stripes across Lucy's sleeping form. Her curls fan out against the white pillow, her face peaceful in sleep. The sheets have slipped down during the night, exposing the smooth curve of her shoulder and the swell of her chest. Lying beside her, I can't help but feel a surge of protectiveness after yesterday. The way Raylan spoke to Lucy, looking down her nose with that condescending smirk. The memory makes my jaw clench. Lucy handled it with more grace than Raylan deserved, but I saw the hurt flash in her eyes before she masked it. My fingers itched to touch her, to erase any lingering doubts Raylan might have planted, to remind Lucy exactly how much I want her. Only her. I slide closer, the mattress dipping slightly under my weight. My hand hovers over the curve of her hip before I let my fingertips trail along the silken skin. She doesn't wake, just sighs softly in her sleep. "Lucy," I whisper, trailing my fingers up her side, following the dip of her waist. She stirs, mumbling something incoherent. I smile and continue my exploration, tracing patterns across her shoulder blades down the valley of her spine. Her breathing changes, becoming less even. I know she's waking up, hovering in that delicious space between dreams and reality. My hand moves to her stomach, feeling the slight contraction of muscles as my touch registers. "Good morning," I murmur against her ear, nipping at the lobe. Her eyes flutter open, those warm brown eyes that captivated me from day one. "Joey!" Her voice is husky with sleep. "Were you expecting someone else?" I tease, my palm now sliding up to cup her bosom. Lucy arches into my touch, a small gasp escaping her lips. "What time is it?" "Early." I circle her areola with my thumb, watching it harden under my attention. Too early to get up, not too early for this. She turns toward me, fully awake now, her eyes darkening with desire. "Making up for lost time? Making sure you know exactly where you stand." I capture her mouth with mine, kissing her deeply, letting my hand wander lower, over the flat plane of her stomach, down to the heat between her thighs. Lucy moans into my mouth when my fingers find her center. She's already wet, responsive to my touch, even half asleep. "Joey!" She breathes my name like a prayer, her hands reaching for me, sliding up my arms to my shoulders. I position myself above her, bracing on my forearms. The early morning light catches the gold flecks in her eyes as she looks up at me, lips parted, chest rising and falling with quickened breaths. "You're perfect," I tell her, meaning every word. "And you're mine." Her fingers thread through my hair, pulling me down for another kiss. "Show me," she challenges, wrapping her legs around my waist.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
For a moment, we stay connected, our breathing synchronizing as we come down together. I brush a damp curl from her forehead, studying her face. This woman who came into my life as a solution to a problem has become so much more. The realization doesn't scare me like it should. "What are you thinking about?" Lucy asks, her fingers tracing patterns on my chest. "You?" I answer honestly. "And how lucky Penny and I are to have you." Her eyes widen slightly, and I see a vulnerability there that makes my chest ache. "I mean it," I continue, rolling to my side but keeping her close. "You're good for her, good for us, and good for me, I think, but don't say. Not yet." "This might have started as a business arrangement," I say, tracing the curve of her hip. "But I think we both know it's become something else." Lucy nods, her expression serious. "What are we going to do about it?" "Well, the custody hearing is in a week." My mind shifts to strategy, to plans. We present ourselves as exactly what we are: a stable family unit. A home where Penny can thrive. "And after?" Lucy asks, her voice soft. I kiss her again, deep and thorough. "Let's get through the hearing first, but I'm not planning on letting you go anytime soon." I reluctantly pull away from her warmth. "I need to shower. Want to join me?" Lucy stretches, cat-like and tempting. "Give me 2 minutes. I'm still recovering from what you just did to me." With a laugh, I head for the bathroom, my mind already mapping out our next steps. A week to convince the court that Lucy, Penny, and I belong together. A week to solidify what we've built. And maybe, just maybe, turn this fake marriage into something real.
Chapter 19. Lucy. The courtroom buzzes with hushed whispers behind us as I squeeze Joey's hand under the polished oak table. His fingers grip mine with a desperate intensity that makes my heart ache. For all his confident posturing and alpha male swagger, I can feel the fear pulsing through him. "All rise for the Honorable Judge Eleanor Michaels," the bailiff announces. We stand in unison as the judge enters, a stern-faced woman with steel gray hair pulled into a severe bun. Her robes billow around her as she takes her seat, gesturing for us to do the same. "Custody hearing for Penelope Marie Holloway," she states, looking over her half-moon reading glasses. "I understand we have some serious allegations to address today." One of Joey's attorneys, Noah Breckenridge, rises smoothly to his feet. He's every bit the hotshot lawyer stereotype in his three-piece suit and golden watch on his wrist. But there's something genuinely passionate in his eyes when he glances back at Joey. They've been friends for years. It's at Noah's wedding that I met Joey in the first place. "Your Honor, we're here today because Penelope Holloway deserves better than what she's receiving in her mother's care. We have substantial evidence that Miss Morales has been negligent at best, abusive at worst." I sneak a glance across the aisle where Raylan sits with her attorney. She looks immaculate as always, not a hair out of place, designer outfit perfectly pressed. Her face betrays nothing, but there's something cold in her eyes that makes my skin crawl. How anyone could hurt that sweet little girl is beyond my comprehension. Noah walks toward the bench, presenting a folder. "Your Honor, these are photographs taken by Miss Holloway's preschool teacher, showing unexplained bruising on her arms and legs after returning from a weekend with her mother. Judge Michaels takes the folder, her expression unchanged as she examines the contents. I feel sick remembering the purple marks on Penny's tiny arms. Joey had nearly put his fist through a wall when he'd seen them. We also have testimony from Penelope's pediatrician, Noah continues, documenting concerning weight loss and signs of emotional distress following time spent in her mother's care. The judge nods, making notes. And what does Miss Morales have to say about these allegations? Raylan's attorney stands, all smooth confidence and practiced outrage. Your Honor, my client categorically denies any abuse. Children fall, they get bruises. And the alleged weight loss coincided with a stomach bug going around the preschool. I bite my tongue so hard I taste blood. The lies flow so easily from this man's mouth while little Penny suffers. Joey's hand finds mine again, his grip almost painful. Noah approaches the bench again. Your Honor, we also have testimony from Miss Morales' former housekeeper, who witnessed Miss Morales verbally berating the child and locking her in her room without meals as punishment. The courtroom falls silent. Even Raylan's perfect mask slips for a moment, a flash of panic crossing her features. Additionally, Noah continues, we have evidence that Miss Morales frequently leaves Penelope with various caretakers while she travels, sometimes for weeks at a time. The child has had 7 different nannies in the past year alone. Judge Michaels raises an eyebrow. That's concerning. What's truly concerning is that Mr. Holloway contracted a marriage solely to present the appearance of a stable home environment. Raylan's attorney counters, pointing at me. This so-called marriage to Miss Jacobs is clearly a sham designed to manipulate the court. My stomach drops. This is what I've feared since Joey and I hatched this plan, that someone would see through our hasty marriage for what it really is, a desperate attempt to give Penny the home she deserves. The judge turns her gaze to me, and I force myself to meet her eyes without flinching. Miss Jacobs, is there truth to this allegation? Joey tenses beside me. Our whole case could fall apart with one wrong word. Your Honor, I begin, finding strength I didn't know I had. I love Penny as if she were my own. I've seen the way she flinches when someone raises their voice. I've held her through nightmares after she returns from her mother's house. My marriage to Joey is genuine. But most importantly, I find Miss Morales' attorney to be acting in bad faith. Noah steps in smoothly. Your Honor, the timing of my client's marriage is irrelevant. What matters is the documented evidence of neglect and abuse under Miss Morales' care. The judge nods thoughtfully, turning her attention back to the files in front of her. I try to read her expression, but she gives nothing away. I'd like to hear from the child's appointed guardian ad litem, Judge Michaels says. A serious-looking woman in a navy suit approaches. Your Honor, after spending time observing Penelope in both households, I must report significant differences. With her father and Mrs. Holloway, she's talkative, playful, and appears secure. After visits with her mother, she exhibits anxiety, regression in developmental milestones, and concerning behaviors like hiding food in her room. I think of the graham crackers I found stuffed under Penny's pillow last week after she came home from Raylan's house. My heart sinks to think about the possibility of Raylan withholding food from that sweet child. The judge flips through more documents, her face giving nothing away. I grip Joey's hand tighter, the minutes stretching into what feels like hours. The courtroom remains eerily quiet, punctuated only by the occasional shuffle of papers or clearing of throats. I notice Judge Michaels frowning at something in the file. Is that good or bad? Finally, she removes her reading glasses and sits up straighter. Having reviewed all evidence presented today, I must prioritize the welfare of Penelope Holloway. The documentation of unexplained injuries, emotional regression, and testimony from multiple witnesses paints a disturbing picture. I hold my breath, feeling Joey go completely still beside me. I find the evidence of negligence and potential abuse in Miss Morales' care to be compelling and deeply troubling. Judge Michael's voice carries through the courtroom with quiet authority. Therefore, I am granting full physical and legal custody to Joseph Holloway, effective immediately. The words hit me like a wave. We won. Joey won. Most importantly, Penny won. Miss Morales will be granted supervised visitation twice monthly, pending completion of parenting classes and psychological evaluation. If these requirements are not met, then the child will not be allowed to be in Miss Morales' care. The judge continues outlining visitation details, but I can barely focus on her words. On the other side of the courtroom, Raylan surges to her feet. This is nonsense. Her perfectly manicured hands slam against the table. You can't do this to me. Do you know who my family is? Miss Morales, control yourself, Judge Michaels warns, her voice sharp as a blade. Raylan's face contorts with rage. This whole thing is a setup. They're lying about me. That marriage, she points at me, her finger trembling with fury, is a joke, and everyone knows it. Miss Morales, the judge barks. Another outburst and I'll hold you in contempt. Raylan grabs her designer purse, practically ripping it off the table. My father will hear about this, she hisses, before storming down the aisle toward the exit, her heels clicking like gunshots against the marble floor. Her attorney scrambles to gather their papers, hurrying after her with a mumbled apology to the judge. The heavy courtroom doors slam behind them, with a resounding thud. Judge Michaels sighs, looking weary. Mr. Holloway, the court will provide detailed custody instructions. I suggest you and your wife pick up Penelope from school today and explain the situation in age-appropriate terms. Thank you, Your Honor, Joey says, his voice rough with emotion. Thank you. As the judge rises and exits, the courtroom erupts into motion. Noah claps Joey on the shoulder, beaming. We did it, man. We did it. Joey turns to me, his green eyes still shining with tears. And suddenly I'm wrapped in his arms. He lifts me slightly off the ground in a crushing embrace that knocks the wind out of me. I can feel his heart hammering against my chest. Or maybe it's mine. I can't tell the difference anymore. Lucy, he whispers against my hair. I couldn't have done this without you. You saved her. You saved us both. I pull back enough to see his face. Those familiar features I've grown to know so well over these past months of our arrangement. She deserves to be safe. That's all that matters. Joey takes my face in his hands, his thumbs brushing over my cheekbones. You stepped into this mess when you had no reason to. You married a desperate man you barely knew, all to help a little girl who wasn't even yours. I swallow hard, trying to ignore the flutter in my chest at his touch. Penny's easy to love. So are you, he says quietly. The words catch me off guard, and I'm not sure how to respond. Is this part of our performance for anyone who might be watching, or is there something else in his eyes I'm afraid to name? Noah interrupts us. Let's get those papers signed and go celebrate. Maybe grab Penny from school early? Take her for ice cream? Joey releases me, turning to his friend. Sounds perfect. As they discuss logistics, I stand there in the emptying courtroom, a strange hollow feeling growing inside me despite our victory. With custody settled, what happens next? The original plan was clear. Marry Joey to help him win custody, stay married long enough to avoid suspicion, then quietly divorce when it was safe to do so. Now that moment is approaching faster than I expected. Joey has what he fought for, his daughter safe and permanently with him. He doesn't need our arrangement anymore, doesn't need me anymore. I should be relieved. I can go back to my normal life, my tiny apartment. No more rumors, no more vicious gossip sites trying to tear me down for marrying Joey. But deep inside my heart, I know the truth. I know that I want to stay by Joey's side. And that's dangerous, because this isn't real. It was never supposed to be real. Yet, the feelings in my heart are the realest things I've ever experienced.
Chapter 20. Joey. I watch Lucy's face light up as we approach Madeline's, the pristine glass-fronted shop gleaming in the morning Manhattan sun. The place sits on a corner of the Upper East Side like a crown jewel, immaculate white subway tiles, gold lettering, and a display window that makes even my mouth water, despite not having much of a sweet tooth. I can't believe you know Bernard Klein. Lucy fidgets with the collar of her blouse, smoothing invisible wrinkles. He's practically a legend. He's just a guy who likes sugar a bit too much. I place my hand on the small of her back, guiding her toward the door. The casual touch sends a now familiar current through my fingers, something I've stopped trying to ignore, and he owes me a favor after I kept his ex-business partner from taking half his recipes in a dispute last year. Lucy shoots me a look. Just a guy? Joey. His croissants were featured in Food and Wine last month. And now he'll get to meet the woman whose chocolate soufflé made my 4-year-old declare all other desserts boring. The bell above the door chimes as we enter. The scent hits immediately butter, vanilla, and that indefinable aroma of expertise that separates amateur baking from the professional leagues. Bernard spots us from behind the counter and waves, excusing himself from a conversation with one of his white-uniformed staff. Joseph Holloway! Bernard embraces me with European enthusiasm, kissing both cheeks. And this must be the wife I've heard so much about. I clear my throat. Bernard, this is Lucy, and yes, she's the pastry chef I told you about. Lucy extends her hand, but Bernard bypasses it for the same two-cheek kiss treatment. Any woman who can tame this shark is already impressive, but Joseph tells me you have talent to match your courage. I wouldn't call it taming. Lucy laughs, the sound genuine despite her nerves. More like a mutual ceasefire. She's being modest. I find myself studying her profile, the way her eyes crinkle slightly at the corners when she smiles, how she stands straighter when talking about baking. Lucy's work makes most of what you sell here look like grocery store sheet cake. Bernard clutches his chest in mock offense. Fighting words from a man who once asked me if macarons and macaroons were the same thing. I've been educated since then. My hand finds Lucy's again, squeezing gently. Extensively. Bernard's eyes dart between us, a knowing smile playing at his lips. Come, let me show you the kitchen. The morning rush is over, and my team is preparing for the lunch crowd. As we follow Bernard through the shop, I can't help but remember how different my life looked just months ago. The custody battle with Raylan had been brutal, her family's connections against my legal expertise, with Penny caught in the middle like a prize to be won. Then Lucy walked into my life, or rather, got stuck in that elevator with me and somehow became the solution I never knew I needed. The kitchen buzzes with activity, gleaming stainless steel, precise movements, and the steady hum of professionalism. Lucy's eyes drink in every detail, her fingers twitching slightly at her sides like she's already imagining herself working here. Your husband tells me you specialize in French techniques with American flavors, Bernard says, guiding us past a row of pastry chefs assembling delicate tarts. I didn't realize he knew that much about my work. Lucy glances at me, surprise evident in her expression. You mentioned it to Penny during your bedtime story last week, the one about the princess who opened a bakery instead of marrying the prince. The memory of Lucy curled up with my daughter, both of them giggling under the canopy of Penny's unicorn-themed bed, hits me with unexpected force. I pay attention. Bernard raises an eyebrow. And Joseph mentioned you've been looking to move beyond private commissions into something more established. Yes, that's the dream. Lucy's voice catches slightly, though I hadn't mentioned that particular detail to anyone yet. I shrug, trying to appear casual even as my heart hammers against my ribs. I've seen how you look at this place every time we walk past. Wasn't hard to figure out. Bernard claps his hands together. Well, as it happens, I'm expanding, opening a second location in Soho, more focused on desserts and afternoon tea service. I need someone who can bring fresh ideas. Lucy's sharp intake of breath is audible even over the kitchen noise. Are you offering me a job? I'm offering you an interview to start. A working interview next Tuesday. Bring 3 signature items that showcase your range. I watch Lucy's face, seeing the moment excitement overtakes her nerves. I'd absolutely love that opportunity, she says to Bernard, her voice steady and professional, even as her fingers lightly brush against mine in a gesture that speaks volumes. Thank you for considering me. Bernard smiles broadly, the kind of genuine expression that crinkles the corners of his eyes. Your husband has sung your praises, but I'm more impressed by your ambition. This industry needs fresh talent unafraid to push boundaries. Lucy stands taller, confidence radiating from her in waves that seem to transform her entire presence. I've been developing a signature collection that blends traditional French techniques with flavors from my childhood. I'd be honored to share them with you. Excellent. I look forward to tasting your imagination. Bernard glances at his watch. Tuesday at 9 before we open. Bring your A-game, Mrs. Holloway. As Bernard guides us back through the kitchen, Lucy's hand finds mine, squeezing with barely contained excitement. I squeeze back, a silent conversation passing between us that feels more intimate than it should for our arrangement. The morning air hits us as we exit the shop, the Manhattan bustle continuing unabated around us. Lucy waits until we're half a block away before letting out a sound somewhere between a squeal and a laugh. Joey, I can't believe. Did that just happen? She turns to me, eyes bright with possibility. Bernard Klein wants to taste my pastries. Bernard Klein? I can't help but smile at her enthusiasm. You deserve it. Your talent's been wasted for too long. Thank you. Her voice softens, becoming serious as we pause at a crosswalk. Really, Joey, this means everything to me, especially after quitting the last place. The mention of her previous job darkens my mood instantly. You never should have had to deal with that jerk in the first place. My jaw tightens at the memory of Lucy describing how she walked out after Andre had cornered her. I'm still willing to make a call. Have some friends look into his business practices. Lucy shakes her head. No vigilante justice. Besides, I'm moving forward now, not looking back. We start walking again, slower this time, neither of us in a rush to end this moment. The city moves around us, like we're standing in the eye of a hurricane, calm amid the chaos. You know, when I quit, I had no backup plan. Lucy looks straight ahead, her voice contemplative. I kept thinking I'd made the biggest mistake of my career, walking away from a prestigious kitchen without another job lined up. But then... She pauses, glancing up at me. I'm interviewing with Bernard Klein, of all people. Life is weird. Life is strategic planning and seizing opportunities, I correct her, though there's no bite to my words. You were going to make it regardless. This just accelerated the timeline. The truth is, watching Lucy grow into her potential has become one of my unexpected joys. When I first proposed our arrangement, it was purely transactional. She'd help me secure custody of Penny, and I'd help her financially. I never anticipated actually caring about her career aspirations. I want to see you thrive, Lucy. The words come out before I can analyze them. Not because it benefits our arrangement, but because you deserve to. She stops walking, studying my face like she's trying to decode something written there. For a moment, I think she might call me out on crossing some invisible boundary, but instead her expression softens. Sometimes you surprise me, Joey Holloway. Only sometimes? I must be losing my touch. I guide her forward with a light touch to her elbow, ignoring the flutter in my chest that has nothing to do with the coffee I drank earlier. Let's celebrate properly. I know a place that makes a decent martini, even at this ungodly hour.
Chapter 21. Lucy. I stand before my 3 desserts, hands clasped behind my back to hide their trembling as Bernard Klein circles the presentation table like a gourmand shark. The morning light streams through the tall windows of Madeline's kitchen, catching the crystallized sugar on my Paris Brest's praline cream. Next to it sits my interpretation of a tarte tatin, caramelized apples arranged in a Fibonacci spiral. And finally, the pièce de résistance, a chocolate soufflé with lavender crème anglaise that miraculously hasn't collapsed despite my racing pulse. Bernard's fingertips dance above each creation, not quite touching them. The symmetry on this Paris Brest. He leans closer, his Mediterranean complexion glowing under the pendant lights. Perfect shoe, not a crack in sight. I breathe through my nose, keeping my expression neutral even as internal fireworks explode. This kitchen, all polished stainless steel and imported marble countertops, cost more than 5 years of my rent. The technique is flawless, Bernard continues, producing a small silver spoon from his chef's whites. But technique isn't everything, yes? He slices into the Paris Brest first, revealing the hazelnut praline cream within. The sound it makes, that soft give of properly prepared choux, is music. I incorporated brown butter into the praline, I explain, fighting to keep my voice steady, and infused the cream with toasted hazelnuts overnight before. Bernard holds up one finger, eyes closed as he tastes. The silence stretches, elastic and terrifying. You respect tradition, he finally says, but you aren't afraid of it. He moves to the tarte tatin next, the knife making a satisfying crack through the caramel. Tell me about this one. I used pink ladies for their balance of tartness and structure. My hands unclenched slightly behind my back. The caramel has a touch of apple brandy and vanilla bean. I wanted to evoke autumn in Normandy. Bernard hums, taking a bite. His eyebrows lift, and a small smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. You've been to Normandy? No, I admit. But I've read every book and watched every documentary I could find. He nods, moving to the soufflé. This is the moment of truth. Soufflés are temperamental divas that can collapse from a hard look. I'd timed it to finish just before his arrival, but kitchens are unpredictable battlefields. Bernard breaks through the top with surgical precision. Steam escapes, carrying the scent of dark chocolate and lavender. He pours the crème anglaise into the center and watches it pool into the hot chocolate interior. Bold choice, lavender. Many find it soapy. It's about balance, I reply, my passion momentarily overriding my nerves. Just enough to complement the bitterness of the chocolate without overwhelming it. He tastes, and the world narrows to just his expression. Mrs. Holloway, he sets down his spoon with a deliberate care. How long did you train in France? My heart skips. I didn't, sir. I learned at community college, then a few years at Buttermilk Bakery in Brooklyn. Bernard blinks. Impossible. I practice. A lot. Understatement of the century. My old tiny apartment kitchen has seen more 3 a.m. baking sessions than sleep. He walks around the table, hands clasped behind his back, mirroring my stance. Your technical skill matches chefs with twice your experience. Your flavor combinations show restraint and imagination. But most importantly, he pauses, looking directly into my eyes. You have heart in these desserts. My chest tightens. This is Bernard Klein, the man who's made presidents wait for a table, whose cookbook sits dog-eared and butter-stained on my shelf. I need someone who can lead, who can innovate while honoring traditions. He gestures around the gleaming kitchen. Someone who belongs here. I'd like to offer you a position on my head chef team. The world tilts slightly. Head chef team? My voice sounds distant, like it's coming from someone else. Starting immediately, full benefits, of course. My knees weaken and I grip the edge of the steel table. Head chef, not assistant, not line cook. Head chef at Madeline's, the holy grail of New York pastry. Yes, I say, before my brain can catch up with my mouth. Absolutely yes. Bernard's face breaks into a wide smile, transforming him from intimidating culinary icon to jolly mentor. Excellent. I knew Joey had good taste when he recommended you for an interview. Thank you. I manage. This opportunity, it means the world to me. Bernard steps away from the table, wiping his hands on a pristine white towel. The gesture seems almost sacred, like a priest concluding a ceremony. Come, walk with me. He beckons with a tilt of his head. There's something important I want to share before you officially join us. I follow him through the labyrinthine kitchen, past stations where chefs in white toil over glistening desserts with jeweler's precision. My future colleagues. The thought sends another thrill through me. Your soufflé technique? Exceptional, truly, but there's another layer to mastery. Bernard pauses by a window, overlooking a small herb garden tucked improbably between Manhattan skyscrapers. You ever notice how some days, no matter how perfectly you follow a recipe, something seems off? All the time, I admit. Even when I measure to the gram. Exactly. He taps his temple with one finger. Because baking isn't just science, it's intuition. It's listening to your ingredients. I must look confused because he chuckles. The eggs speak to you, Lucy. The flour, the butter. They tell you what they need. Some days your eggs need an extra minute of whipping because the humidity is different. Some days your flour is thirstier. Something clicks in my mind. All those times when I'd adjusted instinctively, adding a splash more cream or mixing a touch longer. Your technical skill brought you here, Bernard continues, his voice warm with conviction. But your intuition, that connection to your ingredients, will make you legendary. He places a hand on my shoulder, the gesture paternal and affirming. Trust that voice. In this kitchen, we respect precision, but we worship intuition. The advice settles into me, profound in its simplicity. Not a technique to practice, but permission to listen to something I'd always heard, but sometimes ignored in favor of strict measurements. I will, I promise, the words carrying more weight than a simple acknowledgement. Good. Bernard glances at his watch. Now go celebrate. Tell that husband of yours he has excellent taste in pastry chefs. I float out of Madeline's, barely feeling the pavement beneath my feet. The city hums around me. Taxi horns, conversation fragments, the percussion of thousands of footsteps. But I'm in a bubble of pure elation. My fingers find my phone and Joey's number before I even round the corner. 2 rings and his voice fills my ear. Lucy, how did it go? Joey! I practically shout his name, causing a businessman to glance over as he passes. I lower my voice, ducking under an awning. I got it. Bernard offered me a position on his head chef team. Not assistant, not junior, head chef. Damn, his exclamation carries genuine excitement. That's major, Lucy, major. I know. And the way he talked about my desserts? I launch into a detailed recounting, the words tumbling out faster than I can organize them. Joey listens, offering excited interjections. When I finish with Bernard's advice about intuition, there's a pause. Lucy, I'm so damn proud of you. 7 simple words, but they hit me with unexpected force. When was the last time someone said they were proud of me? My throat tightens. Thank you. I manage. I couldn't have done this without you. Nonsense. Your talent got you this job. I just made an introduction. Still, thank you for believing in me. Always, he says, the word carrying weight beyond this conversation. This calls for celebration. Dinner tonight? I know a place with a chef who owes me a favor. We can get the private dining room. Yes, I agree instantly. Absolutely yes. After we hang up, I stand still for a moment, letting the reality sink in. 2 months ago, I was stress baking in my tiny apartment after another rejection letter. Now I'm head chef at Madeline's, married, fake married, to Joey Holloway, living in his penthouse, and about to start a job most pastry chefs would kill for. I step back onto the sidewalk, joining the river of pedestrians with a newfound confidence. The city that once seemed determined to break me now feels like it's laying itself at my feet, all because I said yes to Joey's proposal. My fake marriage has borne real fruit, sweeter than any dessert I could create.
Chapter 22. Joey. I set the pink plastic teacup down with exaggerated care, raising my pinky finger in the air. Why, thank you, Princess Penny, for inviting me to your royal tea party. Penny giggles, her green eyes mirror images of my own sparkling as she adjusts her glittery tiara. She's arranged her stuffed animals in a circle around us on the living room floor, each with their own miniature cup and saucer. Daddy, you have to use your princess voice. She points an imperious little finger at me, her curly dark hair bouncing with the movement. Oh, my deepest apologies. I clear my throat and pitch my voice into a ridiculous falsetto. This tea is simply divine, darling. Did you brew it yourself? She dissolves into peals of laughter, nearly knocking over Mr. Snuggles the bear in the process. These moments just me and my daughter in our own little world make everything worth it. The custody battle, the stress, the late nights poring over legal documents. Seeing her happy and safe under my roof is all that matters. More tea for Princess Unicorn? I ask, reaching for the empty plastic teapot. Penny nods solemnly. She's very thirsty today. She had to fight a dragon. Well, dragon fighting is thirsty work. The doorbell cuts me off, its sharp ring slicing through our peaceful afternoon. I check my watch with a frown. I'm not expecting anyone, and Lucy has her own key. Hold that thought, sweetheart. Let me see who's at the door. I don't bother checking the peephole. A mistake. The moment I swing the door open, Raylan storms past me, her designer heels clicking aggressively against the floor. You bastard! She hisses, keeping her voice low enough that Penny won't hear the words, but loud enough that the venom comes through crystal clear. I close the door, my jaw clenching. What the hell are you doing here, Raylan? This isn't your scheduled visit. Scheduled visit? She whirls on me, brown eyes flashing. Her perfectly manicured hand slashes through the air. Is that what you're calling it now? The scraps of time you're allowing me with my own daughter? I step closer, keeping my voice measured. You need to leave, now. Whatever this is about, we can discuss it when Penny isn't. Mommy. Penny's excited voice pipes up from behind me. I turn to see her running toward us, tiara slightly askew, face lighting up at the unexpected appearance of her mother. Raylan's expression shifts into a tight smile. Hi, baby. Mommy just needs to talk to Daddy for a minute, okay? Penny slows her approach, sensing the tension in the room with that uncanny perception only children seem to possess. Penny, why don't you go pick out a book for bedtime later? I suggest, trying to keep my tone light. I'll be there in a minute. Penny hesitates, her small fingers fidgeting with the hem of her unicorn t-shirt. Go on, sweetie, I encourage. She retreats slowly toward her bedroom, throwing uncertain glances over her shoulder. The moment she's out of earshot, Raylan explodes. Full custody! You manipulative jerk! Lower your voice, I warn, moving us farther from Penny's room. And yes, the judge ruled in my favor. Maybe if you'd bothered to be a better mother. Don't you dare! She jabs a finger into my chest. You know damn well I had commitments I couldn't break. Commitments more important than your daughter. That's exactly why the judge ruled the way he did. Her face contorts with rage. You think you're so perfect, don't you? You and your little baker girlfriend playing house with my child. Lucy has nothing to do with this. Nonsense. You two planned this whole thing. The devoted father and his picture-perfect girlfriend. The judge ate it up, didn't he? I crossed my arms, fighting to maintain my composure. The judge made his decision based on what's best for Penny. Period. What's best for Penny? She laughs, a harsh sound without humor. You've humiliated me in front of everyone. Do you know what people are saying? That I'm an unfit mother. Me. That's not my problem, Raylan. Oh, you've made it your problem. Her voice drops to a dangerous whisper. You and Lucy will pay for this. I promise you that. Nobody humiliates me and gets away with it. From the corner of my eye, I catch a flash of movement. Penny stands in the hallway, clutching her favorite unicorn plush, her eyes wide with fear. That's enough. I step toward the door and wrench it open. You need to leave. Now. Daddy! Penny's voice trembles. Raylan spins toward our daughter, her expression still twisted with anger. Penny shrinks back, tears welling in her eyes. Get out, I say, my voice deadly calm, before you scare her any more than you already have. This isn't over, Raylan spits, grabbing her purse. Not by a long shot. She storms toward the door, then pauses to look at Penny. Mommy loves you, baby, remember that. The door slams behind her with enough force to rattle the pictures on the wall. I scoop Penny into my arms immediately. Her tiny body trembles against my chest, her unicorn plush squished between us. Goddamn Raylan for doing this, for barging in here and shattering our perfect afternoon with her toxic nonsense. Hey, princess. I keep my voice soft, carrying her to the couch. It's okay now. Mommy's gone. Penny's face burrows against my shoulder, her tears dampening my shirt. Her little fingers clutch the fabric like she's afraid I might disappear. I sit down, settling her in my lap and stroke her curls. I don't like when Mommy gets mad. Her words come out muffled against my chest. Something twists inside me, rage at Raylan, protectiveness for my daughter, guilt that she had to witness any of this. I press a kiss to the top of her head, breathing in the sweet scent of her strawberry shampoo. I know, sweetheart. I don't like it either. Penny pulls back slightly, her cheeks streaked with tears, lower lip quivering. Those green eyes, so much like looking in a mirror, search my face for reassurance. Mommy was being mean. She's always mean now. The simple truth in her words breaks my heart. At 4 years old, she shouldn't be able to recognize emotional manipulation, shouldn't have to navigate the toxic fallout of our failed marriage. But kids see more than we give them credit for. I know she can act mean sometimes. I choose my words carefully, walking the tightrope between honesty and not bad-mouthing her mother. But I promise you something, Penny. No one is going to hurt you. Not ever. Not while I'm around. She considers this, her small brow furrowing. Promise, with sprinkles on top. Despite everything, a smile tugs at my lips. Promise, with sprinkles on top, chocolate sauce, and a cherry. Her tears slow, but her shoulders still hitch with tiny sobs. Mommy scared me. She was yelling at you. Sometimes grown-ups don't do a good job with their feelings. I wipe a tear from her cheek with my thumb. But that's not your fault, Princess. Never your fault. She said you and Lucy are going to pay. Her voice wavers. What does that mean, Daddy? Do you owe money? Jesus Christ, of course she caught that part. I take a deep breath. No, sweetheart, that's just a saying. Sometimes people say things when they're upset that they don't really mean. Though I'm pretty sure Raylan meant every word. Are you and Lucy in trouble? Her eyes widen, fresh fear creeping in. No, baby. Lucy and I are fine. I smooth her hair back from her forehead. And you know what? We're all going to be okay. You and me and Lucy, we're a team. Penny sniffles, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. Like the Avengers? Exactly like the Avengers, even more powerful. I give her a gentle squeeze. And you know what Avengers do after a tough mission? She shakes her head, curiosity beginning to replace the fear in her expression. They go back to their superhero tea parties. I tap the tip of her nose, drawing a reluctant giggle from her. What do you say? Should we get back to our very important royal tea? I think Princess Unicorn was about to tell us about her dragon adventure. Penny considers this for a long moment, then nods slowly. Okay, but you have to do the princess voice again. Relief floods through me. Kids are resilient, more resilient than they should have to be, but I'm grateful for it in this moment. Your wish is my command, Your Highness. I stand up with her still in my arms, giving her a little spin that pulls a more genuine laugh from her. I carry her back to our circle of stuffed animals, setting her down gently among her plush court. The plastic tea set waits for us, a cheerful splash of pink against the dark hardwood floor. Penny immediately returns to her role as hostess, though her movements are more subdued than before. As I squeeze my 6'2" frame back onto the tiny cushion assigned to me, I watch her pour imaginary tea with exaggerated care. The fear is fading from her eyes, replaced by concentration on the task at hand. For now, she's okay. For now, we've pushed back the darkness. But Raylan's threat echoes in my mind. This isn't over, not by a long shot.
Chapter 23. Lucy. I stand back, admiring the fresh display of mini Paris Brest pastries I've just arranged. The hazelnut praline cream peeks through the golden shoe rings, each one a perfect circle of deliciousness. The morning light streams through Madeleine's front windows, catching on the sugar crystals dusted over the top. If those taste half as good as they look, I'm ordering a dozen. I spin around at the familiar voice. Olivia? Olivia Blackwood strides toward me. Her chef whites traded for a casual burgundy jumpsuit that complements her deep brown skin. Behind her follows a woman I recognize from industry events, Celia St. Pierre. Olivia wraps me in a tight hug. Head chef at Madeleine's Soho. Damn, girl. I still can't believe it myself. I usher them toward a small table near the window. What brings you two in? You think we'd miss checking out your new domain? Olivia settles into a chair, her box braids swinging as she looks around approvingly. Place looks good under your command. Celia nods, her natural hair framing her face. Words out all over the culinary scene. Lucy Holloway is making Madeleine's Soho the place to be. She leans forward, perfectly manicured fingers drumming on the tabletop. Had to come see for myself, maybe get a little something for my husband Aston while I'm here. Let me get you something to try. I dart to the display case, selecting a sampling of my newest creations, the Paris Brest, a chocolate hazelnut entremet with mirror glaze, and my signature lemon lavender tartlets with candied citrus. When I return with the tray and set it between them, Olivia's eyes widen. These are works of art, Lucy. The art is eating them, I say, sliding into the third chair. Go on. Celia takes a bite of the tartlet, closing her eyes momentarily. When she opens them, there's newfound respect there. The balance of the lemon and lavender, not too floral, just enough to complement the acidity. That's what I've been saying. Olivia waves her fork emphatically. Lucy's palate is unmatched. She understands nuance. Heat rises to my head at their praise. After years of kitchen grind, the burns, the cuts, the double shifts, the condescension from male chefs who thought I couldn't hack it, moments like this make it all worthwhile. It means a lot coming from both of you. I fidget with my apron. Honestly, there are moments I wonder if I'm ready for this position. Stop that nonsense right now. Olivia points her fork at me. You've put in the work. Your skill speaks for itself. These pastries speak for themselves. Though not everyone's speaking so kindly, Celia murmurs, breaking off another piece of entremet. Olivia shoots her a look. Celia? What do you mean? I ask, suddenly alert. Olivia sighs. I was going to bring it up more tactfully, but since we're here, there's been talk. You know how this industry loves to gossip. My stomach tightens. What kind of talk? The usual garbage. That you got the position because Bernard wanted more diversity in the kitchen. That you're too inexperienced. That someone pulled strings. Olivia's expression hardens. Complete nonsense, obviously. The pastry suddenly feels heavy in my hand. I hadn't heard. It's not worth your energy, Celia interjects. Every woman of color in a top position deals with this. I still do, even after 2 James Beard nominations. I nod, but my mind races. These rumors sound suspiciously targeted, designed to undermine my confidence and authority. And they didn't just appear out of thin air. Raylan. The name flashes through my mind like a warning. Joey's ex-wife has been hell-bent on making things difficult since day one. She has the connections, the spite, and precisely the kind of vindictive energy to spread rumors in culinary circles. It would be just her style to try to poison my professional reputation while smiling to my face. You look like you've got someone specific in mind, Olivia says, reading my expression. I force a smile. Just wondering who has enough free time to gossip about my career. Whoever it is doesn't matter. Olivia reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. What matters is that your food is exceptional, and we're here to support you. The whole community of Black women chefs has your back. And we're not a group anyone should mess with, Celia adds with a wink. Knives aren't just for cooking. I laugh, feeling the tension ease somewhat. Thanks for coming by. It means more than you know. I watch Olivia and Celia leave with to-go boxes in their hands, their praise still warming me despite the chill their gossip has left behind. The bell over the door chimes as they exit, and I force my feet to carry me back to the kitchen, where half-finished pastries await my attention. The stainless steel surfaces of Madeline's kitchen gleam under the bright lights. I tie my apron tighter around my waist and wash my hands methodically, scrubbing longer than necessary as my thoughts tumble over each other. You good, chef? Marcos, my sous chef, glances up from the ganache he's tempering. Perfect, I lie, snapping on a pair of gloves. Let's get these macarons filled before the lunch rush. My hands move automatically, piping buttercream onto delicate macaron shells, pressing them together with just enough force to adhere without breaking. But my mind is elsewhere, replaying snippets of the conversation with Olivia and Celia. That you're too inexperienced. That someone pulled strings. The shells crack under my fingers and I curse under my breath. That's $3 of ingredients wasted and precious minutes lost. I toss the broken pieces and reach for new ones. Would Raylan really stoop that low to try to sabotage my career because Joey won custody of Penny? I remember her face at the courthouse weeks ago. The shock when the judge granted Joey full custody. The way her perfectly made-up features contorted with rage. The memory sends a cold trickle down my spine. It's just talk, I mutter to myself, piping a perfect rosette onto the next macaron. But the rumors had to start somewhere, and timing-wise, they align perfectly with the custody ruling. Raylan comes from money, old money, the kind with connections throughout New York's elite circles, including the culinary world. Her family has probably dined at every Michelin-starred restaurant in the city, knowing chefs and restaurant owners on a first-name basis. My piping bag falters, buttercream squirting unevenly. I wipe it away and start again. What else might she do? The question settles heavily in my stomach. If she's willing to attack my professional reputation, where does she draw the line? I reach for the next tray of shells, but as I lift it, I see my hands are trembling. Carefully, I set the tray back down. Taking 5, I announce to no one in particular, wiping my hands on my apron and heading toward the back door that leads to the alley. Outside, the cool air hits my face. I lean against the brick wall, breathing deeply. The rational part of my brain says I'm overreacting. Raylan is spiteful, not dangerous. But then I remember Joey's stories. How she'd thrown things during arguments. How she'd once keyed his car after a particularly heated custody exchange. She's not stable, he'd told me, worry lines creasing his forehead. Not when she feels cornered. And now she's lost Penny completely. Her own daughter prefers staying with me and Joey. I pull out my phone, checking for messages from Joey. Nothing new since his morning text wishing me a good day. I consider calling him but stop myself. What would I say? That I'm having paranoid thoughts about his ex-wife sabotaging my career? That I'm suddenly afraid to walk to the subway alone? Get it together, Lucy, I whisper, pocketing my phone. Back in the kitchen, I wash my hands again and return to my station. The afternoon special order needs my attention, a 3-tier celebration cake for a gallery opening tonight. I focus on rolling out the marzipan, the familiar motion soothing my nerves. But as I work, shadows seem to lurk in my peripheral vision. I imagine Raylan hiring someone to follow me, to gather dirt, or worse. I picture her showing up at the shop, making a scene in front of customers. My knife slips, nearly catching my fingertip. "Careful, chef," Marco says, appearing beside me with a concerned expression. I nod, embarrassed at my carelessness. Thanks. The rest of the afternoon, I force myself to concentrate, channeling my anxiety into precision. Each slice of the knife, each fold of pastry, each decoration piped requires my complete attention. It helps somewhat. But when I glance at the kitchen clock and realize it's almost time to leave, a new wave of unease washes over me. I'll have to walk 4 blocks to the subway station, then change trains at a deserted platform before reaching our neighborhood. My phone pings with a text. It's Joey. "Picking you up tonight. Penny wants ice cream with Mommy Lucy. Don't argue. We're already on our way." Relief floods through me so intensely I have to grip the counter. I type back a quick "thank you" and return to my work, lungs expanding fully for the first time since Olivia and Celia left. I'm being ridiculous, I tell myself. Raylan might be bitter and vindictive, but she's not dangerous. Am I really so sure about that?
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 24. Joey. I swirled the amber liquid in my glass, watching the light catch on the crystal edges before taking a slow sip. The scotch burns pleasantly down my throat, the familiar sting a welcome distraction from the thoughts that have been pestering me all day. You're quieter than usual tonight, Noah says, leaning back in his chair. The exclusive bar at the top of the Emerald Tower offers a panoramic view of the city lights below us, but I've barely noticed them. Usually by now you'd be telling me how I need to get myself in gear on some case or another. Just got a lot on my mind. I down the rest of my scotch and signal the bartender for another round. Raylan gave an interview to People magazine yesterday. Noah's eyebrows shoot up. What kind of damage are we looking at? The usual garbage, how I used my money and connections to steal her daughter, how she's the victim of a corrupt system that favors men with power. My jaw clenches involuntarily. She conveniently left out the part where she left Penny alone in a hotel room when she was a baby while she went partying in Vegas. The bartender slides fresh drinks in front of us. I thank him with a nod, appreciating his discretion as he moves away. And that's just the beginning, I continue, lowering my voice. My publicist called this morning. Raylan's been hitting up every gossip column in the city with stories about how I'm an absent father who pawns Penny off on hired help while I work 16-hour days. Noah takes a measured sip of his drink. The judge already ruled in your favor. The custody arrangement is solid. It's not the legal stuff I'm worried about. I run a hand through my hair, feeling the tension in my shoulders. It's Penny. She's 4 years old. What happens when she's old enough to read this? The city sprawls beneath us, thousands of lights twinkling in the darkness. Somewhere out there is my apartment, where Lucy is probably reading Penny her third bedtime story of the night. The thought brings a momentary smile to my face. How are things with Lucy, by the way? Noah asks, noticing my expression shift. Good. Great, actually. I trace the rim of my glass with my finger. Penny adores her. You should see them together. It's like they've known each other forever. Noah grins. And how about you? You adoring her too? Go away, I mutter, but there's no heat behind it. That's what I thought. His smile fades as he leans forward. Look, Joey, about Raylan. I think you should prepare yourself. This is just the beginning, like you said. The seriousness in his tone pulls me back to the problem at hand. What do you mean? She's humiliated. You not only won custody, but the details of why came out in court. Her reputation took a hit, and now everyone knows she's not Mother of the Year material, even when she tries to act like she's on social media. Noah's eyes meet mine. People like Raylan don't just accept defeat and move on. They look for revenge. A cold feeling settles in my stomach. You think she might try to take Penny? I think she might try anything. The press attacks are just her opening move. Noah taps his fingers against his glass. Has she been asking for more visitation? Making unexpected calls? Showing up places she knows you'll be? I think back to the past few weeks. She's been more present. Called twice about seeing Penny outside her scheduled time. Showed up at that charity event last weekend even though she never gave a damn about children's hospitals before. Document everything. Every call, every request, every coincidental run-in. Noah's voice has taken on the sharp precision he uses in court. And keep Lucy in the loop. She needs to know what to watch for if she's with Penny. The scotch suddenly tastes bitter. I set it down, my appetite for it gone. You really think she'd go that far? I think Raylan Morales comes from old money and a family that doesn't take losing well. I think she's used to getting what she wants. Noah leans back, his expression grim. And right now, what she wants is to hurt you. Be ready for anything, Joey. Absolutely anything. I nod, grateful for Noah's counsel even if it twists my gut into knots. He's been with me through every step of this custody hell from the initial filing to the moment the judge handed down his decision. The fact that he's still looking out for me, for Penny, means more than I can express. Thanks. I'll start documenting everything tonight. I reach for my phone, making a quick note to myself. I'll talk to Lucy when I get home. Noah swirls his drink, a knowing look crossing his face. Speaking of Lucy, Tell me more about how it's going. I've been curious. I can't help the small smile that forms. Better than I expected, to be honest. For a fake marriage, you mean? Yeah. The word feels hollow as soon as it leaves my mouth. The arrangement had seemed so straightforward 4 months ago. I needed a stable family image to strengthen my custody case. A mutually beneficial business transaction sealed with a ring and a contract. Except it doesn't feel fake anymore. Noah's eyebrows rise slightly. I was wondering when you'd admit that. I'm not blind. Or stupid. I run my thumb over the platinum band on my finger. It started the night we got stuck in that elevator. Something about being trapped in a metal box for hours. Breaks down barriers pretty damn fast. And then you fake married her. And then I fake married her, I echo. And suddenly she wasn't just this woman I married on paper. She was making breakfast with Penny every morning, teaching her to count while they measured flour. She was falling asleep on the couch with children's books in her lap. The memory of finding them like that last week floods my mind. Lucy curled up with Penny nestled against her side, both of them surrounded by scattered storybooks. I'd stood there for a full minute just watching them breathe and felt something in my chest crack wide open. I messed up, Noah. I rubbed my hand across my jaw. We had a contract, a timeline, a clean exit strategy, and instead, I went and fell in love with her. Noah doesn't look surprised. Does she know? How can she? I barely admitted it to myself until now. I lean back in my chair, staring up at the ceiling. Our agreement ends in 2 months. She gets her money and walks away. That was the deal. Deals can be renegotiated. Not this one. Not without making me look like I'm trying to buy her feelings. I shake my head. You didn't see how proud she was signing that contract. How important it was to her that this was a business arrangement with clear boundaries. She needed that control. Noah sets down his glass with a definitive click. Joey, listen to me. I've known you since law school. I've watched you argue cases most people would consider unwinnable. You build strategies that anticipate every possible outcome. He leans forward. But right now, you're being a coward. The words hit like a physical blow. Excuse me? You heard me. You're running worst-case scenarios in your head and deciding the outcome before you've even tried. Noah's gaze is unflinching. Tell her the truth. Tell her you love her. Tell her you want this marriage to be real. And if she doesn't want that, then at least you'll know. But right now you're making decisions for both of you based on assumptions. He shakes his head. That's not the Joey Holloway I know. The man I know fights for what he wants. I stare into my scotch, letting his words sink in. He's right, and we both know it. Since when do I back down from a challenge without even trying? Fight for her, Joey, Noah says, his voice softer now. The way you fought for Penny. Some things are worth the risk. You're right. I straighten my shoulders, a new resolve forming. I need to tell her, even if it blows up in my face. Noah raises his glass. To not being a coward. I clink my glass against his. To not being a coward. I take a deep breath, acknowledging the fear lurking beneath my determination. I just hope I don't mess everything up in the process. If you do, I'll be here with more expensive scotch. Noah grins. But something tells me you won't need it.
Chapter 25. Lucy. I fold the last sheet of parchment paper with a satisfied sigh, smoothing it into the prep drawer for tomorrow's croissants. Madeline's bakery stands silent around me, the hum of refrigerators providing the only soundtrack to my solitude. The kitchen gleams under the soft overhead lights, stainless steel countertops wiped clean, pastry tools arranged in perfect order, floors swept and mopped until they shine. Just one more batch of ganache to portion, I mutter to myself, checking the cooling chocolate mixture with the back of a spoon. The windows have gone black with night, reflecting my movements like a mirror. I've lost track of time again, but I don't mind the late hours. There's something peaceful about having the kitchen to myself, away from the morning rush and demanding customers. I'm piping the last of the ganache into silicone molds when the front door crashes open, the bell above it jangling violently. My hand jerks, sending a stream of chocolate across the counter. "So this is where you've been hiding?" The voice slices through the bakery's tranquility, and I know who it is before I even look up. Raylan Morales stands in the doorway, her designer heels clicking against the tile as she strides toward the counter. Her face is a mask of cold fury, brown eyes narrowed to slits. "We're closed," I say, my voice steadier than I feel as I set down the piping bag. "You'll need to come back tomorrow." "Cut the crap!" Raylan slams her purse onto the display case, making the glass rattle. "I know exactly what you're doing." My stomach drops, but I keep my expression neutral. "I'm preparing for tomorrow. And again, we're closed." "You think you're so clever, don't you?" She leans forward, manicured fingernails digging into the glass. "Playing house with my ex-husband and my daughter?" The accusation hits me square in the chest. I grip the edge of the counter, chocolate still smeared across my fingers. "Penny told me all about the cookies you baked together, and the park visits, and how Daddy's special friend Lucy makes him smile again." Her voice drips with mockery. "Did you think I wouldn't find out?" "Raylan, You're just the flavor of the month, honey. Some charity case Joey picked up to make himself feel better." She tosses her brown hair over her shoulder, eyes scanning the modest bakery with undisguised contempt. "What, did you think he was going to marry the help? That you'd become Penny's new mommy?" My body burns, but I force myself to breathe. In and out, slow and steady. "You're nothing but a homewrecker," she continues, her voice rising. "Slithering your way into their lives, thinking you can replace me. I'm Penny's mother. I'm the one Joey married first. You're just convenient." "That's enough." My voice comes out low and firm, surprising even me. "You and Joey were over long before I met him. I haven't replaced anyone, and I thought you were engaged to someone else. Derek, was it? What happened to him?" "Mind your business. I've seen this before. Poor little baker girl hoping to land herself a billionaire." Her laugh is brittle, cutting. "Do you have any idea how pathetic you look?" My heart hammers against my ribs, each beat a warning signal telling me to retreat, to apologize, to let her win. But something else rises up alongside the fear, a certainty that this moment matters. "I care about Joey," I say, raising my chin. "And I care about Penny. This isn't about money or status or whatever you think I'm after." "Don't you dare say my daughter's name." Raylan's face contorts, her perfect makeup creasing with rage. "You think because you can bake a few cookies that you deserve to be in her life? In Joey's life?" I wipe my hands on my apron, leaving behind traces of chocolate. "I don't think I deserve anything, but they deserve someone who actually cares about their happiness." Her eyes widen at the implicit accusation. "How dare you? I'm a good mother." "I never said you weren't." I steady myself against the counter. "But Joey deserves someone who respects him. And right now, that's not what you're doing." Raylan's face flushes dark with anger. "You think you know him after what, a few months? I was married to him. I gave him a child. And yet here you are, trying to control who he spends his time with." My pulse races so hard, I can feel it in my fingertips. But I stand my ground. This isn't just about defending myself anymore. It's about Joey, about the life we might build together if given the chance. Raylan's face twists into something ugly, something beyond anger. For a fraction of a second, I see past the designer clothes and perfect makeup to the raw fear beneath. She's terrified. Not of me, exactly, but of what I represent. "You have no idea what it's like," she hisses, her voice dropping to a venomous whisper. "To watch your daughter come home, talking about the fun she had with Daddy's new wife. To hear her ask why I don't make cookies like Lucy does." There it is, the truth beneath her rage. "I didn't ask Penny to compare us," I say, softening my tone slightly. "That's not fair to either of us." "Fair?" She laughs, a brittle sound that echoes off the stainless steel appliances. "You want to talk about fair? Is it fair that Joey gets to parade around with you, playing perfect family man while I'm painted as the villain? Is it fair that my daughter likes you better after a few months than she likes me after 4 years?" The raw honesty in her words stops me cold. Her hands tremble as she grips the display case, knuckles turning white. "Penny doesn't like me better," I say carefully. "She loves you. You're her mother. Don't patronize me." Raylan's eyes shine with unshed tears that she blinks away furiously. "I see how she lights up when she talks about you. I'm not stupid." I recognize what's happening now. Beneath all her venom and spite, Raylan is just a woman afraid of losing her place in her daughter's life. The realization doesn't make her behavior acceptable, but it makes it comprehensible. "You know," she continues, voice dropping even lower, "Joey used to look at me the way he looks at you, like I was something precious, something worth fighting for." Her laugh turns hollow. "But it never lasts. He'll get bored with you too." My stomach twists. Is she right? Am I just another novelty in Joey's life? No. I've seen the way he looks at me when he thinks I'm not watching. I've felt the gentleness in his touch, heard the sincerity in his voice when he tells me I matter. "This isn't a competition, Raylan," I say, stepping out from behind the counter. "Penny has enough love for both of us." Save the Hallmark greeting card speech. She straightens, smoothing her designer dress. "You think you've won because Joey's screwing you? Because my daughter likes your cookies? You're nothing but a temporary distraction." Each word is calibrated to wound, to find my deepest insecurities and exploit them. I breathe through the sting, reminding myself that her attacks say more about her than about me. "I don't think I've won anything," I say. "And I don't think you've lost anything either. Joey still respects you as Penny's mother." "Respect?" Her voice rises again. "I don't want his respect. I want." She cuts herself off, but the truth hangs in the air between us. She wants what they had back, or at least, she wants the power of knowing he's still within her orbit. I steel myself, drawing on reserves of strength I didn't know I had. "I'm not going anywhere, Raylan. Not unless Joey and Penny want me to. I care about them both too much." "You care about them?" she snarls. "You barely know them. I carried Penny inside me for 9 months. I was there for her first steps, her first words. You think baking a few cookies makes you family?" "No," I say quietly. "But loving them might." The word, loving, hangs between us like a gauntlet thrown. Her eyes widen, then narrow to dangerous slits. "You stupid brat," she whispers, voice trembling with rage. "You think you're in love? You think that matters?" I hold her gaze, refusing to be cowed. "Yes, I do." Something in her snaps. She spins toward the paring knives I'd arranged earlier on the drying rack, grabbing the sharpest one before I can react. "You don't get to take my family," she snarls, advancing toward me with the knife gripped tight. Light glints off the blade, catching the fury in her eyes as she points it at my chest. My back hits the refrigerator. There's nowhere left to retreat. "Raylan, put the knife down," I say, trying to keep my voice level despite the fear coursing through me. This isn't going to help anything. Shut up, she hisses, stepping closer, the tip of the blade now inches from my throat. Just shut your mouth for once, or else I'll just slice it off.
Chapter 26. Joey. I check my watch for the 5th time in 10 minutes. 7:45 p.m. Lucy should have been here almost an hour ago. Daddy, can I have another piece? Penny sits across from me at the dining table, her face smeared with tomato sauce, green eyes wide with hope. Sure, princess. I slide another slice onto her unicorn-themed plate. Small bites, remember? I know. She grins, revealing a gap where her front tooth used to be. Lucy taught me how to eat pizza like a lady. The mention of Lucy makes my stomach tighten. This isn't like her. When she texted earlier saying she'd be here for dinner, she'd added 3 pizza emojis and a heart. Lucy doesn't just not show up. I pull up my phone again, scrolling to her name and hitting call. The line rings once before going straight to voicemail, different from the previous times when it had rung endlessly with no answer. Hey, it's Lucy. Leave a message and I'll call you back when I can. Lucy, it's me again. Call me as soon as you get this. We're worried about you. I hang up, tossing my phone onto the table with more force than intended. Penny's fork clatters against her plate. Is Lucy okay? I force a smile. Of course she is, sweetheart. She's probably just stuck at work. But you look mad. Penny's lower lip trembles slightly. You get that face when you talk to Mommy's lawyers. Damn. Kids don't miss a thing. I reach across the table and take her small hand in mine. I'm not mad, Pen. Just a little concerned because Lucy isn't answering her phone. Maybe it died. My tablet dies all the time when I play too much Unicorn Adventure. Maybe, I agree, though my gut tells me otherwise. Lucy is meticulous about keeping her phone charged, occupational hazard of being on call for catering emergencies. I push away from the table and pace the length of our kitchen, the expensive marble tiles cold against my bare feet. Something isn't right. Lucy would have called if she was running late. Hell, she would have called just to hear Penny's voice before bedtime. Penny watches me, pizza forgotten, tiny fingers twisting a strand of her dark curly hair, a nervous habit she's had since she was 2. You know what? I think I'm gonna go check on Lucy at her work, I decide, pulling my phone out again, just to make sure everything's okay. Can I come? Penny slides off her chair, leaving a trail of crumbs on the floor. Not this time, princess. It's almost bedtime. I scroll through my contacts until I find Mrs. Rodriguez's number. The older woman has been a godsend since I moved into this building with Penny after the separation. Always willing to babysit in a pinch, no questions asked. But I want to see Lucy too! Penny stamps her foot, smearing sauce on the floor. I know, and you will. But right now, I need you to be my big girl, okay? I kneel down to her level as the phone rings. Mrs. Rodriguez is going to come up and finish dinner with you, and maybe watch a movie if you're good. Mrs. Rodriguez answers on the 4th ring. Joseph, everything all right? Hey, Elena, I'm so sorry for the short notice, but I have a bit of an emergency. Would you be able to watch Penny for an hour or so? Of course, of course. Her voice carries the warm accent that Penny loves to imitate. Give me 5 minutes to put on my shoes. You're a lifesaver. Door will be unlocked. I hang up and turn to Penny, who's now sitting cross-legged on the floor, arms folded across her chest in protest. Mrs. Rodriguez is coming up. She'll let you have ice cream. Lucy was bringing dessert. Her bottom lip juts out. She promised cream puffs. The mention of Lucy's specialty dessert, the ones she'd made the first night she moved in with us, twists something inside me. I grab my keys and wallet from the counter. I know she did. And Lucy always keeps her promises, right? So something must have happened. Penny uncrosses her arms, concern replacing indignation. Is she hurt? No, baby. Her phone probably died, just like you said. I force confidence into my voice while my mind races through scenarios. Car accident, mugging, subway delay. A gentle knock at the door signals Mrs. Rodriguez's arrival. I let her in, grateful for her no-nonsense efficiency as she immediately engages Penny in conversation about unicorns while I grab my jacket. I shouldn't be long, I tell her, already halfway out the door. Just going to check on Lucy at the bakery. Take your time, she says, waving me off. Penny and I will be fine, won't we, Mijita? I plant a quick kiss on Penny's forehead. Be good for Mrs. Rodriguez. Find Lucy, she whispers, her small hands on my cheeks. Tell her I saved her a pizza slice. I will. I ruffle her curls and head out, my pace quickening with every step toward the elevator. I jab the parking garage button and watch the elevator numbers tick down, each second an eternity. My mind races through worst-case scenarios. Lucy's never this late without calling. Never. It's been 4 months since she moved in with us, and she's been nothing but reliable. Too reliable sometimes, showing up early to surprise Penny with breakfast shaped like unicorns, or staying up late to help me prepare for court cases, even when her own eyes are drooping from a 12-hour shift. The elevator finally hits P2, and I sprint to my Audi, clicking the fob before I'm even in sight of it. The lights flash, a beacon in the dim garage. I slide behind the wheel, the leather cold against my back despite the summer evening. Come on, I mutter, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine purrs to life, and I'm reversing before the doors fully closed, narrowly missing a concrete pillar. Traffic on Fifth Avenue crawls at a maddening pace. I drum my fingers against the steering wheel, checking my phone at every red light. No messages, no missed calls, nothing. Move! I slam my palm against the horn when a taxi cuts me off. The driver flips me off, but I don't have time for this nonsense. Not tonight. Lucy's face flashes in my mind, the way she looked this morning. Hair wild from sleep, laughing as Penny tried to braid it before school. The domesticity of it had hit me like a punch to the gut. I don't want to lose her. I don't want to live a life without Lucy in it. And that terrifies me. I swerve around a delivery truck, ignoring the blaring horns behind me. Madeline's is 15 blocks downtown, in the heart of the trendy district where Lucy had built her reputation before becoming head pastry chef. What if something's happened to her? What if this is it? The moment when the universe decides Joseph Holloway has had enough happiness? My phone buzzes and I nearly crash reaching for it. Lucy? I answer without checking the screen. No, it's Elena. Mrs. Rodriguez's voice comes through the speaker. Penny wanted me to remind you about the pizza slice for Lucy. She's very insistent. I exhale slowly, grip loosening on the wheel. Tell her I haven't forgotten. Everything okay there? Perfect. She's showing me her unicorn collection. Very educational. Thanks, Elena. I'll be back as soon as I can. I hang up, turning onto the side street where Madeline's stands between a boutique clothing store and an overpriced coffee shop. The bakery's elegant sign glows in the twilight, but something's off. The main lights are dimmed inside. I park illegally at the curb, not giving a damn about tickets. The closed sign hangs in the window, but I can see movement inside. Shadows shifting behind the frosted glass of the display cases. My heart hammers as I approach the door. Through the glass panes, I make out figures in the back of the shop near the kitchen, where Lucy spends her days creating edible art. I see Lucy, speaking with someone, or rather, trying to calm them down. I can only see the backside of the other person, but that dress, that hair, those wild gestures can only belong to one person. Raylan. And I catch the exact moment when she reaches for a sharp knife, aiming it Lucy's way.
Chapter 27. Lucy. Raylan charges at me with a knife. I scream, feeling the cold steel slice across my arm as I try to duck out of the way. The sting of the cut snaps me into action. "Are you out of your mind?" I shout, my voice shaking but steadying as I raise my hands to fend her off. She swings the knife wildly, her face twisted with rage. "Stay away from Joey," she yells, her voice high-pitched and shrill. I sidestep another lunge, grabbing a metal tray from the counter and using it as a makeshift shield. "Joey's not yours to claim," I retort, blocking another strike. The knife clatters against the tray, and I use the moment to kick out at her wrist. The blade flies from her hand, skittering across the floor. Raylan howls in fury and charges at me again, this time with her fists. "You don't know what you're talking about," she screeches. I dodge her blows, keeping my eyes peeled for something, anything I can use to restrain her. My arm throbs where she cut me, but adrenaline keeps the pain at bay. "Raylan, stop this madness!" I yell back, pushing her away with all my strength. She stumbles but quickly recovers, launching herself at me once more. Her nails rake across my skin as she tries to claw at me. "You ruined everything," she cries out. I spot a roll of plastic wrap on the counter and grab it in desperation. "Enough," I shout, tearing off a length of the wrap and trying to get it around her wrists. Raylan thrashes violently, but I'm determined. With a grunt of effort, I manage to loop the wrap around one wrist. She kicks out at me, landing a blow on my shin that nearly buckles my leg. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I tighten my grip on the plastic wrap and wrestle her other arm into submission. "Calm down," I demand, pulling the wrap tight around both wrists. She screams in frustration, jerking against the restraints. "Let me go." I've barely caught my breath when Raylan breaks free with a sudden jerk, the plastic wrap stretching and tearing as she wrenches her hands apart. Her eyes blaze with a murderous intensity I've never seen before. "You think you can just take him?" she snarls, lunging at me again. I scramble backward, bumping into the industrial mixer. "This is insane, Raylan. Joey made his choice." She laughs, a high unhinged sound that echoes off the kitchen's stainless steel surfaces. "Choice? You tricked him. Seduced him with your pathetic little cakes and your fake innocent act." I dart around the prep table, putting it between us. My cut arm throbs with each heartbeat, blood seeping through my chef's jacket. "I didn't trick anyone." "Shut up." She grabs a heavy copper pot from the hanging rack and hurls it at my head. I duck just in time. The pot crashes against the wall behind me, leaving a dent in the plaster. "You're nothing," she spits, circling the table like a predator. "A nobody from nowhere. You think you can just step into my life? My family?" My breath comes in quick gasps. "It's not your family anymore, Raylan. And it's not about the money for me." That sets her off again. She charges, shoving the table with surprising strength. The edge slams into my stomach, knocking the wind from my lungs. "I'll kill you," she whispers, her voice suddenly calm. "And then everything will be the way it should be." I push back against the table, creating space to slip away. My fingers find a rolling pin on the counter behind me. Not a weapon I'd choose, but it's something. "Joey doesn't love you," I say, gripping the rolling pin tightly. "He's moved on." Raylan screams, a sound so primal and raw, it momentarily freezes me in place. She vaults over the table, knocking containers and utensils, flying in all directions. I swing the rolling pin, catching her shoulder. She barely flinches, grabbing my wrist and twisting until I drop it with a cry of pain. "You don't know anything about love," she hisses into my face. Her perfectly manicured nails dig into my skin. I knee her in the stomach, forcing her to release me. She staggers back but recovers quickly, grabbing a knife from the magnetic strip on the wall. "Raylan, don't!" She slashes wildly, the blade whistling through the air inches from my face. I back away, trapped between the counter and the wall. There's nowhere to run. "He'll never choose you when I'm done with your face," she sneers, brandishing the knife. I grab a sheet pan and hold it up as a shield. Her knife strikes it with a metallic clang, the force of the blow vibrating up my arms. You're delusional, I gasp, desperately searching for an escape route. Joey and Penny are happy now. Don't you dare say my daughter's name. She knocks the pan from my hands with a powerful swipe. Before I can react, her fist connects with my jaw. Stars explode across my vision. I taste blood, copper and salt flooding my mouth. The second blow catches me in the temple. My legs give way beneath me. The kitchen floor rushes up to meet me, cold tile against my cheek. Everything spins. Through blurry vision, I see Raylan standing over me, knife raised high. I'm going to enjoy this, she whispers. The kitchen door crashes open with a bang. Raylan, Joey's voice cuts through the haze of pain. What the hell are you doing? Raylan spins toward him, knife still clutched in her hand. Joey, she attacked me. I was just... Put the knife down. His voice is cold steel, a tone I've never heard from him. Baby, you don't understand. Joey moves faster than I thought possible, crossing the kitchen and grabbing her wrist. I said, put it down, now. The knife clatters to the floor. Raylan immediately crumples against him, sobbing theatrically. Joey, she's poisoned you against me. Don't you get it? Joey roughly pushes her away, holding her at arm's length. Stop lying, Raylan. You're nothing to me. I push myself up onto my elbows, my head pounding. Blood drips from my split lip onto the pristine kitchen floor. Joey, I manage to whisper. His eyes find mine, widening at the sight of my injuries. His face transforms with fury as he turns back to Raylan, gripping her arms tightly. You've lost your mind, he growls, forcing her down onto a nearby stool. Don't move, not an inch. Raylan struggles against his grip. You can't tell me what to do. She deserves this. She stole you, stole Penny. Joey holds her firmly in place as she thrashes and screams. Lucy, call the police, he says, his voice tense with the effort of restraining his ex-wife. My hands shake as I pull my phone from my pocket. Tears blur my vision, not just from pain, but from the shock of what's happened. I dial 911, blood smearing across the screen. 911, what's your emergency? I need help, I sob into the phone, watching Raylan continue to struggle against Joey's iron grip. Someone tried to kill me. What's your location, ma'am? The operator's voice is calm, steady, the complete opposite of the chaos surrounding me. I glance around frantically, realizing I'm not entirely sure of the kitchen's address. I'm at Madeline's in Soho. Blood drips from my arm onto the floor as I press the phone to my ear with my shoulder, trying to apply pressure to the wound with my free hand. Can you tell me what happened? The operator asks. The kitchen spins a little as I try to focus. My husband's ex-wife attacked me with a knife. She cut my arm and tried to stab me. She's still here, but he's restraining her. Please hurry. Raylan lets out another feral scream, nearly bucking out of Joey's grip. They won't believe you. Joey, tell them she's lying. Joey tightens his hold. Shut up, Raylan. I saw what happened. The operator's voice draws me back. Are any weapons still accessible? I scan the floor where the knife lies about 6 feet away. There's a knife on the floor, but it's not near her anymore. Officers are on their way, along with an ambulance. Stay on the line with me until they arrive, okay? Okay, I whisper, suddenly feeling very cold. My chef's jacket is soaked through with blood on the sleeve. I hadn't realized how deep the cut was until now. Joey's eyes flick to mine, concern etched across his face. Lucy, sit down before you fall down. I try to make it to a stool, but my legs wobble beneath me. Instead, I slide down the cabinet to sit on the floor, leaving a smear of red against the white laminate. The phone feels heavy in my hand. They're coming, Lucy. Hold on. Joey's voice seems to echo strangely, as if he's speaking to me through water. The operator keeps talking, asking questions about my injuries, but forming responses becomes increasingly difficult. The edges of my vision pulse gray with each heartbeat. I press harder on my arm, watching with detached curiosity as blood seeps between my fingers. Ma'am? Are you still there? The voice sounds so far away now. Here, I mumble, my tongue not quite cooperating. Distant sirens grow louder. Raylan has stopped fighting, instead sitting rigidly in Joey's grip, her eyes darting toward the exit. The cavalry's coming, Joey says, his eyes never leaving mine, even as he maintains his hold on Raylan. Just a few more minutes, sweetheart. I try to nod, but the movement makes the room tilt alarmingly. A strange tingling sensation creeps up my arms and legs, replacing the pain with numbness. That can't be good. The operator's voice fades in and out. Stay with me. Officer's almost there. Blue and red lights flash through the windows, casting strange shadows across the kitchen. The sirens cut suddenly, leaving a ringing silence. They're here, I whisper, not sure if the operator can even hear me anymore. The kitchen door bursts open. 2 police officers enter with the guns drawn, followed closely by paramedics carrying bags of equipment. Over here, Joey calls out, nodding toward me while maintaining his grip on Raylan. She's lost a lot of blood. One officer moves toward Raylan while another approaches me. The paramedics kneel beside me, gently moving my hand away from the wound. One of them says something I can't quite make out, pressing a thick gauze pad against my arm. Can you tell me what happened? An officer asks, crouching beside me. I try to focus on his face, but the features swim before my eyes. She attacked me with a knife. Tried to. The words escape me. The ceiling lights seem too bright, then too dim. BP's dropping, one paramedic says to another. Let's get her on the stretcher. I feel hands lifting me, surprisingly gentle. The phone slips from my grasp. Someone catches it, ending the call. Lucy, Joey's voice cuts through the fog. I try to turn toward him, but my neck won't cooperate. The police have Raylan in handcuffs now. She's stopped fighting, her mascara running down her cheeks in black rivulets. The paramedics secure straps across my body. One places an oxygen mask over my face, the plastic cool against my skin. Joey, I try to call out, but it comes out as barely a whisper. I'm right here, he says, suddenly at my side. When did he get there? His hand finds mine, squeezing tight. Stay with me, Lucy. His face blurs, doubling and then tripling in my vision. I blink hard, trying to clear the fog creeping in from all sides. Joey, I mumble again, my voice muffled behind the mask. His name is the only word I can seem to form. I'm here. I'm not leaving you. His voice sounds strange, distorted and distant. The stretcher starts moving. The ceiling tiles slide by overhead in a disorienting stream. Joey's hand still grips mine, but I can barely feel it now. Lucy. Lucy. Joey's voice grows urgent as darkness crowds the edges of my vision. I try to respond, but my lips won't move. The last thing I see is Joey's panic-stricken face above me before the darkness claims me completely, pulling me down into silent, empty black.
Chapter 28. Joey. The beep of the heart rate monitor is the only sound interrupting the sterile silence of the hospital room. My eyes track each digital spike on the screen, grateful for every sign of life it registers. Lucy lies motionless on the bed. A thick bandage wraps around her arm, where the doctor stitched up the wound Raylan inflicted. I run my hand through my hair for what must be the 100th time, feeling the grease and grime from hours of waiting. The hard plastic chair beneath me has left my buttocks numb, but I refuse to leave her side. The image of Lucy collapsing, blood seeping through her fingers as she clutched her arm, plays on repeat in my mind. My stomach clenches at the memory. The police took Raylan away in handcuffs, her face twisted in rage even as they read her rights. I always knew she had issues, but this? Attacking Lucy with a kitchen knife? The thought of what might have happened if I hadn't walked in when I did makes my jaw clench so tight my teeth might crack. A slight movement from the bed snaps my attention back. Lucy's fingers twitch. My heart slams against my ribs as I lean forward, watching her eyelids flutter. The chair scrapes against the floor as I push it back and move to the edge of the bed. Lucy? My voice comes out hoarse from hours of disuse. Her eyes open slowly, unfocused at first. I reach for her hand, careful of the IV line attached to her skin, and give it the gentlest squeeze. Hey, I whisper, throat tight with emotion I've been holding back since watching her blood pool on our kitchen floor. Lucy's lips part, but no sound emerges. She looks confused, gaze drifting around the unfamiliar ceiling before settling back on me. Don't try to talk yet, you're okay. I stroke my thumb across her knuckles, marveling at the warmth returning to her skin. You're in the hospital. The doctors patched you up. Her eyes widen slightly as memory seems to return, her free hand moving instinctively toward her bandaged arm. Don't touch it, I say quickly, intercepting her hand. 27 stitches. The doctor said you'll have a scar, but no permanent damage. The thought of Raylan marking Lucy permanently makes rage flare hot in my chest, but I swallow it back. That's not what Lucy needs right now. She licks her dry lips, and I immediately reach for the cup of water on the side table, guiding the straw to her mouth. After a few sips, she tries again. Penny? Her voice is a rasp, but hearing it nearly brings me to my knees with relief. She's with Mrs. Rodriguez. She's fine staying the night with Penny, considering what happened to you. Lucy nods weakly, then winces as she shifts position. My hand moves to her face, brushing back a strand of hair that's fallen across her forehead. Lucy, My voice breaks, and I have to take a deep breath before continuing. When I saw you on the floor, I thought I might lose you. The heart monitor's beat quickens slightly. Her eyes lock with mine, and despite her weakened state, I see strength there. I love you, I say, the words rushing out like I can't hold them back any longer. I love you so goddamn much, and the thought of living without you. My voice catches again. I've never been so scared in my life. Lucy's eyes fill with tears, one escaping down her cheek. I catch it with my thumb. Raylan? She asks, concern creasing her forehead. Arrested. She's not going to hurt you again. I swear to God, she'll never get near you again. Lucy's eyes drift closed for a moment, exhaustion evident in every line of her face, but her fingers tighten around mine. I'm sorry, I continue, unable to stop now that I've started. I should have known she'd snap eventually. I should have protected you better. Her eyes open again, fixing me with a look that somehow manages to be stern despite her condition. Not your fault, she whispers. But it feels like it is. Raylan is my ex-wife, my problem. And Lucy paid the price for my underestimation of just how unhinged Raylan had become over the custody arrangement. I love you, I repeat, because it's the only truth that matters right now. When I saw all that blood, Lucy, I can't lose you. I won't. Lucy's fingers trace over mine, her touch weak but intentional. A small smile quivers on her pale lips. I love you too, she whispers, the words making my heart stutter. I've loved you for longer than I should admit. Relief floods through me, loosening the knot of tension that's been twisting in my chest. But then her expression shifts, a shadow crossing her features. But Joey, she pauses, gathering strength. I don't want to be in a fake marriage anymore. The words hit me like a physical blow. I pull back slightly, studying her face. What do you mean? Lucy's eyes meet mine, steady despite her weakened state. I don't want to be connected to you through some sham marriage. I can't do it anymore, not when I feel this way about you. My pulse pounds in my ears. For a moment, I think she's ending things, and panic claws at my throat. Then understanding dawns. Lucy, I say, my voice dropping to a near whisper as I lean closer. I don't want that either. Her brow furrows slightly, confusion evident in those brown eyes I've grown to adore. I want to make it real, I continue, the words spilling out with an urgency I can't contain. I want you to be my wife. For real. No more fake marriage. Lucy's eyes widen, the monitor beside her bed registering an uptick in her heart rate. Are you serious? I take her hand between both of mine, careful of the IV line. Completely serious. But we only got married to secure Penny's custody, she says, her voice stronger now, disbelief evident. That was the whole point, the arrangement. Damn the arrangement, I interrupt, then lower my voice when a nurse glances through the window in the door. The arrangement was before I knew what it would feel like to wake up beside you every morning, before I saw how you light up when Penny runs to you, before I realized that coming home meant coming home to you. Lucy's lips part, but no words come out. I push on, needing her to understand. I've fallen in love with you completely, I confess, my voice rough with emotion. And I won't let you walk away that easily, not when we've built something real from something fake. A tear slides down her cheek, and I brush it away with my thumb. The vulnerability in her eyes matches the rawness in my chest, both of us stripped bare by what happened today. This isn't just because you were scared, she asks, and the question breaks my heart, because I understand her doubt. Not just because I got hurt. I shake my head firmly. Today just made me realize I can't waste another second pretending. I've been falling for weeks, maybe months. Every time you laugh at one of Penny's ridiculous jokes, every time you curse under your breath when you're concentrating on a new recipe, every time you challenge me instead of just agreeing with whatever I say. A smile tugs at her lips, and I feel an answering one spread across my face. I planned on telling you tonight, actually. When you got home, I had pizza waiting for you, and I was going to tell you then. I let out a shaky laugh. This isn't exactly how I pictured this conversation going. Lucy's fingers tighten around mine. I think it's perfect, she whispers. I lean forward, closing the distance between us. Can I kiss you? Or will it hurt? It might hurt, she says, eyes twinkling despite everything. But I don't care. I cradle her face gently, mindful of her injuries, and press my lips to hers in the softest kiss. It's barely more than a breath, but it feels like sealing a promise. When I pull back, her eyes remain closed for a moment longer, and when they open, the love I see there steals my breath. So, I say, my thumb caressing her cheek, will you marry me? For real this time? She smiles wide. Yes, Joey, I will.
Chapter 29. Lucy. The automatic doors of the hospital slide open, releasing me into the world of the living once more. The sun hits my face with unexpected warmth, making me squint, despite the sunglasses Joey insisted I wear. My ribs protest with each breath. Bandages tight around my torso, beneath the loose cotton shirt Joey brought me from home. Easy there. Joey's hand steadies my elbow as we approach his sleek black SUV parked in the pickup zone. One step at a time. Penny bounces on her toes beside him. We made your bed super comfy, Lucy, with extra pillows and everything. That sounds perfect, sweetie. My voice still sounds rough to my own ears. Joey opens the passenger door. Your chariot awaits, madam. The drive feels surreal. 3 days in the hospital has made the outside world seem too bright, too fast, too normal. People walking dogs, jogging, going about their lives while I'm still processing the fact that Joey's ex-wife tried to kill me. The painkillers dull the edge of these thoughts, making everything slightly hazy around the edges. When we arrive at Joey's penthouse, the doorman greets me with genuine concern. "Mrs. Holloway, good to see you back. We've all been worried." "Thank you, George." I manage a small smile, touched by his sincerity. The elevator ride up feels like déjà vu, though thankfully without any mechanical failures this time. Joey's hand remains on the small of my back, his touch gentle but grounding. "Home sweet home," Joey announces as we enter the penthouse. The space that once intimidated me now feels welcoming, safe. Throne rooms all set up for you in the living room, per Princess Penny's royal decree. Sure enough, the sectional sofa has been transformed into a recovery nest, pillows arranged in a strategic formation, throw blankets folded neatly, a small side table with water, my medication, and a vase of fresh sunflowers. "Daddy and me picked the flowers." Penny's curls bounce as she points proudly. "Yellow ones, 'cause they're happy like you." My chest tightens with something other than pain. They're perfect. Joey helps me settle onto the couch, arranging pillows behind my back with surprising expertise. Comfortable? His green eyes scan my face for any sign of discomfort. As I'll ever be. I adjust slightly, trying not to wince. The doctor said it would be sore for a while. "I know what'll make you feel better." Joey's expression softens. "How about I fix us something to eat while you two ladies catch up?" Penny nods enthusiastically. "I'll take care of Lucy, Daddy." "I'm counting on it, Munchkin." He drops a kiss on Penny's head, then leans down to place one gently on my lips. "Nothing too strenuous, okay? Doctor's orders." As Joey disappears into the kitchen, pots and pans already clanging, Penny climbs carefully onto the couch beside me. She sits cross-legged, studying me with an intensity that reminds me so much of her father. "Does it hurt a lot?" she asks, her little face serious. Only when I laugh, I give her a wink. "So no tickling?" She nods solemnly, processing this information. Her fingers fidget with the edge of the blanket, and I can tell something's weighing on her mind. "What are you thinking about, sweetie?" I ask gently. Penny takes a deep breath, gathering her courage. "I know my mommy hurt you. Daddy explained it to me. He said she was very angry and did something very bad, and now she has to go away for a long time." The frank acknowledgement catches me off guard. Joey and I had discussed how much to tell Penny, agreeing on an age-appropriate version of the truth, rather than lies she might uncover later. "Yes, that's true." I choose my words carefully. "Your mommy was very upset, and sometimes when grown-ups get that upset, they make bad choices." Penny's brow furrows in concentration. "Daddy says she's sick in her heart and her brain, and that doctors are going to help her get better. But it will take a long, long time." "That's right. And she can't see me until she's all better." Her voice gets smaller. "Daddy said it's to keep everyone safe." I nod, unsure what to say. How do you explain restraining orders and psychiatric holds to a 4-year-old? "I'm sorry that happened to you, Lucy." Her tiny hand reaches for mine. "But I'm really glad you didn't go to heaven, because," her bottom lip trembles slightly, "because I love you a lot." The simplicity of her declaration undoes me completely. This little girl with her unicorn t-shirt and glitter hair clips, offering her heart with no reservations, no calculations. I open my arms, ignoring the protest from my ribs. "Come here, sweetie." Penny carefully maneuvers into my embrace, mindful of my injuries. I hold her close, breathing in the scent of strawberry shampoo and the indefinable sweetness that is uniquely Penny. "Thank you for saying that." My voice breaks slightly. I love you too, very much. From the kitchen doorway, Joey watches us, a dish towel slung over his shoulder, and emotion raw on his face. Our eyes meet over Penny's curls, and I see in his gaze everything we don't need to say aloud. Penny shifts in my arms, peering up at me with those serious green eyes, so much like her father's, but with a layer of childhood innocence that makes them even more devastating. Lucy? Her voice is tentative, barely above a whisper. Yes, sweetie? I brush a stray curl from her forehead. She takes a deep breath, gathering courage in that adorable way children do when they're about to say something momentous. Since my old mommy can't be my mommy anymore, could you be my new mommy? The world stops. My heart stumbles over itself, skipping several beats before racing to catch up. The question hangs in the air between us, simple yet monumental. Oh, Penny. My voice cracks around her name. She misinterprets my hesitation, words tumbling out in a rush. You don't have to if you don't want to. Daddy says we can't make people do things they don't want to do. But you make really good cookies, and you do the funny voices when you read stories, and you never yell, even when I spill things, and... I place a gentle finger on her lips, stopping the flood. Sweetie, I would love to be your mommy. The truth of it resonates through every cell in my body. Nothing would make me happier. Her face transforms, joy blooming like sunshine breaking through clouds. Really? For real and true? For real and true. I nod solemnly, matching her seriousness before breaking into a smile I can't contain. Forever and always. She throws her arms around my neck, forgetting momentarily about my injuries. I wince but don't pull away, the happiness flooding through me dulling any physical pain. We have to tell Daddy. She bounces slightly on the cushion. Tell Daddy what? Joey appears in the doorway, carrying a tray loaded with sandwiches cut into triangles, just the way Penny likes them. His hair is slightly mussed, a bit of mayonnaise somehow smeared near his temple. Penny nearly vibrates with excitement. Lucy said she'll be my new mommy, for real and true. Joey freezes mid-step, his eyes finding mine over Penny's head. I see a kaleidoscope of emotions there. Surprise, tenderness, and something deeper that makes my breath catch. Is that right? His voice is rough around the edges. I nod, suddenly nervous. We've been through so much, from fake marriage to real love, from strangers in an elevator to partners facing down his unhinged ex-wife. But this feels like the biggest leap yet. If that's okay with you, I add softly. The slow smile that spreads across his face is answer enough. He sets the tray down on the coffee table and sits on Penny's other side, creating our own little island on the sectional. More than okay? He reaches across Penny to take my hand, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. It's everything. Penny looks between us, beaming. Now we're a real family. We sure are, Munchkin. Joey ruffles her hair. Now, who's hungry? Chef Holloway has prepared his world-famous peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, with the crust cut off for the princess, naturally. And what about for the queen? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Joey's eyes darken slightly. The queen gets whatever her heart desires. Sandwich first, I say. I'm starving. We eat together, knees touching, crumbs falling, Penny chattering about how she'll tell everyone at preschool about her new mommy. The sandwiches are nothing special, just bread and fillings, but they might as well be a feast for how they taste to me now. I look around at this makeshift picnic on a designer couch in a penthouse I once felt alien in, and I'm struck by how perfectly imperfect it all is. Joey catches my eye and winks, a glob of jelly stuck to his chin. Penny has managed to get peanut butter in her hair somehow, and I, bruised body and all, have never felt more whole. I never imagined my fake marriage to Joey would lead me here. Loved, chosen, part of something real. The paperwork might have been fraudulent, but the family we've become is the realest thing I've ever experienced. And my heart has never felt fuller.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 30. Joey. Madeline's glows with warm light tonight, transformed from its usual daytime elegance into something more intimate and celebratory. Bernard has outdone himself, arranging towering displays of pastries that look too perfect to eat, though that hasn't stopped anyone from trying. Crystal champagne flutes catch the light as they clink together in toast after toast. I slip my arm around Lucy's waist, pulling her closer as Bernard holds court near the center of the room, his booming laugh carrying over the buzz of conversation. To our magnificent Lucy, Bernard raises his glass, his eyes crinkling at the corners with genuine affection, who not only survived that terrible incident, but has returned to us even more brilliant than before. Lucy's body tenses slightly against mine. I know she still doesn't love being the center of attention, but her smile remains genuine. The bruises from Raylan's kitchen attack have faded, but I know the memory hasn't. You doing okay? I whisper against her ear. Never better. She squeezes my hand, her warm brown eyes meeting mine with such clarity that something tightens in my chest. Honestly, this is a lot, but in the best way. Noah appears at my elbow, clapping me on the shoulder with enough force to make me reach for my champagne before it spills. Hell of a spread, huh? Jackie's already planning how to steal Bernard for our anniversary party. Noah nods toward his wife, who's deep in conversation with Bernard, gesturing animatedly. Good luck with that. Lucy's got him booked solid through next summer. I can't keep the pride from my voice. Lucy laughs. I do not. Bernard just appreciates talent wherever he finds it. And he found a goddamn gold mine with you. I kiss the top of her head, breathing in the faint scent of vanilla that always seems to cling to her hair. Across the room, Olivia Blackwood catches my eye and raises her champagne glass in a silent toast. Leo stands beside her, one arm draped casually around her shoulders, looking more relaxed than I've ever seen him. You invited half of Manhattan's elite, didn't you? Lucy murmurs, her eyes scanning the room. Only the ones worth knowing, I counter, tracking her gaze to where Celia St. Pierre examines a delicate chocolate sculpture like she's appraising fine art. Aston St. Pierre materializes at the dessert table, looking slightly out of place but managing to maintain his usual commanding presence. He selects a macaron with the same decisive precision he uses to close multi-million-dollar deals. Didn't think he'd actually show, I admit, nodding toward Aston. Celia said they wouldn't miss it. Lucy's voice holds a note of wonder. Do you realize how crazy this is? It's amazing. Bernard dedicated this event to me. And now you've got the most powerful people in the city eating out of your hand. I grin. Literally, Stop. She elbows me gently in the ribs, but the smile spreading across her face tells me she's not actually annoyed. Jackie Breckenridge breaks away from Bernard and heads our way, her geometric earrings catching the light as she moves through the crowd with practiced ease. "Lucy Holloway, you magnificent creature!" Jackie pulls Lucy into a hug. "These shoe pastries are changing my life. I've had 4 and I regret nothing." "Only 4? Amateur?" I reach for another from a passing tray. "Some of us weren't blessed with your metabolism, Holloway." Jackie narrows her eyes playfully. The conversation flows easily, a current of warmth and genuine affection running beneath the banter. I watch Lucy as she talks animatedly with Jackie about some new pastry technique, her hands moving in excited gestures. The confidence she radiates now is miles from the woman who once panic spiraled in an elevator with me. Bernard appears suddenly, squeezing between guests with surprising agility for his size. "Lucy, my star! The chocolate lavender tarts are gone. Poof, and Olivia Blackwood is demanding your recipe or threatening to buy my shop." Lucy laughs. "Tell her I'll trade it for free legal advice." Smart woman. Bernard winks at me. "This one's a keeper, Joey." "Don't I know it?" I tighten my hold on Lucy's waist, not caring who sees the utterly besotted look on my face. The evening continues in a swirl of conversation and laughter. Across the room, I notice Celia deep in conversation with Lucy's former colleagues who've shown up in force to support her. Even Aston has relaxed enough to loosen his tie, engaged in what appears to be an intense discussion with Leo about something that has them both gesturing emphatically. This moment, surrounded by friends, Lucy safe at my side, the worst behind us, feels almost surreal in its perfection. I check my watch and catch Bernard's eye across the room, giving him the slightest nod. He returns it with a wink before making his way to the center of the room, where a small silver bell waits on a table. The soft ringing silences the crowd gradually, conversations tapering off as all eyes turn toward him. "My friends, what a magnificent evening this has been." Bernard's voice carries effortlessly, his accent thickening with emotion. "But before we finish our champagne and say goodnight, I believe Joey Holloway has something he wishes to share." Perfect timing. I squeeze Lucy's hand and step away from her, feeling the warmth of her questioning gaze follow me as I move to take Bernard's place in the center of the room. My heart pounds against my ribs, not from nervousness, but from a rush of emotion so powerful I have to take a deep breath to steady myself. I turn, facing the sea of familiar faces until I find Lucy's eyes. The room around us fades to background noise. "I wasn't planning on making a speech tonight." The words come naturally, even as I notice Aston and Celia St. Pierre exchange knowing looks. "The celebration is about Lucy's incredible talent and her return to Madeline's." I raise my glass toward Bernard, who inclines his head in acknowledgement. "But I can't let tonight end without saying something about the woman who turned my entire world upside down." I let my gaze find Lucy again, watching as she tilts her head slightly, her eyes widening. "Most of you know parts of our story, how we met in that jammed elevator at Noah and Jackie's wedding. What you might not know is that I walked into that building completely different than the man standing before you tonight." Noah catches my eye from the back of the room and gives me an encouraging thumbs up. "Before Lucy, I thought I knew what mattered. I had my career, my daughter, a life I'd carefully constructed piece by piece." The champagne in my glass catches the light as I gesture. Then this brilliant, compassionate, stubborn woman crashed into my life and showed me how empty those spaces between the pieces really were. Lucy's eyes shine with unshed tears, her lips parted in surprise. I want to walk back to her side immediately, but I force myself to continue, to say the words I need everyone, especially Lucy, to hear. I thought I was losing control of my life, when really I was just beginning to live it properly. I take a breath, feeling the weight of truth in my chest. Lucy taught me that strength isn't about never breaking, it's about how you rebuild. She showed Penny what unconditional love truly looks like. And she taught me that a man who thinks he has everything still has room for more. Around us, the room has gone completely silent, all eyes moving between Lucy and me. Jackie discreetly passes Lucy a cocktail napkin, which she presses to the corner of her eye. I'm standing here tonight, looking at my wife, still not entirely believing my luck. My voice roughens, and I don't bother hiding it. Lucy Holloway, you walked into that elevator a stranger and walked out with my heart in your hands. Every day since then has been better than the last, even the hard ones, especially the hard ones, because we faced them together. I raise my glass higher. So here's to Lucy, the most talented pastry chef in Manhattan, the best mother Penny could ask for, and the woman who saved me from a life half-lived. I love you more than I have words to express. The room erupts in cheers and the clinking of glasses, but I barely hear it. Lucy moves toward me, tears streaming freely down her face now. I set my glass down just in time to catch her as she throws her arms around my neck. I love you, she whispers against my lips, before kissing me with such sweetness that everything else disappears. I hold her tightly against me, one hand cradling the back of her head, the other pressed firmly at the small of her back. The taste of champagne and chocolate mingles between us, and I can feel her tears against my cheeks. When we finally break apart, the applause around us intensifies. Bernard wipes his eyes unashamedly. Noah whistles loudly. Even Aston is clapping, genuine warmth softening his usually impassive expression. Lucy laughs through her tears, pressing her forehead against mine. That wasn't fair, she murmurs for only me to hear. You can't just ambush me with words like that in front of everyone. I'll tell you every day in private, too, I promise, brushing my thumb across her damp cheek. Every single day.
Chapter 31. Lucy. I whisked the pancake batter with extra vigor, folding in blueberries at Penny's insistence. Can I put more blueberries in? Penny stands on her step stool beside me, her small fingers already purple-stained, as she reaches toward the bowl. Sure thing. Sprinkle them in slowly. I guide her hand. Remember what happened last time when you dumped them all at once? Penny giggles, her green eyes crinkling with mischief. We had blue pancake soup. The memory brings a smile to my face, even as another wave of nausea rolls through me. I breathe through my nose, willing it to pass. It's the third morning in a row, and the little drugstore test hidden in my toiletry bag confirmed what I'd begun to suspect. Now we stir gentle, like we're rocking a baby to sleep. I demonstrate, letting Penny take over with her smaller whisk. Like this? Perfect. I turn to the stove, pouring a ladle of batter onto the griddle. You're becoming a real chef. The sizzle of bacon in the cast iron pan fills the kitchen with a savory aroma that would normally make my mouth water. Today, it makes my stomach lurch. I focus on flipping pancakes, keeping my breathing steady. Can we make shapes? Penny bounces on her toes. Sure can. I pour batter in a rough approximation of a unicorn. How's this? It needs a horn, she points urgently. Coming right up. I add a small drizzle for the horn, earning an approving nod from my 4-year-old assistant. The sound of footsteps pulls my attention toward the hallway. Joey appears in the doorway, hair rumpled from sleep, wearing only pajama bottoms. Even after all these months, the sight of him still catches me off guard, all lean muscle and sleepy grace. Something smells amazing. His voice carries that rough morning edge that does things to my insides. Daddy, we're making unicorn pancakes. Penny abandons her post to launch herself at him. He scoops her up with one arm, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Is that right? And who taught you how to make unicorn pancakes? Lucy did, and I put in the blueberries all by myself. Joey's gaze meets mine over Penny's head, warm with something that looks like contentment. Good morning, he says softer. Morning. I turn back to the stove, flipping the pancakes to hide the flush creeping up my neck. The momentary distraction costs me. Another wave of queasiness hits hard, and I grip the counter edge. You okay? Joey sets Penny down, suddenly closer. Fine. Just need water. I force a smile, reaching for a glass. Minutes later, we're settled at the breakfast bar, plates loaded with golden pancakes, bacon, and eggs. I've given myself the smallest possible serving, hoping I can manage at least a few bites without my stomach revolting. Aren't you hungry? Joey asks between mouthfuls, eyeing my barely touched plate. Not really. I push a blueberry around with my fork. But you made my unicorn perfect. Penny beams at me, syrup dripping down her chin. I pass her a napkin. I'm glad you're enjoying it, sweetie. You didn't eat dinner last night either, Joey points out, his lawyer's sharp observation skills kicking in. You feeling sick or something? I take a small sip of water, weighing my words. Something like that. His fork pauses halfway to his mouth, eyes narrowing. You've been off for days. What's going on? Nothing serious. I try for casual, but my voice catches. Lucy? The way he says my name, gentle but insistent, breaks through my hesitation. Penny happily hums to herself, creating a syrup moat around her pancake castle, oblivious to the tension. I've just been feeling a little different lately. I meet his gaze, especially in the mornings. Joey's brow furrows, then his eyes widen slightly. He sets down his fork. Different how? His voice drops. Nauseous? Tired? I take a breath. Not hungry, even when I should be, especially around certain smells. Understanding dawns across his features. He glances at my untouched coffee mug, the one thing I never skip, sitting cold at my elbow. Lucy, are you... He doesn't finish the question, eyes darting briefly to Penny before returning to me. I give a small, almost imperceptible nod. I took a test yesterday. Joey's expression transforms, cycling through shock, wonder, and something I can't quite name yet. So you're... Yeah. A nervous smile tugs at my lips. I'm pregnant. Joey stares at me for one frozen heartbeat, eyes wide with disbelief. Then, before I can even register his movement, he's on his feet and pulling me into his arms. The embrace is sudden, tight, so tight I almost can't breathe, but I don't mind. His warmth envelops me, one hand cradling the back of my head while the other spans across my lower back. Are you sure? He whispers against my hair, voice thick with emotion. I nod against his chest. 2 pink lines. Pretty definitive. He pulls back just enough to look at my face, his hands cupping my cheeks. The vulnerability in those green eyes nearly undoes me. This man who strides through courtrooms with commanding confidence now looks utterly thunderstruck. A baby, he says, testing the word like it's something fragile and new. Our baby. What's happening? Penny's voice breaks through our bubble. She's abandoned her pancake sculpture, syrup-sticky fingers gripping her fork. Why are you hugging so much? Joey and I exchange glances. We hadn't planned this conversation, but the moment feels right. He gives me a small nod, letting me take the lead if I want. I slide back onto my stool, turning toward Penny. Sweetie, we have something special to tell you. Is it about unicorns? She asks hopefully. I laugh, the tension easing from my shoulders. No, not about unicorns. It's about our family. Our family? She looks between us. Joey pulls his stool closer to Penny's, his large hand gentle as he brushes a dark curl from her forehead. Remember when you asked for a baby brother or sister for your birthday? Penny's eyes grow huge. And you said maybe someday? That's right. He glances at me, a smile tugging at his lips. Well, it looks like someday is happening now. What your dad means, I say, reaching for her small hand, is that I have a baby growing in my tummy. You're going to be a big sister. Penny stares at my stomach with wonder, then up at my face, then back down again. For a second, I worry she might be upset or confused. This isn't exactly how I pictured sharing the news. Then she lets out a squeal so piercing it probably wakes the neighbors 3 floors down. A baby. She launches herself off her stool, nearly knocking over her juice. In your tummy? Right now? Right now, I confirm, catching her sticky hands before they can land on my stomach. But the baby is very tiny still, like a little seed. It needs time to grow. How long? She bounces on her toes, practically vibrating with excitement. About 7 more months, Joey says, steadying her by the shoulders. The baby will be here after Christmas. Can I tell it about unicorns and teach it to make pancakes? The questions start pouring out, each one more enthusiastic than the last. You'll be the best big sister, Joey assures her. But first, let's finish breakfast so Lucy and the baby can eat too. The mention of food makes my stomach flip again, but the joy of this moment outweighs the discomfort. I manage a small bite of pancake, finding it stays down easier than I expected. Penny chatters through the rest of breakfast, listing all the things she'll teach the baby, how to color inside the lines, which cereals are the best, why purple is obviously the superior color. Joey keeps one hand on my knee under the table, a steady, reassuring weight. When Penny finally pauses to breathe, Joey leans across the counter and kisses me. It's gentle but filled with promise, his lips warm against mine. Our family is getting even bigger, he murmurs against my mouth. Just when I thought I couldn't get any luckier. I nod, overcome suddenly by a wave of emotion that has nothing to do with hormones. Are you happy? Joey asks quietly, his thumb tracing my cheekbone. So happy, I whisper back, and I mean it. Despite the morning sickness and the unplanned nature of it all, a profound contentment settles in my chest. This is happening, to us, together, and it feels exactly right.
Chapter 32. Joey. The city lights of Manhattan twinkle through the floor-to-ceiling windows of our penthouse. I stand by the glass, tumbler of whiskey in hand, watching the miniature world below. There's something about nighttime in New York that makes me feel both powerful and insignificant at the same time. Take a slow sip, feeling the burns slide down my throat as I check the baby monitor on the side table. Penny's fast asleep, her favorite unicorn plushie clutched tightly against her chest, dark curls splayed across her pillow. My little girl looks more like me every day, from those green eyes to the stubborn set of her jaw. The door to our bedroom opens quietly and Lucy slips in, wearing nothing but one of my dress shirts. The sight of her makes my chest tighten. 2 months pregnant with my child, and somehow even more beautiful than the day we got stuck in that goddamn elevator together. She's still out. Lucy's voice is soft as she crosses the room to me, bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. Like a light, 3 bedtime stories and that new unicorn song on repeat finally did the trick. I set my glass down and reach for her, pulling her against my chest. The glitter cleanup in the bathroom, however, might require professional intervention. Lucy laughs against my neck, her curls tickling my chin. I told you not to let her have the sparkly bath bombs. Yeah, well, those big green eyes are impossible to say no to. Wonder where she gets that from. I tilt her chin up, studying her face in the dim light. You feeling okay today? Her fingers trace patterns through my t-shirt. Better than yesterday. Morning sickness is a damn liar, by the way. More like all-day sickness. I press my lips to her forehead, inhaling the vanilla scent of her skin. I can call Dr. Patel in the morning if... Joey. Her hands frame my face, thumbs brushing across my stubbled jaw. Stop worrying so much. We're fine. Both of us. The word both hits me square in the chest. Both. My woman and my baby. The family I never thought I'd have beyond Penny. I slide my hands down Lucy's sides, feeling the slight curve of her belly beneath the thin cotton of my shirt. Come to bed, she whispers, backing away and drawing me with her. I follow like I'm pulled by gravity, unable and unwilling to resist. When she reaches the edge of our California king, I tug her against me again, my hands slipping beneath the shirt to find bare skin. You're not wearing anything under this? It's not a question. Lucy grins up at me, that mischievous smile that first hooked me. Observant as always. I lift her easily, setting her on the edge of the mattress before kneeling between her legs. Careful. I make my living being observant. And I make my living being creative. She pulls my shirt over her head in one fluid motion, leaving her naked and glowing in the ambient city light filtering through our windows. My breath catches. Her body is changing, subtly but unmistakably. Her chest fuller, the slight roundness at her lower belly. My child growing inside her. The sight makes me both fiercely protective and achingly aroused. You're staring, she murmurs, reaching for the hem of my shirt. I help her pull it off, then lean forward to kiss her, gentle at first, then deeper as her arms wrap around my neck. Can't help it. You're gorgeous.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
As the intensity fades, I carefully lower my weight beside her, keeping one arm draped possessively across her middle. Lucy turns toward me, curls damp against her temples. I brush them back, marveling at how beautiful she looks in the aftermath of pleasure. You good? I ask, voice rough around the edges. She nods, a lazy smile spreading across her lips. Better than good. I pull her closer, hands splaying across her lower back. The simple fact that she's here, in my bed, in my life, hits me with unexpected force. Months ago, she was a stranger. A gorgeous, frustrating stranger trapped in a hotel elevator with me during the worst timing possible. Now she's carrying my child. My second chance at building a family, a real one this time. What are you thinking about? Lucy asks, tracing patterns across my chest. You've got that look. What look? The one where your eyebrows do that thing. She touches the space between my brows. Right here. I capture her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. Just thinking about that elevator. Ah, the scene of the crime. Her laugh is soft in the darkness. Best mechanical failure of my life. I run my thumb along the curve of her hip. Even if I was being an absolute jerk at the start. You were a bit intense, she concedes, poking my chest. In my defense, I was a bit drunk and irritable. Lucy's expression softens. And now look at us. You have your daughter, another baby on the way. And you... I pull her closer, overwhelmed by gratitude for this woman who walked into my life by complete accident. I have you. Her fingers trace the line of my jaw. You do. I press my lips to her forehead, inhaling the scent of her vanilla and home. 2 months pregnant with my baby, and I've never been more certain of anything in my life. After the disaster of my first marriage, I never thought I'd find this kind of contentment, this bone-deep certainty that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.